254-933-CRS1. CRS Suspension and Fabrication is your trusted source for premium dirt oval shocks. For dwarf cars to late models and everything in between. We also offer adjustable spoilers and adjustable shock mounts, upgrades, car setup services, and even professional tech support for your entire racing season. You either run CRS shocks or you get outran by them. Call us today, 254-933-CRS1. CRS Suspension and Fabrication is your trusted source for premium dirt oval shocks. For dwarf cars to late models and everything in between. We also offer adjustable spoilers and adjustable shock mounts, upgrades, car setup services, and even professional tech support for your entire racing season. You either run CRS shocks or you get outran by them. Call us today, 254-933-CRS1. CRS Suspension and Fabrication is your trusted source for premium dirt oval shocks. For dwarf cars to late models and everything in between. We also offer adjustable spoilers and adjustable shock mounts, upgrades, car setup services, and even professional tech support for your entire racing season. You either run CRS shocks or you get outran by them. Call us today, 254-933-CRS1. CRS Suspension and Fabrication is your trusted source for premium dirt oval shocks. For dwarf cars to late models and everything in between. We also offer adjustable spoilers and adjustable shock mounts, upgrades, car setup services, and even professional tech support for your entire racing season. You either run CRS shocks or you get outran by them. Call us today, 254-933-CRS1. CRS Suspension and Fabrication is your trusted source for premium dirt oval shocks. For dwarf cars to late models and everything in between. We also offer adjustable spoilers and adjustable shock mounts, upgrades, car setup services, and even professional tech support for your entire racing season. You either run CRS shocks or you get outran by them. Call us today, 254-933-CRS1. CRS Suspension and Fabrication is your trusted source for premium dirt oval shocks. For dwarf cars to late models and everything in between. We also offer adjustable spoilers and adjustable shock mounts, upgrades, car setup services, and even professional tech support for your entire racing season. You either run CRS shocks or you get outran by them. Call us today, 254-933-CRS1. CRS Suspension and Fabrication is your trusted source for premium dirt oval shocks. For dwarf cars to late models and everything in between. We also offer adjustable spoilers and adjustable shock mounts, upgrades, car setup services, and even professional tech support for your entire racing season. You either run CRS shocks or you get outran by them. Call us today, 254-933-CRS1.
The ultimate war of insanity is coming.
Monster Truck Wars. Freestyle champion outlaw, three-time world champion barefoot, and from Mexico City, El Oso Loco. Kid seats are still just $10. Check out the pre-show party in the pits with pictures and autographs from the drivers. Plus, take a ride in a real monster truck. Get tickets and details at monstertrucks.fun. One big show. 1 p.m. June 19th, Cotton Bowl Speedway in Paige.
It started as a dream in the backyard of Charles and Vanjie McLemore. 45 years later, Magnum Trailers is a premier builder of custom trailers and authorized dealer of industry-leading brands. From gooseneck flatbeds to dump, tilt, and utility trailers, car haulers, cargo trailers, and watercraft trailers, you won't find a better selection. We build the best and repair the rest. And because we're in Texas Hill Country, come see us for deer blinds, deer feeders, and barbecues too. For happy trailering and happy hunting, click to find the Magnum Trailers location nearest you.
Moments meant to be remembered are the perfect time for that perfect gift. And Craig's Jewelry in Bastrop is the destination for commemorating the most special times in our lives. From watches, rings, pendants, and charms, to bracelets, earrings, and personalized gifts. As always, we offer fast in-house engraving to add that personal touch to any special gift. Mark your most precious moments with Craig's Jewelry in Bastrop, and let us help you and your family celebrate those special times.
Pre-race show at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Today's show presented by Monster Truck Wars. Thank you.
Freestyle champion outlaw, three-time world champion barefoot, and from Mexico City, El Oso Loco. Get tickets and details at monstertrucks.fun. One big show. 1 p.m. June 19th, Cotton Bowl Speedway in Paige.
They're going to drag race to the line. All sorts of action going on down the backstretch. Climbing out of the car, your feature winner. Tough pass to put the drive at the bottom of the racetrack.
They make contact coming to the checkers and trip.
From an old school racer, it's nice to see the racetracks.
Faulkner Ball trying to move to the top of the track. And how about James Sterling on the restart?
Throw the red, get him out of that car.
Myself. Let's go! I'm out here making them mad, cause I got it. Too good at being too bad, cause I got it. Stop reaching and being sad, cause I got it. I just got it, yeah. I just got it.
They're gonna drag race to the line. All sorts of action going on down the backstretch. Climbing out of the car, your feature winner. Tough pass to put the drive at the bottom of the racetrack.
They make contact coming to the checkers and trip.
From an old school racer, it's nice to see the racetracks.
Faulkner Ball trying to move to the top of the track. And how about James Sterling on the restart?
Throw the red, get him out of that car.
Hey, what's up, race fans? Welcome out to Cotton Bowl Speedway. My name is Milton Hope, and Joe Spillman's off to the side. He'll be joining me here in just a few moments. We're filling in for Rodney Rodriguez, but we're here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. As you can see over my shoulder right here, this is a beautiful, beautiful South Texas night, Central Texas night, as Mother Nature has finally cleared out. Man, she has wreaked havoc all over the state of Texas with a whole bunch of rainouts. And a couple of weeks ago over at Texana Raceway Park, we had to move a race from a Saturday-Sunday show to a Sunday-Monday show. But as you can see out there right now, it is beautiful, a few clouds in the sky, it's warm, but don't let that deter you. You're watching our Race on Texas Speed Pass. We appreciate you watching our Race on Texas and Speed Pass. You know, Speed Pass, if you're not a monthly member right now, it's the best deal you can do, $39.99 a month. That's all it is, $39.99 a month, over 25 races a month that you can watch. Half the money that you put in there of that $39.99 comes back to the track that you choose as your home track. And we hope you do that with Cotton Bowl Speedway right here, because all the money that we get from that, you know, we split the difference, let's just say $40. Every $20 of that comes back here to the racetrack, really helps out the track, the facility, Marianne, H. Maybe we have an off night, we don't have as many cars or fans. That money, especially during all these rainouts, that money can really help out and offset some of those off nights that we've had. So Speed Pass, $39.99 a month. It lets you watch over 25, 30 races a month on Race on Texas and Speed Pass. The folks out here, they can hear my voice, but they can't see me, but they can log on to Facebook Live, Cotton Bowl Speedway, and they can check out the pre-race show as well. But we've got a great night of racing tonight. And tonight's pre-show race here on Race on Texas and Speed Pass brought to you by Monster Truck Wars. Monster Truck Wars. We don't have racing here next Saturday night, but there's going to be plenty of action here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Next Saturday, June the 19th, right here at Cotton Bowl. Man, it's going to be an awesome. I'm just going to read a couple of things. The monster trucks, a world-famous Outlaw, Barefoot, Carolina Crusher, and more are going to be right here at Cotton Bowl Speedway next Saturday afternoon. I think it's a 1 o'clock showtime. Gates open at 11. You can go to the website, go to Cotton Bowl Speedway, and you can check out the website where you can purchase tickets in advance. They're also going to have quad races, Team Texas versus Team Oklahoma in the quad races around here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. There's a pre-show meet and greet where you can go out and meet the drivers, $5. $5. You can go out and see some of the world's greatest Barefoot and Carolina Crusher, three-time world champion Barefoot. I forgot about that. Three-time world champion. $5 cash pre-show. You can go out and check that out in the pits. Limited advanced seating, $10 each. So you hope that you can get some advanced tickets, or you can buy right here at the show. But it's going to be fantastic. It's not going to be round and round like we have our race cars here tonight with all the classes. They're going to be crushing things. They're going to be breaking things. And there's going to be Team Texas versus Team Oklahoma on the Quad Wars. So we definitely look forward to that. We've got several things coming up here tonight as we get ready to start racing. Like I said, Joe Spillman is going to be here and join me in a few moments. Going to interview one of our toy drivers that come out and race the toy trucks. We're also going to have Tim Homeyer going to be joining us, hopefully after some hot laps. So we're just going to have a blast here at Cotton Bowl Speedway tonight. So thank you to all the fans that are already here tonight. I know y'all are looking for shade, and there's just not a whole bunch of that right now, but the sun will start going down. The shade will start creeping over the grandstands, and it'll cool off. A lot of people were smart enough to bring the umbrellas and sit under the umbrellas. People are wiping their bald heads with the towels that they brought with them, putting their sunglasses back on. So there's just a whole lot going on out here at Cotton Bowl Speedway tonight. This is the time of year now where we know it gets a little bit warm. If you decide not to come on out to Cotton Bowl Speedway, whether it's the weather or you can't make it, be sure to get Race on Texas, Speed Pass. Make Cotton Bowl Speedway your home track. And half that money, like I said, $39.99, is going to come back to the track, $20 back to Marianne, and then really help them out. Especially 3 out of the last 4 shows have been rain out. So this is the first time in nearly a month that we've been racing back here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. So we're certainly thankful. I was walking around the pits earlier, worked up a really good sweat, and walking around the pits, got a lot of cars, a lot of drivers coming out there right now. Crew members are working on the cars, getting them ready. So we are going to go ahead and take a break here on Cotton Bowl Speedway, Race on Texas Speed Pass, brought to you by Monster Truck Wars. And we'll be joined by Joe Spillman and several other guests. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
Check, 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 check.
I'm out here making them mad, cause I got it. Too good at being too bad, cause I got it. Stop reaching and being sad, cause I got it. I just got it, yeah. I just got it.
They're gonna drag race to the line. All sorts of action going on down the backstretch. Climbing out of the car, your feature winner.
Took Patrick with the drive at the bottom of the racetrack.
They make contact coming to the checkers and threat.
From an old school racer, it's nice to see the racetracks.
Faulkner ball trying to move to the top of the track.
And how about James Shirley on the restart?
Throw the red, get him out of that car.
Hey, welcome back to Cotton Bowl Speedway, Race on Texas Speed Pass, and it's a beautiful night here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. It's in the mid-90s. The humidity is up, but the fans are starting to come out. The cars are out there on the track starting to do some packing and hot laps. Going to have a good time here. We got a full field of cars here at Cotton Bowl Speedway tonight. Tonight's pre-race show brought to you by Monster Truck Wars. Monster Truck Wars is going to be a blast. It's this Saturday right here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Gates open at 11, and the show starts right about 1 o'clock, so you'll want to be here for that. Right now, though, we're going to take a little bit of a break. We're going to add a little thing here and there throughout the weeks, and today we've got a little interview going. We got the driver of the 8-star, Tim Holmeyer, joining us on the pre-race show. Tim, how you doing tonight, buddy?
I'm doing great. I hope everyone's doing well that's watching tonight. Enjoys the show.
Well, Tim, we're going to start with some of the easy stuff first. How crazy, how frustrating is it to have all these rainouts when you start getting on a groove and then all of a sudden rain out, rain out, rain out?
Well, it is frustrating, especially whenever you've been basically racing one track, which I've mostly been coming to Cotton Bowl this year. And then when the rainout started traveling a little more, went down to Edna for a 2-night show, started going back up to Waco. So, and especially after the power rankings came out, started traveling a little more than I had been at the beginning of the year.
Funny that you should say that, because you do race Cotton Bowl majority. This is your track, but you made that move up to Waco the other night because of the power rankings. How does the power rankings affect how you race and where you race?
Well, it definitely, in my opinion, it's going to affect it. There's probably going to be some guys that stay up in the top that just get the minimum amount of races in. So, of course, the more races that you race, it can help you and it can also hurt you. So staying consistent is the main thing. But as we talked about, the DNFs will definitely cost you no matter where you go.
There's a lot that's going to go into the power rankings. The first one came out, I didn't check. Where were you ranked?
In 29th.
29th, and I think there's over 500 drivers that we're taking a look at right now in South and Central, well, all over Texas. And does it cover Louisiana, or is it just Texas?
No, it does cover Louisiana.
A little bit of Louisiana.
20 or
yeah.
Just over 20 tracks.
So out of over 500 drivers, 29th, you're starting to branch out. You had a real good showing at Texana. I was there for the first night. Just when the track was getting ready to be raced on, Mother Nature rained all over it, and we got that 2.5-hour late start. Give me an idea as a racer now that's starting to branch out because of the rainouts. What can you tell are the differences between a track at Cotton Bowl versus this track here versus a Waco, how it feels on your car and how you drive it?
First of all, I want to give Owen a big shout out for getting that show in at Edna. He worked his tail off both nights to even get that in with the amount of rain that we got. People getting stuck in the pits and the mosquitoes carrying everybody off.
Yep.
It was a good show considering what he had to deal with. But as far as the tracks, the difference in the tracks, you definitely have to be on top of your game to read the track, and don't expect to just come with the track with one setup and it's going to work every time. You have to be ready to change and adapt to track changes.
So the mixture of the track, the surfaces themselves, can you tell a lot when you're driving the car how different the surfaces are?
For sure. And Cotton Bowl seems to be one that will change on you instantly. It will go from tacky to slick to taking rubber. You really have to be paying attention.
Yeah, it's definitely a different spot versus I-37 versus Texana versus Waco versus Cotton Bowl, and all of them have different surfaces, and you think you've got your car set up for that particular surface based on Cotton Bowl, but then you show up at Texana Raceway Park and it's a different setup. And you're right, Owen did a great job. We were supposed to have a 6:30 start time back on Sunday, Memorial Day weekend, and Mother Nature came in, soaked the track. We didn't start till 9 o'clock. Owen cut me loose at 2 o'clock because he knew I had a commitment Monday, but I was announcing all the way from 9 o'clock up until 2 o'clock in the morning, and your 8-star car did really well out there. What are your hopes for tonight? How's the car looking and feeling so far?
You never can tell.
I mean, you really haven't run it since the last race, right? Texana Raceway Park.
Well, I ran 2 nights at Texana, Sunday and Monday night, and I went to Waco the Friday following that.
Okay.
And ran up there. And then I didn't race last night.
Right.
Tonight.
It's going to be a lot of fun. You got a lot of competition out there. And what's the biggest thing that you have to pay attention to here when you're racing with the regular class? You know these drivers. What's the biggest thing you have to pay attention to on the track?
Just the main thing is the track in front of you. The points invert, YMCA points, the high point average will start further in the back. It gives the guys a chance to start up in the front that don't have as good a point average. And a lot of times those aren't the most experienced guys. Right. So you do have to watch out for them and get through traffic carefully.
Well, we're going to have a lot of fun here at Cotton Bowl Speedway tonight. Tim Holmeyer in the 8-star looking to add to his points lead. He did real good up at Heart of Texas. He did great down at Texana Raceway Park. So we're looking for big things there. But tonight, the pre-race show, Speed Pass, Race on Texas. We appreciate all of you that are watching. We appreciate you guys and girls that are watching on Cotton Bowl's Facebook Live feed. You can hear us and you can see us on Facebook Live. And tonight's pre-race show brought to you by Monster Truck Wars. If you don't have anything planned next Saturday afternoon, gates open at 11, show starts at 1. Barefoot, Carolina Crusher, Outlaw, some of the big names in monster trucks are going to be out here. How would you like to race your car against one of those monster trucks?
I don't think I care for that.
How would you like to drive one of those monster trucks?
I don't think I'd like to.
That's too high off the ground. Well, thank you, Tim Holmeyer. Thank you for being here tonight at Cotton Bowl Speedway, and best of luck out there as you chase that championship here. And we're going to take a break. Pre-race show brought to you by Monster Truck Wars. An appearance by Joe Spillman coming up any moment.
It started as a dream in the backyard of Charles and Vanjie McLemore. 45 years later, Magnum Trailers is a premier builder of custom trailers and authorized dealer of industry-leading brands. From gooseneck flatbeds to dump, tilt, and utility trailers, car haulers, cargo trailers, and watercraft trailers, you won't find a better selection. We build the best and repair the rest. And because we're in Texas Hill Country, come see us for deer blinds, deer feeders, and barbecues too. For happy trailery and happy hunting, click to find the Magnum Trailers location nearest you.
Moments meant to be remembered are the perfect time for that perfect gift. And Craig's Jewelry in Bastrop is the destination for commemorating the most special times in our lives. From watches, rings, pendants, and charms, to bracelets, earrings, and personalized gifts. As always, we offer fast in-house engraving to add that personal touch to any special gift. Mark your most precious moments with Craig's Jewelry in Bastrop, and let us help you and your family celebrate those special times.
Champion Outlaw, 3-time world champion Barefoot, and from Mexico City, El Oso Loco. Get tickets and details at monstertrucks.fun. One big show, 1 p.m. June 19th, Cotton Bowl Speedway in Paige.
All right, welcome back here at Cotton Bowl Speedway, and now I have Keith and I have Kane Kubash here. Kane, you have started something here with the Power Wheels, and tell us a little bit about yourself. How old are you? And what you got going on, buddy?
So I'm 4 years old and I like sharing Power Wheels, and my favorite monster truck is Gravedigger.
Speaking of the monster trucks, you went to the monster truck races last week. We're going to have them here next week, and I think you're going to get the race during that monster truck race in your Power Wheels. Is that right? What's your favorite monster truck?
Gravedigger.
I was going to test him, see if he had the same one or if he was going to change it up, the Gravedigger. So tell us a little bit. At intermission, we have Power Wheel races every week, and I believe you bring an extra Power Wheel or two and let somebody in the fans, they get to race that Power Wheel. Is that right?
Yeah.
And last time you were here, you have your own trailer. You carry and tote your own Power Wheel up here with your own hauler, and then you unload it, and then you go out there and pretty much put a whipping on everybody, don't you?
Yeah. We didn't bring it this time.
Oh, you didn't bring the trailer this time, just your hot rod.
Yeah.
All right, we were talking over there. You've driven some real race cars before. What all have you driven?
sport mod, and race car, and a sprint car, and a modified.
A sport mod, a modified, and a sprint car, and a factory stock, you said earlier too. That's pretty amazing. So, you're 4 years old. Next year, you're going to start online studying. What is your favorite class, or do you know yet what your favorite class is?
My favorite class is hot laps.
Hot laps. You know, mine was always lunch or PE, but hot laps is a pretty good favorite class to have. So that's exciting there. Now I got Keith here. A lot of people don't know. He builds engines, machinist, I believe, helps AJ Dancer on his stuff. So we got to talking. We know a lot of people from way back in the day, Wayne Walker at WS Chassis and stuff. So good to have him here. What's your kind of take on this whole Power Wheels deal and how it's working out?
Oh, it's going great. I'm just so glad that the track puts it on, and several other tracks have joined in, and it's growing and growing. It really brings the kids together. We started bringing the Power Wheels to have extra ones here. I think we actually have 6 today that other kids can race. Just right when we were getting ready to start filming, you know, a kid comes up, jumps in one, and I said, are you going to race tonight? And he goes, no. And I said, well, why not? And he said, well, I don't have Power Wheels. And I was like, well, you're going to pick one of these and you're going to race it tonight. And his eyes, you know, got this big around. And just for Kane to see that and be able to share his passion and joy in those cars, it's just awesome. We thank the track for putting it on and just devoting that time to get the kids out and just the interaction. I think that it really, they're our future racers.
Yeah, we got to get them started somewhere, and then hopefully from there we'll progress them maybe into go-karts, maybe into the front runners, the front-wheel drives, and then we get them into factory stock or a sport mod or something along those ways. So anybody I want to thank for being here, helping y'all out. We talked about the racetrack, and you're right. You know, a lot of times the racetracks are focused so much on, hey, we got to get done, we got to get in and get out. They don't take that intermission. They don't take that 15, 20 minutes to involve the kiddos, to involve the fans. And it's just, you know, it's kind of like going to the movies. You come in, you eat your popcorn, you go home. But now the fans can really interact. Like you said, we'll have 6 fans tonight that had no intention of being on the racetrack, and they're going to get to be part of the show tonight. So what y'all are doing is pretty awesome. And Kane, you're leading a good example, buddy. You're doing a good job up there. Anybody you want to thank?
My dad, my mom, and AJ.
You have a girlfriend?
No.
Are you looking? Or is your little blonde lady over there?
Well, I don't like those.
You don't like those guys. Perfect. He's more of a brunette guy, I think. So perfect. Anyways, once again, thank y'all for being here. Don't forget Speed Pass. Go there, $39.99. Half that money comes back. Thanks to Chris David over at Race on Texas for doing this. We're going to take another quick break. Don't forget the Monster Truck Race is here next week, and we'll be right back. Milton and I will be wrapping up the pre-race show here at Cotton Bowl Speedway.
Monster Truck Wars. Freestyle champion outlaw, 3-time world champion barefoot, and from Mexico City, El Oso Loco. Get tickets and details at monstertrucks.fun. One big show. 1 p.m. June 19th, Cotton Bowl Speedway in Paige.
Hey folks, we're back at Cotton Bowl Speedway. You're watching on Speed Pass, and man, we appreciate y'all watching on Race on Texas, and we appreciate the fans that are watching on Cotton Bowl Facebook Live. They may be watching here in the grandstands tonight, or watching at home, or maybe while you're driving your car, which you shouldn't be, but you might be doing that. Not that I'm back, myself and Joe Spillman filling in for the regular crew here. And Joe, again, this is the second time that you and I have been together where it's been nearly a month since our last race. You're a former driver. You're also a former promoter. Tell me, what goes through y'all's mind as a promoter and a driver? We're sitting out a month.
Well, the drivers have had, they've been a little lucky. They've been able to bounce around a little bit. You know, Waco, they've only had one rain out through all of this monsoon that we've been having in Texas. Who would imagine it was going to rain for 4 weeks straight. But Waco up at Heart of Texas, they've been able to get most of them in. I think we only had one cancellation up there. Like you said earlier, talking about Texana, they were able to get part of their show in and run down there. So the drivers aren't going to be near as rusty. As a promoter and a track prep guy, you know, you wonder what kind of moisture is down in that track. Is it deep down? If you look into the infield, it's standing in water, so you know there's some moisture in the ground here. So you wonder and you kind of get concerned, you know, is that moisture going to come up and start pumping up when the cars are out there, and that's going to let the track rut up and get a little rough, a little character, as we like to say. But on the flip side, you can't be too conservative with the water so that it becomes a dust bowl. There's a very fine line, and if you can hit that line consistently, and I will say, H, the crew here, week in and week out, all year has probably had one of the best racing surfaces in Texas and probably, you know, in the United States for the consistency. Last year, had a few times when it was a little rough here and there. About middle of the year, they made some adjustments, and ever since then, we've had a phenomenal racetrack here at Cotton Bowl Speedway.
Every time I've been here, it's been in great shape. Pre-race show today brought to you by Monster Truck Wars. It's here next Saturday afternoon. Gates open at 11. Show starts at 1. Carolina Crusher, Outlaw, Barefoot. Unfortunately, Gravedigger won't be here, but we got some big names.
Kane may not show. Who knows?
Kane may have to go get his own big truck. But tell me about what's been going on up at Heart of Texas. I understand there's been some craziness going on up there.
Well, you know, it's been some really good racing. Last week had some really good racing, a stock car racing, a factory stocks, some of the best racing ever. Last night, again, some really good racing. For the track to have received as much rain, that track was like glass. It was shiny. Had the Toms, the Touring Outlaw Modified Series, the Outlaw Mods come out. And actually one of our local heroes there, and he's come down here and raced the 45T, Eric Tomlinson. He started on the pole, and he won that race in his IMCA car. So you got the Outlaw cars with, you know, they're probably $50,000, $60,000 cars, 700-800 horsepower. And then you got Tomlinson. Now, let's grant it, he's not in a little cheap $10,000 car. He's got nice equipment, but the kid can drive. But he took his IMCA with his crate model, with his 2-inch spoiler versus a 7-inch spoiler and the same tires. And I was surprised. We had a couple of restarts, and I figured they'd be able to get around him, and he would pull them by 2 and 3 car lengths down the front straightaway. So good to see the 45T back-to-back winner there at Heart of Texas. He won the week before in the modifieds, his first real night out on the year. He had taken some time off, raced at factory stock some. First real night out in the modified. It was good to see that and how that happened. The 778, Jason Hubert, second-time winner there, and I believe he's the only 2-time winner in the sport mods at Heart of Texas. And I talked to him in the pits afterwards. They're actually here tonight, and so looking forward to the 778 of Hubert. Honish in his truck in the 777 in the street stocks.
He won this weekend, didn't he?
He won. He won last night. And just put on a heck of a show. Got spun early, had to go to the back, and came from the very back to win the race.
Okay.
So he did a great job as well.
Well, we've got a lot of our regular race car drivers here, and then we have a new driver. You might recognize his name, Sean Paul Lehman. He's got his car out here for the first time this year, and they've been working on that. So we've got just all sorts of excitement to have here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. And I'm going to see if I can get Tony's attention to hand me this piece of paper. Thank you, Tony. What a great job he does.
Cheater, pumpkin eater.
Here's the point standings as we go right now. Street stock, C.J. Gray at 156. There's a tie for second. Tommy Gural and Todd Roberts McAvoy back at 149. Gunslinger factory stocks, Tim Homeyer, who we just talked to, he's got 174 points, and that's an 11-point lead over Don Painter. Design Welding Sport Compacts, Dylan Kowalik looking strong this year. He's at 149, and Jake Hall's right behind him with 143 points. Magnum IMCA Modifieds, Chris Morris, there's a familiar name, always running strong out there. He's in first at 157, chased by Derek Scott Jr. at 152. IMCA Southern Sport Mods, the 717, G.W. Egbert, got a 3-point lead. He's at 152. He leads James Hennish in the 777, who we were just talking about. Comes off a win last night at Heart of Texas. He's at 149. And then the Browning IMCA Stock Cars, George Egbert 3, he's at 157, and Marcus Harcrow at 149. So even though we've missed a lot of races this year, we've got some pretty competitive racing for the cars here at Cotton Bowl Speedway tonight. And also, we're going to have the Dwarf cars here at the racetrack tonight. Now, there they go right now. They're doing their hot laps, and I kind of compare them to a Texas mosquito. They run quick. They sound like a mosquito, and when they spin out, they just spin and go. They normally don't slow the race down. What you got?
Well, tonight we got 14 street stocks in the pits. We got 20 of the factory stocks. We got 9 sport compacts, and then the 18 of your Southern Sport mods, and 16 of the stock cars. You know, stock cars, my favorite class. I love pretty clean racing. You know, they'll rub on each other a little bit, but that's why they have fenders. They're supposed to do that. So.
Well, we've got a lot of great truck wars, and it's going to be an exciting weekend next Saturday. Gates open at 11. We've got Carolina Crusher, Barefoot, Outlaw, and many, many more. Also got the quad races. We got Team Texas versus Team Oklahoma on their quad runners. There's going to be a pit party and $5 cash for the pit party to go meet and greet the drivers and get some pictures with the trucks. There's a limited advanced seating of $10, and once the advanced seating is sold out, then you just got to get it at the gate. And you can go to monstertrucks.fun, or just go to the Cotton Bowl Speedway page, look at the advertisement for it, click the link, and it'll take you to a spot. They've even got some really fancy VIP seating. As I look out here right now, the folks that are sitting on the top 2 and 3 rows, they were in direct sunlight when we started this show, and already the sun starting to come back over the crowd now, so it's going to cool off to maybe 94 degrees.
Yeah, 94 instead of 98. Man, it went from spring to summer, like, you know, flipping a switch, but we had a pretty nice spring. We can't complain.
Yeah.
We usually don't get that here in Texas, so good to see that. Anxious to see what the track does, like we talked about earlier, see how it handles. That bright sunshine down on there is going to dry it out quick, so see how that works. So, Milton, thanks for coming back up.
Oh, sure.
Getting out of retirement, we had to drag you off of the golf course once again, but
twice. I played twice this week, and thought, I got to go to Cotton Bowl this weekend. But no, it's always fun to come up here to a class facility, and we always have a lot of fun up here. And we all know each other, and we all semi get along. Ask me what my favorite subject is in school.
Yeah, what's your favorite subject?
Lunch.
Lunch.
Yeah, that's it, baby. He had a great answer. Hot laps.
Hot laps. Hey, what's your favorite class? Hot laps.
Hey, you know, for 4 years old to be able to answer a straight question, yes, yes, yes. He's going to be a great driver interview when he grows up.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's going to be amazing to see what he does. So,
well, we're going to have a lot of fun tonight here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. We have a ton of cars. This pre-race show brought to you by Monster Truck Wars. If you don't have anything planned on Saturday, be here. If you do have something planned, cancel it and be here, because it's going to be a blast here at Cotton Bowl. Gates open at 11. Show starts at 1. It's going to be a blast. Barefoot, Outlaw, Carolina Crusher, Quad Wars, and so much more. You'll want to be here. I'm Milton Hope. He's Joe Spillman. We're going to go over to the next room and get ready to announce tonight's races. Hope to see you on Speed Pass and Race on Texas if we don't see you here live.
The ultimate war of insanity is coming.
Monster Truck Wars. Freestyle champion Outlaw, 3-time world champion Barefoot, and from Mexico City, El Oso Loco. Kid seats are still just $10. Check out the pre-show party in the pits with pictures and autographs from the drivers. Plus, take a ride in a real monster truck. Get tickets and details at monstertrucks.fun. One big show. 1 p.m. June 19th, Cotton Bowl Speedway in Paige.
It as a dream in the backyard of Charles and Angie McLemore. 45 years later, Magnum Trailers is a premier builder of custom trailers and authorized dealer of industry-leading brands. From gooseneck flatbeds to dump, tilt, and utility trailers, car haulers, cargo trailers, and watercraft trailers, you won't find a better selection. We build the best and repair the rest. And because we're in Texas Hill Country, come see us for deer blinds, deer feeders, and barbecues too. For happy trailering and happy hunting, click to find the Magnum Trailers location nearest you.
Moments meant to be remembered are the perfect time for that perfect gift, and Craig's Jewelry in Bastrop is the destination for commemorating the most special times in our lives. From watches, rings, pendants, and charms, to bracelets, earrings, and personalized gifts, As always, we offer fast in-house engraving to add that personal touch to any special gift. Mark your most precious moments with Craig's Jewelry in Bastrop and let us help you and your family celebrate those special times.
Champion Outlaw, three-time world champion Barefoot, and from Mexico City, El Oso Loco. Get tickets and details at monstertrucks.fun. One big show, 1 p.m. June 19th, Cotton Bowl Speedway in Paige.
Check.
They're going to drag race to the line. All sorts of action going on down the backstretch. Climbing out of the car, your feature winner.
Fantastic with the drive at the bottom of the racetrack.
They make contact coming to the checkers and threat.
From an old school racer, it's nice to see the racetrack.
Surly light, what's so proud?
James Surly on the restart.
Throw the red, get him out of that car.
Just keep your flag straight up and down.
Test 1, 2, test.
Check.
Test. Yes. Thank you, guys.
Hello. Yep.
Hey, everybody. Welcome out to Cotton Bowl Speedway. We appreciate y'all coming out. Got the Stars and Stripes coming out with some of our race car drivers, presenting them here on the front straightaway this evening. We certainly appreciate these drivers who participate in these opening ceremonies, each race event here at Cotton Bowl. And we got some great racing action to come tonight, so thank you for coming out. The sun is starting to settle down a little bit. Top row's not in the sun as it was earlier, starting to get into that shade. But thank you very much for coming out tonight. We got food and drinks for you down at the concession stand. Be sure to visit down there. Be sure to just stay as cool and comfortable as you can. We'll go ahead and get our opening ceremonies underway with our opening prayer.
You'll remove your hats. Pray with me, please. We're going to remember Jack Sandiford's, our tech guy, is having a surgery, so let's keep him in our prayers. Dear Heavenly Father, we want to thank you for this day. We want to thank you for this week. Thank you for this weather. As we race tonight, we want to be with all of our drivers, be with all of our tech, with everybody out on the track. Keep everybody safe, and keep everybody safe as they head home tonight. Be with Jack, be with the doctors, be with the family as he's going through his surgery, and heal him and make him better. All this we ask in your name we pray. Amen.
To see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed At the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
God bless Texas. God bless the USA. Thank you for coming out tonight to Cotton Bowl Speedway. Man, we appreciate all of you that are here tonight at the racetrack as we're getting ready for a wonderful night of racing. More action next week as the Monster Truck Wars come back to Cotton Bowl Speedway and going to put on a great show. Gates open here for that. Monster Truck Wars, Cotton Bowl Speedway, this coming Saturday night, the 16th, I believe. I got some sheets of paper here somewhere. 19th. So we'll have a lot of fun. We'll be back here on for racing on June the 26th. But the Monster Truck Wars is coming up June the 19th, 1 p.m. pre-show pit party, a meet and greet with the drivers, plus a ride and a real monster truck show. Kids tickets start at $10. Go to monstertrucks.fun to check out all the information on that. Joe Spillman and I up in the announcer's booth tonight, ready to have some fun as the cars come out on the track as Race on Texas, for you that are watching online tonight, we'll be putting up the lineups here for us. We are ready to go. Browning IMCA Stock Cars Heat Race number 1, the 01T of Tracy Scherner and the 94A of Allison Morris. Second row 114, Thomas Hall Jr. and the 3X of Travis Norman. Third row back inside, number 9, Jason Batt, 70, George Egbert 3, and the 28 of Sean Paul Lehman, and the 0 of Tim Carmen. All right, they're coming around turn 3, coming around turn 4. Flagman up in the stand, ready to rock and roll. Here we go, first green flag of the night. Green flag, green light, here we go. Off and running into turn 1 and 2, coming around. We got problems early. Going high up into 3 and 4, pushing the 94 up high towards the wall.
Well, we had a little technical difficulty there, but I think we got the mic and everything working now.
Sure seems that way.
And Travis Norman up on the top side. Going down the back straightaway.
One off the track already as they call it an early night. Sean Paul Lehman, first time out, and that good-looking number 28. Right now, the 3X of Norman up front. Jason Batt second in the number 9. Hall Jr. back in 7th, rounding out the group. Sean Paul Lehman going down the back straightaway. First time out, good-looking car. Oh, the pink tire takes a big hit down there in turn number 4. The 01 just tears right into it, knocks it up onto the track. Not very far though. It's still out of the way.
Travis Norman now out front there in the 3X, followed by Jason Batt, and right behind there be the 70 of George Egbert is going to be your top three in this heat race number one of your IMCA stock cars. Now Travis Norman a little bit sideways coming out of 3 and 4. Batt up on the top side. It is going to be Norman by a fender as we are going through 1 and 2. Jason Batt trying something up on the top side. And now Norman down on the bottom side. It's going to be 2 laps to go this time by, and Batt not giving up on the top side, a little bumpy up there, trying to make it work. Still going to be Norman. It's too close to call right there. We're going to give it to Norman just because he led the last 6. But now as we're coming to the white flag, Batt patient up on the top side, trying to make it work. Now has about a fender lead down the back straightaway as we are coming to the white flag. They both kind of skate up a little bit high through 3 and 4, and it's going to be Jason Batt now by a car length with 1 lap to go.
Travis Norman thought he had him there in turn 4. He just slid up the groove there, wasn't able to get by Batt. Batt's hanging on, coming out of turn 2. Watch the 9, watch the 3X. Travis Norman takes the inside move. Travis Norman one more time, he has to back off, and the checkered flag comes across. That is the 9 of Jason Batt. Travis Norman, 3X, gave it all he had. Tried to hang in there with him to grab the win, but he could not do it. Heat race number 1 going to Jason Batt. Like we said earlier, the 28 of Sean Paul Lehman out there getting his feet wet in that brand new car. That is a beautiful looking car, the 28 Browning IMCA stock car. Good to have Sean Paul Lehman and Crystal now out participating on the track instead of just watching from the pits or from the grandstand. So Sean Paul will get that thing dialed in here fairly quickly, I'm sure of it, and he'll be back in the middle to the front racing for the win. Here comes the Browning IMCA stock car heat race number 2.
Heat race number 2 on the pole will be the 4K of Ken Plonsky, and the outside, the 33M of Mason Daugherty. Inside.
Second row inside, 512 AJ Dancer, M5 Dustin Mooney.
Inside row number 3, the 29 Marcus Houdat Harkrow, and the outside, the 712 of Colton Monroe.
And the back row consists of 69 Ronnie Bell and 21 Alan Essenberg.
Essenberg and the 69 usually run up at Waco with us on a regular Friday night, and they both made the pull down here to Cotton Bowl, so good to see a couple newcomers to Cotton Bowl here tonight.
I'm glad you recognize them, because there's a whole bunch of names that you and I said that I'd never said before, and it's good to see the guys and girls travel down 35, up 35, and support Cotton Bowl Speedway in tonight's race. So Ken Plonsky and Mason Daugherty, 4K and 33M, they're going to lead it around the second heat race for the Browning IMCA stock cars.
Lights are out now on the back straightaway. Nathan looks him over and says, we are going to go green. This time by green flag. We are green flag racing heat race number 2 as Marcus Harkrow jumps to the bottom there, tries to make it 3 wide on the initial start, thinks better of it, falls back in line. But out front right now is going to be Daugherty in the 33M, followed by Plonsky, and then it's going to be Mooney. And AJ Dancer is going to be your top 4. Essenberg now up into the top 5. And Daugherty around by himself, but out of the harm's way, somehow, some way, didn't get selected there.
Mason Daugherty, yeah, he had a tough time going into 3 and 4. Didn't collect any other cars. Now kind of keeping an eye on the 29 of Marcus Harkrow. He tried to win that race on the very start, and he's moved up to mid-pack now in that black and green 29. Harkrow trying to pick him off, getting a little more dusty as they go into the turns out there. Harkrow now moves up to 4th as he's going to be chasing the 4K of Ken Plonsky, and also 512 AJ Dancer. Haven't seen him race in a while, so good to have him out here. But here comes Harkrow one more time on turn 3, trying to find some grip and power to move up one more spot, but he stays in 4th.
So right now it's still going to be Mooney out front. Had a good run last night, had a little damage there at Waco, so now he's out front by about 6-8 car lengths there in front of AJ Dancer. AJ Dancer's been fast all year long in that up now and just cannot reel in Mooney.
AJ Dancer always does a great job no matter where he races. Well, but like you said, it's tough to reel in the M5 of Dustin Mooney, who's starting to break away from the pack. Meanwhile, Mark worked his way up to third and now trying to chase down A.J. Dancer. He was able to get by the 4K of Ken Plonsky up into third. So let's keep an eye on Harcrow over these last couple of laps. He's going to have his work cut out for him to catch the KG veteran A.J. Dancer to move up one spot to second.
We'll take this second to plug. July 2nd, July 3rd is the Baby Blue Harcrow Memorial Race. That was Marcus's mom. Worked at racetracks, sang national anthem for us. We lost her about a year and a half ago. July 2nd, July 3rd, we got a 5,000 to win stock car race at Heart of Texas. It'll be a 2-day show, Friday and Saturday, so you'll want to be here for that. But here we go. We got the white flag coming out, and it is Dustin Mooney with 7 down and 1 lap to go.
Man, Harcrow almost had A.J. Dancer in turn 3 and 4. Now he gives it a spin one more time, going into turn 2 hard. He gets up door to door, window to window with Dancer. That is as close as you can get as they go into 3. It's going to be a mad dash for the checkered flag. Harcrow takes it too hard into turn 3 and 4. He loses a lot of ground. We'll see how that affects his positioning. He was racing for second and third. I thought he had second there for a moment, but he drove it too hard coming into 3.
Yeah, just got in there a little bit too hard and too fast, and track is really slick right now on the bottom. You see it throwing the dust up from the slick. So here we go. Our next race coming out will be our Gunslinger Factory Stocks.
I wonder how much of that was the wetness of the track versus just driving it hard to get by A.J. Dancer.
Well, the track's slick for sure,
yeah.
and then you have a tendency to overdrive there a little bit, and I believe that's what happened there. So I think we have a driver change. He's going to be getting out. Mason Doherty will be getting out of that stock car and getting in a factory stock. So we're going to have a few seconds here while we make that driver change. So
yeah, it's always good to see the drivers, multiple cars. They don't just limit themselves to one. They're driving several classes.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, I really believe, Milton, and I don't believe, I know because I've done it, is you do have an advantage. He just made 8 laps on this racetrack. Those other factory stock drivers, they haven't been out here since hot laps or maybe even 2 weeks ago. So he does have an advantage. He knows where that line is, and we'll see if he uses that out here in his he starts dead last in this factory stock heat race number 1 that'll be coming out.
Speaking of the winner's circle, I saw a kind of an old picture of about 5 years ago of you in the winner's circle on Facebook the other day. Did that bring back some memories?
It did. You know, a lot of times I don't miss it racing because I don't miss working on them in the shop till midnight and 1 a.m. and by myself out there. But when you see those memories come up, I do miss that. You know, you miss that time. So.
Now, there's always certain parts that you're going to miss, whether you're operating a track or a race car driver. But yeah, it's good to see you back in the winner's circle. That was from like 5 years ago.
All right, so we're going to roll this first heat out. This is your Gunslinger Factory Stocks heat race number 1. On the front row is a 158 of John Armandale, and the outside Dan Corlett in the 22.
And the second row inside going to be the 726 of Eric Robbins and the 46 of Stephen Thornton.
Third row inside the 55R, that's Rusty Head, and the outside Kevin Nachik in the 7 car.
And then bringing up the back of the pack, 33M Mason Doherty, if he makes it out here in time. They're going to run these cars around while we wait for the 33M of Doherty to come on out here. And he'll be at the back like we talked about earlier. So good to see him jumping into another car. But John Aramandia, he is ready to rock and roll from that front spot.
Yeah, you did better on that name than I did. I butchered it all kinds of ways to Sunday, but good job over there, Milton.
Well, back in the San Antonio Speedway days, back in the 90s, you had Joe Aramandia, who's out racing around Texas. You had Carolyn Aramandia, who was driving street stocks on the Outfalls. And then John, I think he saw how much fun Joe and Carolyn were having. He decided to start driving as well. So, yeah, very familiar with that name. Here comes the 33M of Doherty right now.
All right, we got the lineup is correct. Nathan says 1 time by 1 more time.
I know it's been a month since y'all have seen our flagman Nathan Lavender up there, but he's got that good-looking helmet on for his safety measures and safety concerns. So looking good with the with the patriotic emblems up on that safety helmet for our flag man. Here comes the heat race number 1. Gunslinger Factory Stocks. John Aramendia leads him around in the 158. Dan Collard right next to him. Here we go, picking up speed. Green flag, green light, off and running. Heat race number 1, Gunslinger Factory Stocks.
I tell you, the front row was going about 92 miles an hour there on that start. They were moving along pretty good, but there was no waste of time. Aramendia Collard will be running down the back straightaway. Will be your top 2.
Whoa, watch that outside wall.
Check up in the wall hard.
Not sure what happened there, Joe, but he got way high going into 3, and then it just pushed him all the way up to hill. He took a pretty solid shot on the right side of that car. He just sent me a Facebook request the other day to be friends, so Kevin Netjek is my newest Facebook friend, and I look forward to good things with him. He really races well wherever he goes, and you just hate to see that on the first heat race of the night.
Yeah, driver is good. We just got word, so the driver's good up there in that wall. Yeah, Kevin's got a couple of cars. I believe he's got one that he takes down to South Texas and races, and then the one that he has here at Cotton Bowl. Here at Cotton Bowl, the track is a little bit bigger, so if you have that opportunity to have a different gear, then that's pretty nice to do if you have that ability to do that. I believe we're going to have a complete restart. We did not get a lap in, so it'll be our front 2 up on the front side there as we get Nachek on the hook, and then we'll get back to green flag racing.
Probably going to give us a good opportunity just to see how hard that hit was on the right side when they hook him up. They've definitely got to, if they don't take him off the track, they got to bring him down to, I guess, the dry end of the infield, and should give us a pretty good view of that right side where he smashed right into the outside wall. But, yeah, I hate to see that. Hey, folks, while you're here, as the sun settles down, you guys are in the shade now, be sure to head on downstairs to the concession stand. There is great food and great drinks down there for you, and you'll certainly enjoy those just like you're enjoying the racing events here tonight. So be sure to head on down there, get yourself some food and drinks.
Don't forget, next week we will have the Monster Truck Wars here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. So we see that right front on Nachek that has cratered at the very minimum an upper control arm and probably a ball joint, maybe a lower control arm, shock. A lot of damage here in the 7 car of Nachek.
Yeah, there's going to be some work needed to be done out there on the 7 car of Netjek, and they're coming around. We apologize as we're still working on our audio system up here, trying to make sure we're equalized, and we don't want to be too loud for some and not loud enough for others. Tony Fetter's trying to work his magic up here with the Race on Texas crew. He's running back and forth, but we'll get it equalized here pretty soon.
Yeah, we'll get it straightened out. Good thing is, Milton, they don't let us control it because it would just be shut down if we were controlling that thing.
We'd be having a beverage.
A beverage. You'd have a Dr. Pepper and I'll have an adult beverage.
Lights are out. Nathan Lavender keeps an eye on him. Green, green, green on the restart, complete restart, as the 158 of Aramendia leads him to the start-finish line. 22, Dan Collard, going to be right there with him, chasing on the outside. 5 cars remain in this heat race.
5 cars, the top 4 will qualify, and they'll get lined up by their point average here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Aramendia a little sideways getting into 3 and 4, but he lets the car get back underneath him and controls it. It's going down the front straightaway. It is going to be 7 laps to go, and it's going to be Aramendia followed by Collard, Thornton, and the 4th place car of 48, I believe it is your top 4.
All right, so here comes Mason Doherty in the 33M car. He's already worked his way up to 3rd. Watch out, turn 4. Aramendia getting loose. Got squirrely out there. That cost him the lead. As Dan Collard in the 22. Here's what's interesting. If you look at his car, he's got the number 2 and then the word 2 for 22. Man, talk about confusing your announcers. Good golly.
Could you imagine being a score person?
Good golly. Thank goodness it's electronic. Oh, watch out. There goes your race leader. We were just talking about him, and he takes himself out of the lead. Dan Collard spins out turn 4.
Milton, you jinxed him. It's all your fault, buddy.
That's me. And look who, he started last, and now look who's up front. Mason Doherty, 33M.
And that's what we talked about. He's running a different line than anybody else. He's already made 8 laps. Look at how high he is. Everybody else is right down on the bottom, right around the tires. And that's where it's so slick. We got 2 spinners right there. They are trying to keep it going up into the wall.
Put it in reverse and turn it around.
Nope. Caution.
That's 726, Eric Robbins. Yes, Eric Robbins at the top of 3 and 4. He got a little squirrely up there. And like you said, Mason Doherty, he's got the experience already of having 1 race under his belt. And everybody else was trying to, get a feel for this. This is me right here. That's me. We're working on the audio, folks, so hang in there with us. But, yeah, so NetJack lost it in that same spot up there. And then the 726, Eric Robbins, lost it in the exact same spot.
Yeah,
not as damaging, though.
Well, not near as damaging, maybe a little bit to the pride. And what's happening is the track is really getting slick, getting a little dust on it. These cars with these big, fat factory stock tires, they don't grip as well in that dust. They don't have any tread, so they just kind of skate on top of that dust. Imagine BBs on a concrete floor. And that's
it.
What they're racing on.
Perfect example right there. They just slide right across. So John Armandia works his way back up to front. He's going to be chasing your race leader. Started at the back. Now he's up front. Mason Doherty. As they come around, look at Doherty pick up speed as they head towards the start-finish line. Green, green, green on the restart. Armandia takes himself out one more time in turn 4. Tough time.
We'll give him an award for the most little circles.
Man, I don't know what's going on up there in 3 and 4. Nothing's happening in 1 and 2. It's all happening up in 3 and 4 right now. Armandia is going to have to chase the group, but Doherty, like you said, he's got experience and he's got the line.
Yeah, now you can see everybody kind of following him. They're moving their cars up now, and they're following right where Doherty's running, right through the middle of 1 and 2, and then up on the top side of 3 and 4. There's still a little bit of moisture up there, letting that right rear hang right on the edge of that moisture, trying to keep the cars up underneath them. But as we go down the front straightaway, it is still going to be Doherty, followed by Thornton and Court, and then Armandia is going to be your top 4. All 4 qualify, so it doesn't really matter if they finish 1st or 4th here. They all qualify and all get their same starting position in the feature race.
Armandia has been doing a great job over the years of trying to get into the racing business, and he's always done a good job wherever he goes, but he's just running into some issues out there in turn 3 and 4 tonight. As the white flag comes out, Doherty with the experience already tonight. He's got the lead, 46. Stephen Thornton looks like he's right behind him in 2nd, and then it'll be the 22 of Dan Coulert in 3rd, and Armandia, like we said, he'll finish in the top 4. He'll qualify for the main event.
That's going to finish out our heat race number 1. That was kind of a lengthy heat race there, Milt. We had a car in the wall. We had a car solo spin. We had all kinds of action right there. Hopefully, this next one, we can get a little more clean and green racing and not so much back and forth as we're going to roll out heat race number 2 in your Gunslinger factory stocks.
We got some great drivers here tonight, a good group of drivers. Front row, starting on the heat race number 2, 45, Seth Davis. Next to him will be 77, Craig Rice.
Inside, row number 2, the 33K of Shelby Baker. On the outside, that's Donald Cron in the 17.
Third row back on the inside, 48L, Mike Land. And next to him, very familiar driver, 58, Steve Sims.
Starting shotgun, y'all watch the 8-star. That's Tim Homeyer. Now, Tim, he flourishes on these slick tracks. That's where he really, they say black, tacky for show and slick for dough. And this is where Tim Homeyer really does well, is on these slick tracks. So let's see how long it takes him, if he can get up to the front of this here race. But like I said, 58 of Sims, a familiar name from the asphalt world, raced here in the CBS stock cars for years, and now in that brand new factory stock. So I believe we got lights will be going out, will be going green this time by Milton.
Tim Homeyer, your points leader, we had a chance to talk to him during the pre-race show, and he did a great job at Heart of Texas. He did a great job at Texana Raceway Park a couple of weeks ago, and he's your points leader. He's starting at the back, though. Here we go. Seth Davis and Craig Rice lead the front row of Gunslinger Factory Stocks. Here we go. Green flag, green light, heat race number 2.
Yeah, it's all in line. Everything out there is line. It's all in line. 77 of Craig Rice now leading the race as he gets way up on the top side there. Everybody down on the bottom bumping and banging. It's going to be the 77 of Rice, followed by Seth Davis. And then the 17 of Donald Cron is your top three as we're going down the back straightaway. We got 1 lap down, 7 laps to go. But I tell you what, 77 Craig Rice done a heck of a job. Up right through the middle there, but the 77 is letting his right rear right up in that meat of the track.
You know, I wonder if anybody is back there in the pits, crew members telling these drivers when you go out, be careful between turn 3 and 4, because that's where all the turns and spins have been out there in turn 3 and 4. And maybe a crew member or so is telling them, hey, be careful out there. Look at that. We got 4 bunched together, racing for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th as Homeyer starts to pick his way from the back. He's up to 5th right now, but we got plenty of laps, and he'll make some more moves, probably finish in the top 4 or 3.
Yeah, it's a heck of a race right there between Cron and Steve Sims, and Homeyer now closing up in there, and then you got Seth Davis in the 45. They are 2 wide, 2 deep, and what a heck of a race. Now, the 45 Davis goes way up high, loses a couple of spots. Now it's going to be Don Cron, got a little clean air, but Steve Sims and now Homeyer on the inside of Sims. Now you see Homeyer turn that car right around the tires right there. Going to let it skate right up in front of Sims. Leaves him just enough room down the back straightaway between him and the wall. But it's still going to be the 77 of Rice, followed by Cron, Sims,
Whoa,
and Homeyer.
Joe, you were looking the different direction, and we had, let's see, 58 got spun by 49.
45.
Yeah, he went right into the back of him, and Seth Davis went into that back quarter panel and just spun him out. Not on purpose, I'm sure. He just drove too hard into the corner.
Well, and the track is so slick, they're having to slow the cars down so much, and it's very easy to overdrive that, and it doesn't take much of a contact to spin somebody out there. But that's a heck of a run right there by Steve Sims. You hate to see that, but don't look now, as here comes Homeyer now. Diamonds it, drives it down the hill, closing that gap so quickly on Don Cron. Looks like the 77 is off pace, slowing down. That's our leader, Rice, off pace now. Now Don Cron is your leader.
Yeah, 77 Rice way off pace. He's off pace, and Homeyer now trying to chase down your race leader, Don Cron. Cron's got to know Homeyer breathing down his back. Homeyer going to go outside or inside? He shoots inside this time. Race for the checkered flag. They're waving in the flag stand. Who we got? Oh man, that is a headlight difference.
Yeah, I'm going to give it to Cron myself.
Yeah,
I don't know what the computer said, but I think it was the 17.
Yeah, they're calling it 17-8.
45.
Yeah, so Cron got the win just by a headlight. And Tim Homeyer, who started at the back, he's your current points leader here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. He raced him hard all the way up and finished about 2 inches behind him in second place. Hey, folks, don't forget, walking through the grandstands, we're selling 50-50 tickets. We want to make you a winner, and we want to add money to the Drivers' Points Fund. So certainly, as you see the young ladies out there selling 50-50 tickets, if they don't come to you, you make sure you go to them, and you want to get yourself 1, 2, 5, 10, 50-50 tickets. We'll send you home with some cash tonight, and then we'll add more money to the Drivers' Point Fund.
All right, heat race number 3 as they're rolling out on the track right now, the 48 dash now. On the pole and the outside, the 10 of Scott Jerkin.
43, second row inside, Stacy Robinette, and 15M, Chris Florio.
Inside, row number 3, that's Miss Allison Morrison in 94A. And the outside, Mike Lyon. Lyon starting shotgun, lights are out, going down the back straightaway. As Mr. Nathan says, we are going to go green flag racing this time by.
Here they come out of turn 4, picking up speed. That's an ugly group of cars right there. He throws the green flag and green light. Good to see a couple of South Texas boys come up here. Scott Jerkins in the 10 and Mike Lyon, regular drivers down at I-37 Speedway, and they've made the move up here. Jerkins falling way off pace. I don't see a yellow flag or yellow light, so he goes from front to back very, very quickly, and that's going to move a whole bunch of cars in different spots. Let's take a look and see who's got the lead. That is the 15M.
Chris Florio had a heck of a move right through the middle of 1 and 2, diamond it up. the lead, but a lead by about a half a straightaway there in one lap. And he gets up high. He's skating up in the dust up on the top side, but he is making it work. As we got Chris Florio is now our leader, followed by the 48 and the 43 of Stacy Robinette.
Yeah, Dash now on the 48, trying to do what he can to catch up with your leader and reel him in, but that 15M of Florio really cruising around Cotton Bowl Speedway right now, so it could be a race for second, third, and fourth as the rest of this race plays out. 48 Dashnaw, 43 Robinette staying right there together. Also keep an eye on the 94 of Allison Morris. It's anybody's game back there, but right now your leader by a mile, Chris Florio.
Stacy Robinette had a good shot there up through the top side and diamond down underneath, but now here comes Mike Lyon in the 20 car from way deep in the pack, now making his way up in the top two right there. He's going to take second place. What a shot.
Mike Lyon took that high road around turn 3 and 4. Everybody was below him. He took the high side. It's like driving through the Rocky Mountains, man. He went about as high as you could go here at Cotton Bowl Speedway, and now he finds himself in second. He's going to have his work cut out, though. Florio so far out front, he may just want to stay right there and qualify for the race. He's in second, solid second. Here comes your third place car, 43, Stacy Robinette.
Watch the 15M of Florio. Look how straight he is driving into the corner. Very straight. He woes the car down, keeps it under him, and that lets him keep that momentum and keeps from busting those tires loose. Watch Lyon. He's got the rear end hanging out. The right rear is hanging out. That takes away a little momentum, and that also heats those tires up. And Florio's got it figured out. As we have 2 laps to go this time by, it's going to be Florio, Lyon, Robinette, and Morris. Now she has made her way up in the top 4.
Yeah, Allison Morris almost had a little bit of a heavy contact in turn 2 last time around, but she avoided issues there. 1 lap to go. As your race leader, I see a 5 and an M on there, but I don't see a 1, but it says 15M Chris Florio.
There's a little bitty piece of duct tape.
I see it on this side. It's not on the other side.
Right there by the A pillar. It's a little bitty piece of duct tape.
Check out the passenger door. There is no little piece of tape. Well, we know who it is. He's your winner, Chris Florio, coming across in the 15M. Mike Lyon, he comes, nice run, finishes second. It's a race for third as the 43 is going to finish up. That is Stacy Robinette.
Up next will be our Design Welding Sport Compacts. Sport Compacts, always fun, exciting. Been building this class up here. We got 9 cars tonight. So looking forward to this race here.
All right, Design Welding Sport Compacts, the only heat race for this group tonight. Let's take a look up front. The brothers, the twins, 28L, Levi Hernandez, 55R, Riker Hernandez.
That ought to be fun to watch. Almost as fun as watching as Taylor Florio and Kowalik. Second row, the T14 of Taylor Stewart, and the outside of Cody Crabb.
Third row, 57, Jake Hall, 29K, Dylan Kowalik.
Fourth row is a 816 of Ryan McDonald, on the outside, the 33 of Britt Atkinson.
And the back of the pack, the 03, Gabriella King rounds out the only heat race tonight for the Design Welding Sport Compacts.
Got a few treats to give away up here. Heritage RV and Storage out of Smithfield, Texas. I got me it looks like a wine bottle opener, a screwdriver, kind of a one-and-all pocket knife. So we're going to figure out a way to give these away, Milton. We'll figure out how to do that. But thank you to Heritage RV Storage. 1614 Northeast Loop 230 out of Smithville. Look them up and thank them for everything they've done here.
Very
and helping
nice.
us out at Cotton Bowl Speedway.
Yep, instead of drinking the carbonated beverage, you got a wine opener there.
Maybe
give
you
me
some
go
nice
some
red,
wine.
maybe a Merlot or something up here. That'll be nice.
Dylan Kowalik, your points leader in this Design Welding Sport Compact, and he is ready to do what he can to win this heat race. The Hernandez brothers are up front. Levi 28L, Riker 55R. Here they come out of turn 4. Nathan Lavender in the flag stand says green flag, green light. Let's go Sport Compact racing.
We'll see if these cars move up high like the factory stocks did, or if they're going to be right down on the bottom. They drive totally different. Looks like we have a broke left front on the 33.
Looks like Brent Atkinson.
Yeah, Atkinson there. His tire just fell off.
Yep, tire just fell off. if the tire rolls in front of the car, the tire gets a higher finishing place than the car does.
That's how we score it.
That's
yeah,
the
if
way
the tire's
we do
in
it.
front.
That's it. Got to be fair, man. Hey, well, we got a break in the action, Joe, and you'll hear us say this several times tonight. Next Saturday afternoon, bring your umbrella, bring your fans, bring your towels so you can have the shade. But Cotton Bowl Speedway hosting Monster Truck Wars right here at Paige, Texas, Saturday, June 19th. 1 o'clock showtime, 11 o'clock the gates open, and you're going to have all sorts of great monster trucks, Barefoot, Carolina Crusher, and a whole bunch more, Quad Wars. So if you don't have plans on Saturday, come on out.
Yeah, it should be a great time. I believe the gates are at 11, and the racing starts at 1. It goes 1 to 3 about. So.
Also got a pit party where you can pay $5 cash for the pit party, and they'll also have monster truck rides for the kids and the adults. So just a grand afternoon here. Maybe the clouds will move in and make it 65 degrees.
Yeah, 62, something like that. The other thing is, Milton, it's early enough in the day. You got plans later that night? You want to take the little woman out to go somewhere? You want to go to the movies? You want to go do something? You want to go to another racetrack somewhere?
Did you just say little woman?
I did say that.
You did.
I did say that.
You said little
Does that make
woman.
me old?
Hey, tell us about your wife real quick. She had a little prestigious honor the other day in Fredericksburg.
Well, that's where she's at tonight. The next 3 weeks they're playing Mamma Mia, and she has that lead role as Donna. So good for her. She did a heck of a job out there at the Fredericksburg Hill Country Theater. So I got to go see it last Thursday. I got to see the opening kind of for the family. Last night was her premiere. Really proud of her. She loves doing that.
She's got a great voice. I know she sang the national anthem for us a couple of times down at I-37 a few years ago when you wouldn't. But no, that's
thankfully I wouldn't.
Yeah,
that was
thankfully
better for everybody.
But no, that's quite an accomplishment for her lead character, Mamma Mia. And I'm sure they'll have a great turnout up there. They're real big into the arts stuff up there in the Fredericksburg, Kerrville area, so they should really have a good time with that.
Yeah, they've got I think it's 6 shows, and I think they're almost all sold out now. So it's really really good for her. I get to race. She does acting and singing, and that's what she does. So really proud of her. That's Miss Sarah Spillman, and she sings the national anthem for us at Heart of Texas. Almost every week. If she's not there, I have it recorded, and we play it through that. So.
Well, unfortunately, 33 Brent Atkinson set his own version of Mamma Mia coming out of turn 2 as he lost that left front tire, and that calls it for the heat race. Hopefully it's nothing serious so he can go on back to the pit area, get that fixed up, and be back for the main events.
Okay, lights are going out.
Lights will be going out. We are going to line back up. We're going to go racing this time by. See if we can get these
Those
races.
Hernandez boys have been doing a great job over the past couple of years as they've grown and grown in the racing community. Jeremy Hernandez, the dad, been racing for a long time, and now he's got the boys involved. So here comes Levi 28L, Riker 55R, leading them to the green flag, green light. Here we go on the restart. Blasting down into turn 1 and 2, the Hernandez boys hold steady. Dylan Koala gets a little loose up there in turn 2, headed up towards the outside wall, regain control, gets it back in his driving spot.
Florio Stewart down on the bottom there, she had a heck of a run, and she had to whoa up a little bit, check up so she didn't wreck everybody. Great job there by Taylor Stewart, keeping that car right on the bottom and keeping it underneath her and running a solid top 3, top 4 right there as we had the 00 get a little sideways there of Crab, and that's going to let Stewart now get up in that second position. But right on her outside is a 55 of
Riker Hernandez. Cody Crabb got up into the side door of Riker Hernandez in turn 2, but luckily they didn't spin out. No harm, no foul. They kept moving forward. But that cost him ground as Taylor Stewart was able to get by him. Now here comes the 816 of Ryan McDonald. McDonald goes by Taylor Stewart, and that pushes the 55 of Riker Hernandez from second all the way back to fourth. And now
yeah, Taylor skated up just a little bit, and then that let the 816 get underneath her and get that lead.
Ryan McDonald, 816, yeah, making the move now as he goes by your pole sitter, 28L, Levi. Chose his spot. He's coming down the back straightaway, saw an opening. He guns it through the turns, and now he leads as he pushes 28L, Levi Hernandez to second. And they'll put Taylor Stewart in third, and Riker Hernandez settles in fourth right now. Dylan Kowalik, your points leader, he's in 5th place.
Out front, though, it's going to be the 816. Started place 7, Ryan McDonald, working his way up, and now with about a 9-car length lead down the front straightaway over the 28 of Hernandez. As we go down the back straightaway, we got 3 laps to go, coming to 2 this next time by.
Yeah, Ryan McDonald on cruise control right now, as he's got a pretty good lead over the 28L of Levi Hernandez. Hernandez holding steady after starting on the pole and just taking it nicely around the track. Got a good gap between himself and his brother. Here comes Dylan Kowalik on the inside of Taylor Stewart. We remember what happened a couple of races ago with them, but they make it by safely as Dylan Kowalik slides underneath Stewart, and now he's got the back bumper of Riker Hernandez in his sights with 1 lap to go. One more time around this good racing surface here at Cotton Bowl Speedway.
Yeah, the track has held up really well. A lot of times these front wheel, skinny wheel tires will cut up the track and rut it up, but the track is so hard that they can't do that. Thankfully, the track prep crew has done an excellent job here, working with what they got and with the rain and the weather that they've had. For this track to be this smooth and this slick is pretty amazing. But your heat race winner is the 816 of Ryan McDonald.
McDonald with the win, 28L, Levi Hernandez second, and his brother, 55R, Riker Hernandez, finishing 3rd. Dylan Kowalik settles in for 4th. Taylor Stewart rounds out the top 5 in this only heat race for the Design Welding Sport Compacts.
All right, up next will be our Cotton Bowl Street Stocks. On the front row is the 3 of Jackie Ashlock, and the outside 08 of Cody Dyehart.
Second row back, inside 64L, Shane Lander, and the 7S of Tim Sikorsky.
Todd Roberts McAvoy in the 75, and the outside of him will be the 59 of Jason Altman.
And at the back of the pack, the 25F of Robert Fox. So a good group of 7 street stock drivers, the Cotton Bowl Speedway street stock drivers. 2 heat races for them tonight. Good to see them out here as they settle up on the track. And, you know, it would be interesting if anybody has, you know, been watching that track and say, hey, watch turn 3 and 4.
Yeah, exactly. And don't get too low. You know, you got to go right through the middle or even up to the top. Jackie Ashlock broke a motor the last time out here in his debut, starting up on a pole. So let's see if he can keep it together this time in that 3 car.
I'm not sure the Sport Compacts had enough speed in the turn 3 and 4 to show us if it's still there or not. These cars, the street stock, to show us if it's still an issue.
Right. In the Sport Compacts with a front wheel drive, as they turn that car, it's going to pull them through that, you know, versus that rear wheel drive that's going to let it skate out from underneath them. And I believe Todd Roberts McAvoy are tied for points in second place, I believe.
Yes, he is. C.J. Gray is your points leader, and then Tommy Gural and Todd Roberts McAvoy tied for second, only 7 points behind. Lights are out around the track. Nathan Lavender says, giddy up, boys, here we go. Green flag, green light. Heat race as the 75, 7S, Tim Sikorsky, absolutely wastes no time. I'm not sure about that start. They're going to let it go?
Yeah, I believe that the 3 car was just off pace a little bit there, so it made it look a lot worse than it really was.
Sikorsky shot to the inside like everybody was standing still.
They'll usually work their way out. The 25, a little sideways there, up into the wall, but out front right now is Roberts McAvoy, followed by the 08 of Dyehart, and then Altman will be your top 3.
Good group of Cotton Bowl Speedway street stocks as trying to move up. Actually, that's Todd Roberts McAvoy with the lead. My bad. The 7S and the 75 look the same. So that's Todd Roberts McAvoy with the lead in the 75.
Yeah, and I don't think the 7S is actually showing up on our transponders, but that is Sikorsky running second. The screen and my race pass shows it's Deinhardt, but it's going to be Sikorsky up on the top side trying to get by Todd Roberts McAvoy, but just not enough drive up there to make it happen.
McAvoy tied for second in the points race early in the season. Not sure how a lot of this would have shaken out if we hadn't had so many rainouts, but it is what it is. He finds himself in second, 7 points out of the lead, and he's got the lead right now in this heat race for the Cotton Bowl Speedway street stocks going down the back. Here comes Sikorsky trying to close the ground. Sikorsky's going to go to the high side. Let's see what happens.
Sikorsky has made it work really well right through 1 and 2, and now he's way up on the top side. Now he has closed that gap to only a half a car length, and now he's up on the very top side of 1 and 2. He's going to have that momentum. See if he diamonds it and cuts underneath. No, going to maintain up on the top, and it's still down the back straightaway. It's going to be Sikorsky by a half a car length. Now he's going to take that line away, try to jump down to the bottom. I always wonder, you pass him on the top side, why do you immediately go to the bottom there? But that's what he did, and it is going to be Sikorsky, I believe, by a headlight, as you said earlier.
I think he had him for just a second in turn 3, Sikorsky, but he lost it, and so that let Roberts McAvoy stay ahead of him. Here goes Sikorsky one more time, turn 3. That's a definite change of position right there. Going into turn 3, Sikorsky with the lead, Todd Roberts McAvoy in second. They got a great race going right now between Sikorsky, who just took the lead over Todd Roberts McAvoy. These two are really doing a great job. Now they're starting to catch up with the slower traffic coming into turn 3 and 4. Got to be careful as Sikorsky gets loose. That back end goes out from behind him. Roberts McAvoy not able to take advantage of it because he's got that slower traffic. They go to the low side. Those slower cars need to get out of the way. Sikorsky and Roberts McAvoy could run into problems. Look at him come to nearly a dead stop. Sikorsky, Roberts McAvoy, and 64, Shane Lander, your front 3 in that heat race for the Cotton Bowl Speedway Street Stocks. Heat race number 2, 2 heat races tonight, and a main event for the Cotton Bowl Street Stock here tonight. And what great weather, a little warm out there, but you guys are doing a great job of finding the shade, and the sun's going down, putting everybody in the shade in the grandstands tonight. Thank you for watching on Race on Texas. Appreciate you tuning in tonight. All right, let's take a look at the heat race number 2. Front row, 22M Anthony Gordon, and the 05 of Daniel Gaudette. Second row inside, 19 Travis Talley, and the 3D of Darrell Rhodes. The 9 inside row 3, Tommy Gurrell, and the 23 outside of row 3, CJ Gray. And the back of the pack by themselves, 68 Wade White. Number 9, happy birthday, Tommy Gurrell. Happy birthday, Tommy Gurrell. Today is his birthday. Let's see if he can celebrate those engines. Here we go. Green flag, green light. Off and running. Anthony Gordon leads this line of heat race number 2 for the Cotton Bowl Speedway Street Stocks. Gordon getting a main Memorial Day weekend, and he's doing a good job right now as he jumps. 3D Darrell Rhodes now challenging Gurrell for second. Check to 3D, making a nice move inside. Darrell Rhodes goes on Tommy Gurrell, pushes the 9 back to third as they come by down the front straightaway one more time. Anthony Gordon with the lead. Anthony Gordon having an easy run out there right now as he's pulling away from the pack. Darrell Rhodes just trying to hold on and secure second, and Tommy Gurrell third. The birthday boy coming down nice and clean. 05 Daniel Gaudette getting a little loose up there in turn 4. Works his way through the infield. Picks back up to speed. Gets back into turn 1 and 2. No harm, no foul. Anthony Gordon, many years of driving. He's still a young guy, but he's been doing a great job at all the racetracks that he goes to, and I've watched him grow from a scoreboard operator at San Antonio Speedway as a high school sophomore and junior, and now he's up racing the big cars and doing a great job. 3D Darrell Rhodes, steady second. Tommy Gurrell, third. Gurrell tied for second in points behind C.J. Gray. C.J. Gray running, it looks like fifth now, coming into turn 4. And the number 23 right there in fifth place behind the 68 of Wade White. But Anthony Gordon, he is on cruise control. He's got it made in the shade as he's going to come home with a heat race win. He's in a familiar spot. He's up front. Last lap coming at you. Gordon throws it into 1 and 2. Going to catch up with slower traffic. 19, Travis Talley. Should make it by easily. Last 2 turns. 3 and into 4. Here comes your race winner. Heat race number 2, Anthony Gordon. Anthony Gordon, nice win. Hey, don't forget, next Saturday we've got the Monster Truck Wars, and then the following Saturday we're right back here at Cotton Bowl Speedway, June the 26th. Kids Power Wheels at intermission, ages 2 to 8. And then we'll have all of our regular classes of cars, showtime 7 o'clock. We hope to see you here June 26th. Dwarf Racing Series of Texas ready to come out. Big time winner, 15, Ty Paxton, front row. 22C, Coy Moore. 7T, Casey Smith, second row inside. Next to him, 48, Mikey Land. Third row inside, 31, Lyle Bonnet. 44M, next to him, Thomas Mock. And the back row, row 4. Loud. Dwarf Cars, always putting on a great show. We appreciate them being here tonight, picking up speed. Here we go. First of 3 heat races, Dwarf Cars. Ty Paxton, a multi-time winner over the years, normally finds himself in the winner's circle. Paxton with the lead. 17, Casey Smith behind him. Smith setting the standard right now in the first Dwarf Car heat race of the night. Total of 3. Paxton and Casey Smith looking strong going into 3 and 4 as the South Texas, Central Texas sun starting to set on the horizon and making it a beautiful night here at Cotton Bowl. But right now, Ty Paxton, he is the man down the back straightaway. Steady Freddy, even Steven, whatever you want to call him. He's got a nice, smooth move going out there right now with Casey Smith right behind him. A lot of times the Dwarf Cars, when they get out here racing, they don't cause a lot of issues, and when they do, they just spin, turn around, and keep on going. There's not a lot of times that the Dwarf Cars will delay a show very much. We did have one flip over, nearly over the wall down at Texana Raceway Park a couple of weeks ago. Driver was okay. You hate to see that happen, but everything was good. We got him up off the wall and got back to racing. Right now, though, Ty Paxton, he's got the middle groove nowhere near the wall, and he's got the lead. Casey Smith right behind him in second. Now starting to catch up with slow traffic. 48, Mikey Land. Got to be careful now as your race leaders starting to catch up with him. Paxton makes it by safely, as does Casey Smith. Nathan Lavender up in the flag stand showing him 2 to go that time by. And right now, Ty Paxton looking pretty good. We got 1 into the infield. He may be done for the heat race, or he's going to come out on the backside. There he goes, picking up speed. He'll get back out on the track. Just took a little bit of a shortcut. Casey Smith knows that laps are turning away. One lap to go. Casey Smith going to go on the high side of Paxton. Paxton's got to avoid that car right in the middle of the track. Casey Smith trying to make that last-ditch effort. Smith goes way high. Paxton kind of shut the door on him there. Looked like Casey Smith was going to go around the outside. Paxton said, no, you aren't. Paxton with the win. Casey Smith finishes in second. Heat race number 2 for the Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas. Here comes the lineup for you. Front row, 121, Brian Falkenberg, and 1K, Kagan Moore. Second row inside, the 03 of Drew Stark, the 717 of GW Egbert. Third row inside, 57B, Norval Cone, and the 117 of Billy White. And the back row consisting on the inside of 84F, Brandon 40, and the number 2 of Taylor Land. It's 8 cars in this second heat race for the Dwarf cars. First one went without any issues. Let's see if we can continue on. 4 rows, 2 each, a total of 8. Here comes Brian Falkenberg in the 121. He's on the pole, leading him out of turn 4. Picking up Dwarf car speed. Here we go. Green flag, green light. Off and running. Well, Drew Stark in the 03. He jumps out to the front right away, wasting little time. Jumping out to the front, grabs the initial lead. Dwarf car race, heat race number 2, as they go flying in front of you. '03, Drew Stark doing a great job right now as he got out front early. Being challenged right now, though, by 1K of Kagan Moore in the bright yellow. Moore going to the inside, trying to find some power and trying to find some grip to get up by your race leader, Drew Stark. Keep an eye on that bright yellow. Here he comes, Kagan Moore, one more time. He takes the inside line. He's got nothing, though, as Drew Stark holds it. Look how low he goes down to the white dirt. Nothing he could do. He's got to stay in second right now as Kagan Moore. Yellow, yellow, bottom of 4. We got one spun around. That looks like the Bonnie and Clyde getaway car the way it looks from here. Minus the bullet holes.
Minus the bullet holes and the blood and gore. But other than that, it's just like.
Well, look at the profile.
Oh, yeah.
Look at it.
It could be.
It's just a smaller version of it.
Man, you might have saw us walking through the stands with Marianne and Cody. We're handing out some helmets. We got 4 kiddos going to get the race Power Wheels tonight. So thanks to everybody who helped get those helmets and those kiddos. Looking forward to having you down there. Right under the flag stand, 50-50 going on. I tell you, I walked by that bucket, and that thing was 3/4 full of tickets, and she'd only made it through half the stand. So it is going to be a heck of a deal tonight.
And not only do we give you half the money, but we also put the other half into the Driver's Point Fund, which is so important, a great way to support the drivers and get more money into that Driver's Point Fund.
Absolutely. So it's a good way for you to make a little money, and it helps the drivers out as well. So also, Milton and I, we take donations for adult beverages for me and a Dr. Pepper for Milton.
Or a sweet tea. I saw they got sweet tea downstairs.
They got sweet tea for Milton.
I will definitely take a sweet tea. So whoever the 50-50 winner is, I'll be your best friend forever.
Yeah, or until we finish drinking that tea.
Exactly. Then I'll need another one. but we got some great racing action out here. Like I said, Dwarf cars normally don't slow things down too much. Just had a little bit of an issue out there with the look like the 84F of Brandon 40 having an issue out there in turn 4, so they'll scoot him out of the way. pick chick Rachel Plant down there, making sure supervising the effort to make sure everybody's doing what they're supposed to. Now, here's the issue that the 03 of Drew Stark is going to have to face. He was having a pretty good challenge by the 1K of Kagan Moore. That yellow flag is going to pull Kagan Moore right up behind your race leader. And the bright yellow Kagan Moore 1K, he was going way down in that light dirt down in turn 1, trying to cut off as much of the track as he could to get by the 03 of Drew Stark. So the yellow flag and yellow light brings them all back together. Let's see if the bright yellow 1K of Kagan Moore can take advantage of it as the lights go out around the track. Nathan Lavender in the flag stand keeps it on him. Picking up speed one more time. Here comes your race leader, Drew Stark. Green, green, green on the restart.
Stark with another good start right there on the top side now down through the middle. But you got G.W. Egbert knocking on the door trying to make something happen. But Stark just has so much more drive. He can drive further down the straightaway, but then G.W. closes it. But a lot of times what happens, you have so much momentum when you drive in so hard, you have to check up and the cart skates out from under you, and that's what's happening to GW. He can close that gap on entry, but he can't keep that momentum through the middle because he's having to check that race car up to get through the corner. It's going to be Stark out there way out front, and then followed by GW Egbert, and then the 717.
That is the GW Egbert 717.
Yeah, there's a 117 and a 717. It's kind of confusing out there. Too many sevens, boys.
Hey, GW Egbert running a great race in that bright yellow car as he's trying to figure out any way he can to get around your race leader. One car goes up into the top wall, but he's still heading in the right direction. No harm, no foul as they keep on going.
GW now trying to bottom side underneath Stark, and like I said earlier, just can't make it stick down there. You watch that car dive down on the front end as he gets out of the gas. Now GW going to move his line way up to the top side, try to diamond it and drive it down the hill, see if he can get any kind of momentum, but he loses about 6 car lengths there over what he had the last time around. You see Stark, when he got into 1 and 2 right there, pulls that left front. That car has a lot of side bite. It is biting on that right rear, pulling that left front. But your heat race number 2 winner is going to be the 03 of Stark, followed by GW Egbert.
Drew Stark running a great race, and I apologize to the GW Egbert fans as I misidentified that car right from the beginning. But GW Egbert always doing a great job, and he tried every trick in the book, going low, going hard, going fast. He couldn't figure out a way to get by your race leader, Drew Stark.
Well, if your last name's Egbert, you've driven about everything out there from a four-wheeler to a late model to a sprint car and everything in between. You know, it's kind of like Egbert and Abby's. They've made a lot of laps around all these tracks. And it doesn't matter what GW gets in, he's going to be a contender. All right, heat race number 3 rolling out right now. On the front row is a 19R Ashlyn Newton, and on the outside, the 24 of Colbin Urbanowski.
Inside row number 2, 81S Dylan Spreen, and the 08 of Danielle Long.
Inside row number 3, the 12T of Dylan Cohen, and the outside, the 91 of Daniel Newton.
And the back of the pack, the 07 Jack Burkhart III. Really liking to see more and more ladies getting into the racing, a lot of different classes, and we're saying more of our ladies' names, and they're really starting to get involved. And when they get a start, then they start to move up into different classes. So really good to see them out there. Danielle Long, one of them out here with the Dwarf Racing Series of Texas.
Yeah, we got Dylan Spreen, always competitive in anything he comes or whatever dwarf car he brings. So always fun to watch the 81S of Dylan Spreen.
And we've got Ashlyn Newton. She's on the front row, 19R. But you're right, Dylan Spreen been racing a long time and always does a great job. Lights are out in all the corners. Flagman keeps an eye on him. Here they go, picking up speed one more time. Heat race number 3, green flag, green light. We're off and running.
Spreen jumps to the bottom there to get underneath Ashley Newton and gets by her cleanly and clear, but it got a little dicey there for a second. But it's going to be right now the 24 Colby Urbanowski, followed by the 81S of Spreen. Now Spreen's going to diamond it down. Oh, and Spreen loops it on his own. You jinxed that guy, Milton. It's all your fault, buddy.
I think I jinxed the whole class because I said they normally don't cause an issue, and this is 2 in a row. But, yeah, Dylan Spreen normally in total control of his race cars, and He just absolutely lost it on his own right there in turn number 4. As he goes into turn 2, here comes your leaders out of turn 4.
Yeah, and the leaders right now is going to be the 24 of Carl Urbanowski, followed by the 12 of Dylan Coyne, all the way from third row now up in the second position, and he is knocking on the door of the 24, trying to get by as the 24 drives down and pulls him, and now he's closed that gap. Oh, and the 24, your leader, is around. Oh, my Lord.
That's a couple of times now where the leaders tonight have taken themselves out of the race, or one of the front running cars have taken themselves out of the race just absolutely on their own. There's another perfect example. That was the 24 of Urbanowski. Is that correct?
That's how I say it.
Yeah, Urbanowski.
That's what we're going to call it.
And so
good job on jinxing Urbanowski.
Yeah, I think I've jinxed this whole class now. I said they never cause an issue, and now they're just proving. They said hold my beer. You know,
hold my beer and watch this. Milton, we'll show you. Hold my sweet tea.
Oh, man. Jinx. Yeah. Let me just show you how sloppy we can be. All right, 24 looks like heading to the pits, Colby Urbanowski.
That's going to put the 12T of Coyne out front.
Dylan Coyne is one of those drivers where I've been saying his name a long time at a lot of the tracks that I've been announcing at, and he's always running mid to front pack. He's always doing a great job.
Well, that's better than me. When I used to race, they always call me mid-pack Spillman because I was mid-pack to the back. So I was never mid to front.
All right, Nathan Lavender showing him a rolled-up green flag one more time. We'll get him started next time coming out of turn 4, picking up speed when they do. Urbanowski is off the track as he's took himself out of the race. Heat race number 3 for the Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas. Delaware restart one more time as the leader will go out front. Everybody else will line up 2 by 2 behind him.
Well, we're going to do 1, we're going to do 2, and then we're going to do 1, and we're going to do 2. We're going to alternate them tonight, Milton, in the Dwarf cars because we like to keep everybody under 12.
We aren't. They are.
Well, they are.
Here we go. Green, green, green on the restart one more time.
We're going to let him go right there. Coyne out front, followed by Burkhart. Now, that's Spreen already back up into second position from spinning out on his own dead last. He's back up into second position and closing that gap on Coyne. As you see, those cars are sliding through 3 and 4, as slick as it is right there, down the front straightaway. What a great shot there by Race on Texas. Show us how good that track really is. But it's still going to be the 12, a Coyne out front, followed by Dylan Spreen in the 81.
I wonder how much his foot came off the accelerator going into 4. He's being very, very careful going into 3 and 4 and going down the front and back straightaway pretty hard. Dylan Spreen is, but he's taking it easy in 3 and 4. Race on Texas had a great shot of it up there. Looks like it could be slippery if you hit it wrong.
Yeah, for sure, slippery right through. And we've seen it all the way from the stock cars, the factory stocks, and we are going to pretty quick get into sport mods and mods and see if they have that same issue or if they're able to. I'm going to guess that they're going to be ripping it right around the top side of the lip and up there where there's that little bit of moisture left. Right now, at least. As we get feature, then it might be better.
50-50 tickets, they are for sale. If you haven't got yours, be sure to buy a couple of them, and we'll send you home if you win with some extra cash, and we'll put the rest of it in the driver's point fund. If the 50-50 lady doesn't come to you, make sure you go to them. It looks like we had another spin out there in 4, and he gets out of the way. Looks like the 91 of Daniel Newton pulling it into the infield.
Newton got around there on his own, but out of the racing surface, so they're going to keep it green. And Nathan says 1 more lap around this track, boys and girls, and we are going to get right into our IMCA Southern Sport Mods will be our next class up.
Well, this has been an eventful dwarf car race as they come to the checkered flag coming out of turn 4. Here comes Dylan Coyne with the win. Dylan Spreen works his way back up into second. And it looks like the third place car, the 19R of Ashlyn Newton, she finishes up in third.
Nice job there by Ashlyn. She was just patient and she waited and waited and got there in the top 3. So good job by Ashlyn Newton. Next up, our IMCA Southern Sport Mods be our next class. Here is going to be your starting lineup for the Southern Sport Mods.
of them here tonight. We got 3 heat races for 18 Southern Sport Mods.
Good class of cars here tonight. On the front row, the 115, Andrew Supak, and the outside, the V8, Dennis Hanley.
Second row inside, 778 of Jason Hubbard, and number 3 next to him, Robert Carson.
And starting in the back row, the 21T, that's Miss Taylor Florio, and the outside, the 73D, Jacob Horch.
All right, so 6 cars, and got 18 of them here tonight in the IMCA Southern Sport Modifieds. Got some great names. Your points leader in the Southern Sport Modifieds right now, G.W. Egbert, comes in with a 3-point lead over James Hanish, and he's got a 13-point lead over Joe Maple coming into tonight's races. GW and James Hanish. Hanish had a good run. Duplicate here tonight. Lights are out around the track. Here we go. 115, Andrew Supak leads them to the start line.
Jason Hubert, last night's winner at Heart of Texas Speedway in the IMCA Southern Sport Mods, jumps out to the lead. They waste no time to get right back up there in the front. Let's see how he handles a slick track through 3 and 4. You see him check up a little bit, slow that car down, and that is what you got to do. But the 115 of Supak gets sideways, loses a lot of ground through the infield. Now back on pace, but it's going to be Hubert out front, followed by the V8 of Henley, and then Robert Carson is going to round out your top 3 here in heat race number 1. Now Hubert moves that line up even higher, up into the wall almost of 3 and 4, and he is going to have a straightaway lead over the V8 of Dennis Hanley.
Man, they're just absolutely blowing up this track right now as they're getting a good feel for it, and it's really coming in. And I haven't seen any issues out there in turn 3 and 4 so far. So either they got warned, or that issue out there is just, I almost jinxed him. I jinxed him in turn 4.
I'm going to buy you a muzzle. We're going to put a muzzle on you, Milton.
He must be watching Race on Texas while he's driving, and he heard me say that. Yeah. Robert Carson, turn off Race on Texas. I didn't mean to jinx you, man, but he took himself out right there in turn 4.
I think he got a little bit of help. I think he got... Yeah, the 3 of Carson had a little help when he was getting in the corner, got tapped on the backside there by the 73 of Horch. I believe got into him, but we are back racing. So
yeah, never stopped. He just kept on going, and they've got a great race going right now as Hubert with the lead coming past the another spin out in turn 4, but he gets it back going in the right direction.
That's a 115 there spinning out of Andrew Supak. But now out front, it is still going to be Hubert. And I tell you what, that kid is putting on a clinic. He is straight away ahead of everybody else.
Hubert's doing a great job. Challenge up there in turn 2.
Good race there between Florio and a V8 of Hanley for your second and third position. Florio on the bottom side, or V8 on the bottom side, and Florio on the top side as we come to the white flag, and that is going to be the race right there all the way around the racetrack on down the back straightaway. But Florio now has about a 4-car lead as we are coming to the checkered flag. Hubert is going to be your heat race winner.
Jason Hubert with the win. Battle for second and third as the 115 starts to slow down. Good run there for second and third. Looks like the V8 of Hanley got third. One of our racers being called on the carpet for kind of a dangerous move out there, but he's okay, and he'll take that to heart, and he'll just keep on moving.
Lesson learned maybe there, Milton.
Yeah, so. You hear H's voice come across your headset, you know you've done something wrong.
Uh-oh. All right, heat race number 2 as they are starting to roll out on the track right now. Out front will be the 28 of Rowdy Chenard, and the outside, the 7, Kevin Parker.
Second row inside, 12D, Dwayne Owens. H14 on the outside of row 2, Heath Stewart.
Inside row number 3, that's our points leader, the 717, G.W. Egbert, and the outside, the 00 of Garrett Godfredson.
Garrett Godfredson. So does that mean that Chip Godfredson is here somewhere?
Maybe so.
Chip Godfredson and Leanne have been grooming these kids. They've been wanting to get into racing for a while. They gave it a try down at I-37 a few years ago, and then things came up. I think he was doing lacrosse or rugby or something. But good to see Garrett Godfredson and the Godfredson family back out at a racetrack here in Texas. Chip Godfredson used to be a standout driver at San Antonio Speedway in the late model division, always running, first, second, or third, always doing a great job. All right, lights are out in the corners. Here we go. Rowdy Chenard leading him out, picking up speed. Here we go. Green flag, green light. Him and Kevin Parker lead the way.
Heath Stewart not wasting any time up on the top side now. Into that second position, going to try to diamond it down and drive underneath the 7 of Parker, but can't make it happen. He bounces back up to the top side. Let's see if he lets that right rear hang up there on that cushion a little bit. Nope, he's going to diamond it down. Parker skates up. Cousin Stewart try to get on the bottom side, and a 28 of Chenard doing donuts. Keeps it going. Rowdy, last year's points champion in the front runners. The Sport Compacts moving up to the Sport Mods. Good to see that kid moving up. And now this 7 spins on his own of Parker, and that's going to let Heath Stewart take the lead.
That last time into turn 3 and 4, Heath Stewart had gone way up into turn 3 and 4, maybe to go with that high line to stay out of that slick middle. Well, unfortunately, Parker stayed in the middle, and he took himself out with the spin out, and Heath Stewart inherits the lead, and he's going to truck it on around. Look at him go as he starts to open up that lead in this heat race number 2 of the IMCA Southern Sport Mods.
Yeah, but don't look back. Here comes G.W. Egbert trying to make something happen against the 12D of Dwayne Owens. Just can't quite make it. The track is too slick, and Owens just about loses it.
Man,
and G.W. had to check up there. It could have been a T-bone city, but he did not. He checked up and saved it.
So apparently turn 4, Joe, is still going to be a little bit of an issue out there as people are going in hard and fast.
You can see how slick it is. You can see how shiny it is. If you look down at 1 and 2, it has a dull look to it. So you know that it's got a little moisture in it. But 3 and 4 is some kind of slick. GW now on the bottom side. Dwayne Owens on the top side. This is your battle for second right now. GW right around the tires, lets it rotate. He skates up in front of Owens. Now Owens going to diamond it, try to cut underneath him, but just doesn't have enough momentum. Let's see if they can blow those cars down, getting into 3 and 4 so we don't spin them out. GW does a good job, keeps that car underneath him, and he's going to be your second place with 2 laps to go.
Last time down into turn number 1 when they were battling for second place and GW went to the inside, Owens' front of his car got loose and he actually pointed towards the outside wall. That let GW slide past him up into second. As they show 1 lap to go, Heath Stewart on cruise control in the 14. GW in second right now, and Owens right now in third. Dwayne Owens in the 12D. And last half lap, that's how it should all finish out. But let's watch turn 4. That Heath Stewart goes real slow into there to make sure he makes it safely. He's got the win. G.W. Egbert in second. Dwayne Owens in third.
You know, they say on the slick track, slower is faster, Milton. Just see if they can remember that. It's always hard to remember that when you got that racing helmet on. You want to push that right pedal as fast as you and hard as you can, but slower is faster, especially in 3 and 4 right now.
Here's a public service announcement for those of you that are in the grandstands or watching our race on Texas. Slow is not fast when you're driving up Highway 21, especially when you're behind a food truck that can't go any faster than 35 miles an hour and refuses to move over. Public service announcement. If you're going slower than everybody else, please move over. And let those other 25 cars get past you. That's your public service announcement.
Milton, do you also yell at them to get off my lawn?
If you could see the hand gestures that I make.
You told them they were number 1?
They were number 1 several times.
Yeah. And then you said, follow us to Kennedale Speedway. That's where I work at.
I almost threw my arm out of socket waving for him to get out of the way. But, yeah, it's real frustrating when you're on a 1-lane highway and nobody will get out of your way.
All right, heat race number 3 in your IMCA Southern Sport Mods. On the inside will be, on the front row with Doug Ripple, and the outside, the 15C of Chris Adams.
Let's move back to the second row inside. R3W, Rick Wolf, and the 231 of Joe Maple.
And starting on the last row will be the 777. That's James Hanish, and the outside, the 95S, Sterling Tosh.
And Hanish, second place in points, only 3 points behind G.W. Egbert coming into tonight. Lights are out, picking up speed out of turn 4. Here we go. Green flag, green light. one more time. IMCA Southern Sport Mods. Oh, they're getting all jump up. 3 wide going into turn 2. 3 wide and 2 wide coming out of the turn. Something's got to give. And now they start to spread out going down the back straightaway. It looks pretty, but it looks nervous when you're 3 wide coming out of turn 2.
Yeah, there's just not quite enough room to be coming out 3 car lengths off the tires and have it 3 wide there. But it was a good race right there. Rick Wolf in the R3W out front, and then Doug Ripple actually got a good run going right now in second place. But Honish way on the bottom side. Now he had to put the binders on, lets it skate up a little bit, and that's going to let Maple and everybody close in right on his bumper. But it is still going to be Honish on the bottom side. Rick Wolf out front, Honish and Ripple is your top 3, followed by Joe Maple.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. Honish driving that low line, staying out of that maybe slick part in turn 3 and 4. Honish goes low right by the Pick Chick tire, that pink tire out there in turn 4. Couldn't get much closer to that tire as he's trying to chase down your race leader. And he's got a little bit of work ahead of him. Got a couple of laps to go. But, yeah, he's doing a great job. Honish running second. He runs the middle. Watch him go close to that pink tire right there coming out of 4. Trying to find power and grip. Spin out, turn 4. Somebody wasn't paying attention to the line and took themselves out of the race.
I believe that's a 15C, got in a little hot and spun it out right there. You have a 15C of Chris Adams. But now out front, it is still going to be the R3W of Rick Wolf. Honish closing that gap, trying to reel him in. Joe Maple with those new sponsor stickers on that 231. He has been all black for the last year and a half, but he finally got him some sponsors and got some stickers on that 23.
Rick Wolf looking good. Honish going low. Watch him on that inside pink tire one more time. He gets right next to it, trying to find that grip and power to get by the R3W of Rick Wolf. He just doesn't have it. He goes into the lighter dirt there in turn 1, but now he's concentrating on that so much. He has now got the challenge from the 231 of Joe Maple, who's moved up into the mix. Honish was concentrating so hard on that inside line that Joe Maple moved up. He went to the outside.
Yeah, but this time by, he stayed on the bottom, and he got that second place back from Maple, but it's still Wolf holding everybody off. Maple's definitely got a fast car, just can't figure out a way to get around the R3W without possibly wrecking everybody. Gonna try a slider right there. Didn't have enough momentum to put the slider on. Honish, you could see him put on the brakes. Yeah. He's like, if they're gonna wreck, I'm not gonna wreck with them. But what a race right there in your...
Rick Wolf with the win. Nice job by Rick Wolf. Joe Maple moves up into second. Yeah, good times there as James Honish was doing all he could to get by on the inside groove to grab the lead from Rick Wolf. And next thing you know, 231, Joe Maple, he goes to the outside, goes by Honish, pushes him to third. Maple with first, and Wolf, Rick Wolf, R3W with the win. Man, we got folks up. We got people upstairs celebrating that win. They're falling out of their chairs.
All right, your IMCA modifieds are out. IMCA modified heat race number 1 is out. Your Magnum IMCA modifieds. 95 Lightning McGreen on the outside, the Troy Settle. Inside, row number 2, the 78 of Trevor Egbert. Hardy Hard Time Henderson on the outside. Chris Morris, our local hero, in the 94, and Alan Dean into the 00. X Doug Cameron will be starting shotgun as we are now green flag racing. And the 20T gets a good run right there of Troy Seidel and has a good run through the middle. And Egbert is going to make it 3 wide down on the bottom. Hardy way up on the tight side. Lightning McGreen is stuck in the middle, and it is going to be, the 20 is around into the wall.
Well, this time they go into the outside wall of turn number 4 where everything has been happening low on turn 4. Now this one goes high up on turn.
I believe he was down low when he spun, and then he drifted up into the wall there. But
yellow, that'll slow everybody down.
Yellow.
Take a look at Race on Texas for those of you watching online. Zooms in on that car, and that nose went right into the outside wall, but maybe it's not as damaged as it could be. He's starting to move on his own, trying to get it started.
Got to get those modifieds, got to get them out of gear with those Falcon and Brand transmissions. So
2 heat races for the Magnum IMCA modifieds. And hey, coming up at intermission, folks, certainly be sure to stick around to the grandstands, because you've got the kids power wheel races that Marianne and the group here at Cotton Bowl Speedway have decided to do each and every week. It used to be just a special show.
Yeah, once a month or something like that.
And now we've had so much fun with it that we've made it weekly, so it's ages 2 to 8. And we had some extra power wheels here tonight. Joe went out in the grandstands, already found some volunteers to race those. So
we've all told them. You're going to race. So.
And that's going to be very exciting, because they're watching the races right now from the grandstand side. Here in just a moment, they're going to be out on the track themselves, and this will be something that they'll always remember.
Yeah, and maybe one day, they'll be in a go-kart, and then after that, they'll be in a front runner. Someday they might end up in a modified. We don't know what's going to happen, So
that's the thing about racing, is you can just kind of start with something as little as a power wheel, and next thing you know, you're racing in a sport mod and racing all over Texas. But no, great racers here, and we certainly appreciate all the racers and the sponsors. Thank you to all the fans that come out each and every Saturday night, sit out there in that warm weather. A lot of you are starting to come more and more prepared for that sun as the 20 car gets turned around back under his own power. Troy Seidel, 20T, looks like he's okay. But now he's being told he needs to exit the track.
Single car caution on the 20. So
if you don't understand, stay out on the track. That way we'll know. He's getting told in his receiver that he needs to leave the track for that single car caution. He's staying at the pack though, so he may not be. He may not have a receiver on. A couple of weeks ago, last time we were here, about a month ago, and trying to remember who.
Chasing back with a stock car, right?
One of the Sport Compact drivers, Kid, her knee had hit the radio.
Oh, yeah.
Had turned it off.
Yep.
And H was yelling at her to get off. And finally they black flagged her, and she had to get off, and she didn't understand why.
Yep.
And then she got told, then she found out later, my radio was off. It wasn't I was ignoring him, it was just turned off.
Okay, thank you. Awesome. Yeah, and that happens, and that comes with experience. You learn, hey, don't put that radio there anymore because we can turn it off, So they'll learn that with experience, where to put those radios, what kind of ear plugs work better. Sometimes I always had trouble with mine that when I put my helmet on, it'd pull the earplugs out, and then I couldn't hear anything. Finally, I got a helmet with speakers in it, and that was the best thing I ever did.
Yeah.
So.
All sorts of technology out there for you. Troy Seidel, he got the word from the official in the cart out there that he needs to leave the track. He probably asked why, and he may have noticed that maybe his receiver wasn't on, but he's left the track now, so 20T is out.
All right. We're gonna have a complete restart, and that's gonna put the 95 Lightning McGreen and then Trevor Egbert now on your outside, Hardy Henderson on the bottom side, and Chris Morris on the top side, and we are now green flag racing, Milton.
There they go, green flag, green line, off and running one more time as they take off down the front straightaway into turn 1 and 2. Look at the 94, Chris Morris. He took that low line like a lot of them have, down through turn 1 and 2. Now he's going to try it on 3 and 4. Got to be careful as he goes by the pink tire of Rachel Plant, the Pig Chick tire, as we got a spin out there. One spin out, trying to find some room to turn around. He does, and back running the correct direction. Meanwhile, down the back straightaway goes your race leader. Looks like, is that Trevor Egbert?
There.
Yeah, Trevor Egbert out front as usual.
Trevor Egbert in the 78, leading them around. Chris Morris trying everything on the very bottom side. Chris Morris usually runs that very bottom line, but now in 1 and 2, he has moved his line up. On the very initial start, he made an immediate lane change right in front of Hardy Henderson. No turn signal, no hand signals. I'm coming over right now, he said. And Hardy had to kind of check up and let him go. But now Lightning McGreen in the 95
There we go, turn 4.
Turn 4 eats another one.
There got to be some gremlins out there or something.
Or just a slick racetrack, and they haven't figured it out yet, Milton. So still green and still racing. It looks like Chris Morris has closed that gap now on Trevor Egbert. Egbert did have about a straightaway lead on everybody, but now that Morris has the clean air, found that line way up on the top side, skated way high, had to get out of the throttle, let the car settle underneath him, and that is going to give Egbert about another half a straightaway lead, and Morris loses everything he had worked on, and he almost looped it right there, but he kept the car underneath him.
Yeah, he's your points leader coming into tonight. He's got a 5-point lead over Derek Scott Jr., and then Hardy Henderson third. He's 16 points behind coming into tonight's race. Well, Morris almost looped it on his own up in turn 1 and 2, and then he almost lost it in 3 and 4. Out there between turn 3 and 4, about halfway through and turn 4. That's where you still got to be careful even this late.
Works through the lap traffic now. Lightning McGreen up on the top side, and Egbert slides up in front of him as we're coming to the white flag, as he just works through that traffic, and he drives right on the bottom, and he has enough momentum to slide right up in front of the 00 there, and that is how he's got by both lappers, and he's just lucky there that they didn't drive into the back of him. Now here comes Chris Morris doing the exact same thing.
Chris Morris trying to hold that low line to get by these slower cars, as he is just not able to reel in your race leader, Trevor Egbert. Egbert, once he got out front, he was okay, but that's just the way they finished there. Trevor Egbert with the win, Chris Morris finishing up in second.
All right, heat race number 2 about to roll out on the racetrack. Kiddos, Power Wheel races will be following this heat race, so if you got your Power Wheel, let's start heading down to the Power Wheel area to your right, which I guess that's the south side of the track. Is that how it is, Milton, I guess?
That would probably be the north side of the track.
North side of the track? I don't know. Go to the right. How about that? Go towards the pit.
Go towards the pit area.
There we go.
But go down there and get ready for that. The Power Wheel races are coming up next. Meanwhile, we have the Heat Race 2 of the Magnum IMCA Modifieds. In the front row, 12D Matt DeWitt, 44X Brandon Welker.
86, Dylan Tyndall on the inside row number 2, and the outside 377 of Donald Banker.
And the man second place in points, third row inside, 01 Derek Scott Jr. He comes in trailing Chris Morris by 5 points. And the outside of row number 3, 26D, Cody Duke.
Banker in that 377. He had his other car. He took it up to Southern Oklahoma a few weeks ago and completely trashed it, totaled it. So this is his backup car. Interesting note, my old car.
Interesting. Okay, very good. Food for thought. If it performs well, it's yours. If it doesn't, he doesn't know what he's doing.
No, if it does well, it was mine. And if it sucks, it's his fault. You're right.
Oh, there you go. All right, off and running. Yellow comes out just like that. They didn't like the way things look. Slow it down. Yellow flag, yellow light, and we'll do it all over again. So
12D jumped to start, they said.
Huh. Well, when you're in front, it's tough to jump to start, I guess.
I guess I got to wait till the pink tire.
I guess.
Maybe Nathan just needed a break up there. It was like,
maybe he blinked and he didn't notice it.
I think he just needed a break. He needed to catch his breath. So, all right, lights are out down the back straightaway. 12D and the 44 of Brandon Welker is up in our front row. Let's see if we can get a little cleaner start this time, as we are lights out and we will be green flag racing.
Keep an eye on that 86 Dylan Tyndall. He's on the second row inside. He'll be looking to make a quick move. He's always running hard wherever he races. Here we go. Green flag, green light. Magnum IMC Modified Heat Race number 2 as they go up into the turns. Don Banker, 377. He goes high up on the wall, moves up into 4th place down the back straightaway. Everybody settling in. Oh, watch out, coming out of turn 3. Everybody avoids contact.
Burnout contest down there right now. We got tire smoke everywhere.
Dylan Tyndall jumps out to the lead, just like I said he would. He jumped out there fairly quickly. he took advantage of the spin out by your leader, the 44X of Brandon Walker. But now they're probably paranoid in 3 and 4 right now.
Yeah, but like I said earlier, they are all way up on the top. Dylan Tyndall, no stranger to victory lane in that 86 machine, and he is working around right up on the top side. Watch that right rear dig into the cushion and pulls that left front up. That's where you get all the side bite, and that's how the car works through the turns.
Let's see if he goes as high as he did last time. Look at him go way up there and just takes it right around the top edge of the racetrack.
Tyndall, veteran around this racetrack, all the way up in the top of 3 and 4, or 1 and 2. You can see the roughness of the track up there as it gets in that moisture. Cars bouncing as it's digging that right rear into the cushion and the berm. But that's what it takes to get around this racetrack right now. And Tyndall showing them how to get around this racetrack.
Somebody probably told him that everybody was spinning out on the low side. Here goes another one cutting through the infield as he had issues in turn 4. And Dylan Tyndall may have got the word that you need to stay high to make it through turn 4 on this racetrack tonight. Look how high he goes up there. He's putting a fresh coat of paint on the outside wall of Cotton Bowl Speedway.
Yeah, you just wait to see some sparks and fire flying off that right rear quarter panel as he's right up there on the wall. And I look for this track to keep moving up there, and then when we get closer and closer, they're already starting to move it up in 1 and 2, but they really moved it up in 3 and 4. It is a fine line to dance up there. It's a fine line between hero and zero as we are going to get 2 laps to go this time by.
It's kind of odd. The second place car not watching what Dylan Tyndall's doing. Tyndall's going high, but your second place car still staying in the middle where it's been dangerous all night long. And here goes Tyndall. He brings it down this time. He goes on the low side of turn 4 and backside kind of shimmy and shook there as the 0-1 stays right up there with him. Derek Scott, second in points coming into tonight. A little shimmy shake going into turn 4 is kind of out of the ordinary for Dylan Tyndall to go on the low side. He'll try to do it again, but he goes very gently. Here's the checkered flag. Dylan Tyndall, I called it. He got the win.
As you saw there, though, as he moved down and into that group, he lost that big run that he had and that big lost that big lead and that gap that he had pulled on Derek Scott. So, all right, kiddos, let's get ready for our Power Wheel races.
All right, Power Wheel racers, make sure you're over at your assigned Power Wheels right now, and once we clear the track, we will get you out there. Main events will be coming up here after a short little intermission. Be sure to head on downstairs and get yourself some food and drink and settle back in for the power races.
Fabrication is your trusted source for premium dirt oval shocks. For Dwarf cars,
fans in the grandstands, don't forget Monster Truck Wars coming up here at Cotton Bowl Speedway next Saturday afternoon. June the 19th, make plans to be here if you can. Gates open at 11. Monster Truck Show starts at 1. Carolina Crusher, Barefoot, and a whole bunch of more monster trucks will be here. We'll have the Quad Wars between Team Texas and Team Oklahoma. There'll be a meet and greet.
Freestyle champion outlaw, 3-time world champion barefoot, and from Mexico City, El Oso Loco. Kids seats are still just $10. Check out the pre-show party in the pits with pictures and autographs from the drivers. Plus, take a ride in a real monster truck. Get tickets and details at monstertrucks.fun. One big show. 1 p.m. June 19th, Cotton Bowl Speedway in Paige.
It started as a dream in the backyard of Charles and Vanjie McLemore. 45 years later, Magnum Trailers is a premier builder of custom trailers and authorized dealer of industry-leading brands. From gooseneck flatbeds to dump, tilt, and utility trailers, car haulers, cargo trailers, and watercraft trailers, you won't find a better selection. We build the best and repair the rest. And because we're in Texas Hill Country, come see us for deer blinds, deer feeders, and barbecues too. For happy trailering and happy hunting, click to find the Magnum Trailers location nearest you.
Moments meant to be remembered are the perfect time for that perfect gift. And Craig's Jewelry in Bastrop is the destination for commemorating the most special times in our lives. From watches, rings, pendants, and charms, to bracelets, earrings, and personalized gifts. As always, we offer fast in-house engraving to add that personal touch to any special gift. Mark your most precious moments with Craig's Jewelry in Bastrop and let us help you and your family celebrate those special times.
Freestyle champion Outlaw, 3-time world champion Barefoot, and from Mexico City, El Oso Loco. Get tickets and details at monstertrucks.fun. One big show, 1 p.m. June 19th, Cotton Bowl Speedway in Paige.
Of you who've never seen the greatest the world has ever revered, I'd like to introduce myself. Too good at being too bad, cause I got it. Stop reaching. Got it. I just got it.
They're gonna drag race to the line.
All sorts of action.
Put the drive at the bottom of the racetrack.
They make contact coming to the checkers and the trim.
From an old school racer, it's nice to see the racetracks.
Faulkner ball trying to move to the top of the track. And how about James Shirley on the restart?
Throw the red, get him out of that car.
CRS Suspension and Fabrication is your trusted source for premium dirt oval shocks. For dwarf cars to late models and everything in between. We also offer adjustable spoilers and adjustable shock mounts, upgrades, car setup services, and even professional tech support for your entire racing season. You either run CRS shocks or you get outran by them. Call us today, 254-933-CRS1.
The ultimate war of insanity is coming.
Monster Truck Wars. Freestyle champion Outlaw, 3-time world champion Barefoot, and from Mexico City, El Oso Loco. Kids seats are still just $10. Check out the pre-show party in the pits with pictures and autographs from the drivers. Plus, take a ride in a real monster truck. Get tickets and details at monstertrucks.fun. One big show, 1 p.m. June 19th, Cotton Bowl Speedway in Paige.
It started as a dream in the backyard of Charles and Angie McLemore. 45 years later, Magnum Trailers is a premier builder of custom trailers and authorized dealer of industry-leading brands. From gooseneck flatbeds to dump, tilt, and utility trailers, car haulers, cargo trailers, and watercraft trailers, you won't find a better selection. We build the best and repair the rest. And because we're in Texas Hill Country, come see us for deer blinds, deer feeders, and barbecues too. For happy trailering and happy hunting, click to find the Magnum Trailers location nearest you.
Moments meant to be remembered are the perfect time for that perfect gift. And Craig's Jewelry in Bastrop is the destination for commemorating the most special times in our lives. From watches, rings, pendants, and charms, to bracelets, earrings, and personalized gifts. As always, we offer fast in-house engraving to add that personal touch to any special gift. Mark your most precious moments with Craig's Jewelry in Bastrop, and let us help you and your family celebrate those special times.
Back and race him on foot. Hawkins, Matthew, he's not listening.
Cause it's something that I gotta do.
We got a proposition. You have to start back there and race him on foot since he's only 2 or 3 year old. You can take your flip flops off, but you gotta leave your hat on and your shirt. Go ahead. You get to be my friend. That's it. That's all you get. Come on, Matthew. John. Oh, here we go. You better go. He drives like his dad. You ready? Oh, there you go. All right, John. John, over here, buddy. Dude. John. John, over here, dude. All right, let's go, John. Y'all count down 3, 2, 1. Here comes Dad. Dad up on the top, trying to make something happen. Uh-oh, John, you better hurry up. He drives like the street stocks at Waco. Hey, that's your 2-year-old. Hawkins, John Hawkins. Go. Good right there, buddy. All right, buddy. Hey. Over here. Oh, you scared me. What's your name, buddy? It looks like ice cream cone, doesn't it? I want one too. All right, get your picture. That's John Hawkins. That's a 2 or 3-year-old winner. Quick, he's about to take off.
I wanna say it now, wanna make it clear, for only you and God to hear. I don't wanna live without you. I don't wanna even breathe.
Again, Hawkins. All right, this is a big group. Everybody down here better watch out. You might get run over. Hang tight. Let's clear the speedway entry zone. You should have to huddle. All right. Are we ready down there? Pick chick. We ready down here? We're going to count down, okay? Everybody help me. 3, 2, 1. Green flag racing. Let's go. The parachute's out. The parachute's out. That guy was moving. All right, maybe someday we'll get the winners back here. Kane. All right, y'all ready? Next one, and then we'll do the winner. interviews at the same time. Are y'all ready down there, Mr. Cody? Drivers, are you ready? 3, 2, 1. Green flag, let's go. Uh-oh. Mechanical malfunction. Oh. Keep going. Keep facing forward. You can do it. Probably a jump. Oh, there we go. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Had a slight mechanical malfunction on the Raptor. Nice job. Kane's got a GoPro. He's got a wiki bar. He's got a parachute as he gets out of his race car. And there's your winner, Kane Kubash. All right, buddy. We did a little interview earlier on. You were really moving out there. Do you think that parachute helped slow you down at the end? I thought you were going to take off. I was concerned that you might launch. Just in time before you hit the crash wall, right? Good job. Anybody want to thank tonight, Kane?
My dad, my mom, and also AJ.
AJ Dancer. He's a good guy. And Miss Brenda. Awesome. Good job. That's Kane Kubash.
Pick it up.
All right, we got one more winner somewhere. Did they already leave? The older one. Yeah, so everybody that got a free ride tonight, that was thanks to Kane Kubash. So y'all thank them for helping out and getting those rides. You're welcome, buddy. Got you a nice trophy right there. Yeah, Keith Kubash, Kane Kubash, they're the ones that donated the Power Wheels for everybody else to ride. So kind of led this thing. All right, we're about to go back. Feature race time. Where's...
Champion Outlaw, 3-time world champion Barefoot, and from Mexico City, El Oso Loco. Get tickets and details at monstertrucks.fun. One big show, 1 p.m. June 19th, Cotton Bowl Speedway in Paige.
They're going to drag race to the line. All sorts of action going on down the backstretch. Climbing out of the car, your feature winner.
Tough pass to put the drive at the bottom of the racetrack.
They make contact coming to the checkers and trip.
From an old school racer, it's nice to see the racetracks.
Faulkner Ball trying to move to the top of the track. And how about James Sterling on the restart?
Throw the red, get him out of that car.
favorite class is the stock cars. Always good, hard racing. 16 cars making the call tonight. And on the front rows, the 01T, Tracy Schoner. And the outside, the 4K, Ken Plonsky. Inside row number 2, the 512 of AJ Dancer. And the outside, the 3X of Travis Norman. Inside row number 3, the M5 Dustin Mooney. And the outside, that's Jason the Acrobat in the 9 car. Row number 4 on the inside, Marcus Harkrow in the 29. Outside in the 70, that's Papa George Egbert in the 70 car. Inside row number 5 in the 69, that is Ronnie Bell. And the outside, that's the 0, that's Tim Carmen.
Moving on back, car number 21, Alan Essenberg, and 94A, Allison Morris. The 33M, Mason Doherty, and 114, Thomas Hall Jr., and bringing up the backpack, 712 of Colton Monroe, and the 28, first time out in this new car, Sean Paul Lehman, 28, Sean Paul Lehman.
20-0, yes.
Yeah, Jason's not out there. 9 car of Jason Batt not making the call. Here he comes right now, rolling on the track. We are going to go.
Wave it off, wave it off. Jason Batt's pulling something on the back straightaway. He wasn't out here, so he parked his car sideways to stop the race.
Jason Batt rolls out and comes to a halt. Don't know if he has a mechanical issue there or maybe a problem with a safety gear or something. Oh, he had kiddos in the power wheels. Yep. So got out there. You see him getting the safety equipment on, getting his gloves on right now as we speak. So barely making the call. He is going to be starting 3rd row outside. So
Y'all need to know his child was in power wheels and he was hurrying. So, but anyway, here we go.
Jason, IMCA stock cars out on the track right now.
Good group of Browning IMCA stock cars out here tonight. Hey, don't forget, put it on your calendar. Next Saturday, 1 o'clock, 11 o'clock, gates open, 1 o'clock, Monster Truck Wars right here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Certainly be here for that, man. You're going to have a good time. Monster Truck rides before the races, meet and greet before the races, and then Monster Truck Wars right here at Cotton Bowl, 11 o'clock, gates open, 1 o'clock. The show begins.
All right, lights are going out on the back straightaway right now. We are about to go green flag racing in your 8 feature event here for your stock cars. Got 16 stock cars here tonight. Schroner up on the front side with Polonsky on the outside. See if we can get a good, clean start here. Watch the 9 car of Jason Batt. He will not take much time, but he's right beside Mooney and AJ Dancer and Marcus Harkrow, Papa George Egbert. All very fast cars right there as they are working through 1 and 2, and Schroner scoots up a little bit, pushes up a little bit. That lets Travis Norman get a heck of a run and pulls the field by about 4 car lengths down, as we have got a gaggle of cars right through the middle of 3 and 4, but it's still going to be Norman followed by AJ Dancer, Schroner, Mooney, and Jason Batt is going to be your top 6 right there.
Man, right there at the very beginning, the 4K of Ken Plonsky said, hey, watch this, I'm going to jump out to the lead. And when he tried, about 4 cars went right past him and pushed him back to the mid-pack as they come down the start-finish line one more time, running in front of you. As Sean Paul Lehman, again, he's running deep in the pack, but he's out for the first time this year. 3X Norman looks like he's got the lead. Travis Norman running a good show right now down the back straightaway.
Travis Norman.
Whoa, watch out. Contact, second into first. Boy, that second-place car went right into the backside of your race leader.
AJ Dancer just gets into Norman right there. Norman woed it down so much, and I don't think AJ expected him to stop that hard, but AJ able to get back. So we're not going to have a black flag. That was just a hard racing maneuver right there. Didn't mean to do it, and I'm sure that AJ is gathering it back up now. But it's still going to be Travis Storm and Norman up there in the front. The 512 of AJ Dancer, followed by the 9 of Jason Batt and Mooney. And then here comes Harkrow on the bottom side, and that's going to be the 29 of Harkrow on the inside.
Well, you talk about Norman slowing down in turn 4 that time when AJ got into him. He still may have some gun shy about turn 4 earlier in the night, seeing all those cars spin out there. But he's moving at top speed right now as A.J. Dancer trying to chase him down in that second place spot. Who we got in third right there, Joe?
Jason Batt.
Jason Batt, yes.
Number
Look
3,
at him
and
move.
Dustin Mooney in fourth. If you look at A.J. Dancer's right front as he comes by, you see that tire leaned in a little bit. He may have actually bent a ball joint or maybe an upper control arm in that collision with Norman. Now Norman lets it skate up a little bit, and Dancer on the bottom side, and that's going to let Jason Batt get way up on the top side and gets a good run down the back straightaway. Norman still out front, running a flawless race right now, keeping his line, slowing it down, keeping the car underneath him, doing a good job.
Yeah, Norman doing a great job. A.J. Dancer may be having those problems there in his car. We got yellow coming out the middle of turn 3 and the exit of turn 4. We got cars scattered out around the track. Turn 3 right in the middle, and turn 4 right by that tire, past the Pick Chick tire. Looks like the 33.
Yeah, looks like Plonsky got into the 01 of Schroner. I'm not sure what happened there, the Daugherty in the 33, and let him get sideways into that tire. So we are going to kind of let everybody catch their breath a little bit, including Milton and I.
Yeah, no kidding. Hey, a great night of racing, great weather out here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. As Daugherty was able to get his 33 car headed back in the right direction. Now we just have the other car pointing in the wrong direction, and a couple of tow trucks, push trucks, are heading out there. The tow truck is still in the middle of the infield right now, so they're talking to the driver, seeing if he can get it started and turned around. Otherwise, I thought somebody was going to go line up behind him. Yeah, here we go. So the push truck is going to go over there, see if we can give him a push start. .4K Ken Plonsky apparently in the hot pits. Plonsky, like I said, right there at the drop of the green flag to start the race. He jumped out quickly. He was sitting on the front row outside, and he thought he was doing something pretty good by jumping outside. And next thing you know, 3 cars go flying right past him, and next thing he knows, he's in 5th place.
Yeah. Quick moving stock car feature right here. We got 6 laps down, 14 laps to go. Let's see if Norman can maintain that flawless line that he's been running. We always talk about after a caution, what goes through a driver's head, and do they mess up, or does that let them kind of gather their senses a little bit? I always had a tendency to kind of let it, it would mess with my brain and I'd do something stupid, but we'll see what happens right here. So Travis Norman, old-time veteran from Texas Thunder days over in Killeen, races up at Waco with us on Friday nights. So he's a veteran. He's got a lot of laps around these racetracks. Let's see what the 3X of Norman does. But you got Jason Batt now. He likes that bottom line. Watch those rear brake rotors. They will be glowing red by the end of the night.
So the front 2 cars that started off the race on the front row, Scherner and Plonsky, having issues early, and they find themselves either not on the track or at the back of the pack. Plonsky, I don't see him coming out of the hot pits, the 4K, and we may get this race started without him as Nathan Lavender in that good-looking protective helmet in the flag stand shows him 1 to go. Next time by is Travis Norman leads this double group of cars. The restart here with the leader jumping out front on his own, and then everybody lines up 2 by 2 on the Delaware restart as we are ready to go.
All right, so
lights are out.
Lights are out.
Travis Norman, the dark car up front, comes out of turn 4. He races forward, revs up the engine. Lavender throws the flags, green on the restart. There they go. Norman one more time on the restart. Your race leader as he goes midway up the groove between turn 1 and 2 down the back straightaway. Got a little loose there. That backside got out on him. Rest of the group trying to catch up to him. Everybody moving along. A.J. Dancer trying to get back in the groove. Here we go. One more time down the back. Travis Norman trying to open up a lead and make it no doubt who's going to win this race, but he's got 3 hot cars right behind him. Travis Scott running a nice race right now as he stays out front. Jason Batts second in the 9, 5:12. A.J. Dancer third. Nothing seems to be changing each and every lap coming out of turn 2. It's a battle for third and fourth. Everything stays the same down the back and into turn 3 and 4 they go. Halfway point shown in the flag stand this time by. Halfway through this main event. And here comes now the 29 of Marcus Harcrow trying to make a move. He's in 4th place right now, trying to make a move up into 3rd. He's had a couple of sniffs around the inside, but not able to get by. Marcus Harcrow, watch the 29. He's looking on the inside.
He is trying to do anything he can. He is looking everywhere, trying to find a little bit of meat to work within the track, but it's still going to be Travis Norman has moved that line up now. Jason Batt up in that 2nd position, got by A.J. Dancer a bit ago, and now here comes Marcus trying to get by A.J. Dancer. And we have Daugherty now back in the infield along with the 28 out of the racing surface, so we are going to stay clean. We're going to stay green. We have 9 laps to go in this feature race.
Yeah, just don't go too far into the infield. You'll end up in the swimming pool out there, so you got to be careful when you go into the infield. Got to find that dry spot. Down into turn 3 and 4 goes your leader, Travis Norman. Jason Batt lining up behind him in 2nd, A.J. Dancer in 3rd. Marcus Harcrow in 4th, holding his line, looking to see if somebody's going to make a mistake in front of him. A little wiggle, a little getting out of control, but Harcrow not making up any ground, just settling into 4th right now as A.J. Dancer kind of scooched up there on Jason Batt. Thought he was going to make a move, but he settled back.
They have moved way to the bottom, way on the bottom of 3 and 4 now, right around the tires. I'd keep waiting, and you see Essenberg now way up on the top side, but he may be off pace. His car may be broken. We got a slow car down the front straightaway.
Yeah.
He'll be exiting the track as the 21 of Essenberg.
Sean Paul, is that?
Yeah, that's
Sean Paul Lehman, 28, coming to a dead stop out there. He's out of harm's way, and they're going to try to push him out a little more. Yellow. Sean Paul jumps out with the Polish salute with both arms up in the air like, what happened? What's wrong? What's going on?
I believe we got a little fire maybe over there on the 28. So.
Oh, he's up there in the dark spot, 94A.
We got
Allison Morris
parked up on the top side. I totally missed that one, Milton. I tell you what, I was watching all over the track.
I got this beam that's blocking me here, but then when I lean forward, it's in a dark enough spot that I barely saw it. Sean Paul Lehman has put a whole lot of work into that car and has been following his progress on Facebook, and he's had a lot of help, and he's just done a lot of work on it. He knew maybe it wasn't going to be up to front-running contention like he has been in the past. He was a really hot shoe back in the asphalt trucks a long time ago when they ran the asphalt at San Antonio Speedway and a couple of other places. But then he got into race cars and dirt track, and it was good to see Sean Paul and Crystal back out here participating instead of being spectators.
Always have those new car, bugs to work out when you bring a brand new car out. Something gets left loose, something isn't quite right.
Does a new race car have a new race car smell?
It does. It smells like money. It smells like a lot of money.
Cha-ching.
A lot of money down the drain is what a new race car smells like.
Yeah, so. a lot of money invested inside these cars. Allison Morris coasts down from the top of turn 4 down into the infield. Want to get her out of the way just a little bit more. Hey, don't forget, folks, coming up in 2 weeks, we're right back at it here at Cotton Bowl Speedway, our regular race events on Saturday night, the 26th. Start time 7 o'clock. We look forward to seeing you here in 2 weeks.
Yeah, it should be good. I believe that's going to be one of our rain out makeup dates from all of the rain. No, it's not. That's later on in July. July 17th will be that makeup day. I'm sorry there. Milton, sometimes I say stuff that's wrong. I know it's hard to believe.
The only reason I remember it's July 17th is that's mine and my ex-wife's anniversary. So
I'm not touching that.
I'm thinking about
touching that with a 10-foot
I'm thinking about racing more than I am my ex-wife right now.
She's
a good kid though.
With a 10-foot
we're on good terms. So
well,
we're on good terms. All good. But yeah, July 17th is one of the days we're going to be making up a rain out from a couple of weeks ago.
Miss Allison Morris in that sniper speed stock car being pulled off there. I don't really know what happened there. Randy's towing. Randy's wrecker service. Thank you there. Every week here helping us out at Cotton Bowl. So good to have some help like that behind the scenes.
Race director up here telling the cars to slow down so that the wrecker could run across in front of him and take that car of Allison Williams back to the pit area. So good communications from the tower to the drivers. Driver slowed down, let the tow truck get across, and back to the pits. What do we got? We got the feature race. We got 6 laps to go. Travis Norman's been running a pretty good race right now. The problem is this yellow flag is going to bring those 2 cars that have been chasing him right back behind him.
Yeah, and you got some KG veterans right behind him there. Surprised that Papa George Egbert hadn't moved up deeper into the field than he has. He's kind of hanging back there. So let's see there. Maybe something wrong with that 70 car. And we are got lights going out now, so we are going to go racing this time by. And we got Travis Norman. And remember, once those lights go out, he can take off at any point. Let's see if he makes him wait or if he's going to cut that light short and get a good jump on him. Looks like he's going to make him wait for it. Wait for it. Wait.
And Marcus Harcrow is going to be able to move back up and stay with the leaders. Here we go on the restart.
Jeez. 28 just pulled out on the track for no apparent reason. I don't know what the 28 was doing. We're going green flag racing, and he's riding down the front straightaway. No helmet, no safety equipment on, or anything else.
Yeah, he did. He was hanging out the window shooting the bird.
We are having a meeting with that car.
All right. Well,
Flagman not very happy there with the 28. So,
I mean, Nathan knows that he's number 1. He's just not that number 1. Nathan Lavender does a great job every Saturday.
Maybe that was the same guy driving down 21. Driving down
that
21
might have been the guy blocking me all the way up
telling him he
there.
was number 1. Maybe
I wonder if he drives a food truck.
Yeah.
I hate to. You know, if you hang out the window of your car and you're giving the salute, that's on you.
I would uninvite him to the races ever again myself, but I'm not the controller here, so that's what I would do.
Well, I heard a little birdie say there's going to be a come to Jesus meeting after this race tonight. So
I don't think they're going to church tomorrow together.
Yeah.
Lights are going to go out. There's no other errant cars to drive across the front of the field now as we're going green flag racing that I can see.
Travis Norman's got the leads, got Jason Batt behind him, along with A.J. Dancer on the restart. Lights are out, green, green, green. Here they come, running at you, 6 laps to go.
6 to go, 14 down, 6 laps to go. Norman gets a good start. A.J. Dancer right in the middle, Jason Batt way on the bottom side, and Mooney now up on the top side. And I was just talking about Papa George, and now here he is up in the top 5 in that half of a lap. But Norman in a little hot into 3 and 4, lets it skate up a little bit, loses some of that momentum. That lets A.J. Dancer close that gap. He had about a 5-car length lead, and now it's right on his bumper as Norman got out of shape a little bit, had to check up. Now he drives it up to the top of the hill and drives it down the hill as he's going down the back straightaway, but it's still going to be Norman by about 4 car lengths, and he once again skates up a little bit.
Getting a report of some debris on the back straightaway. They're asking if they can keep racing or not. Marcus Harcrow in the black 29, who I thought was going to have a pretty good run on this restart, has backed up to almost 6th place. We got debris in the back straightaway. It was determined. Sit down. You can't see it from here. There's the debris in the back straightaway, and they're going to say that it was going
to
it's
a
impact the race.
Hey, let's take bets on whether this guy picks it up with his hands. No, he's smarter than that. Man. Where is – oh, there's his four-wheeler.
Check for mufflers in the top 4 when they come in. We're picking one up off the track. That's an automatic.
Here we go. Kick it. It's like polo. Kick it off the side of your four-wheeler, dude. All right.
So that's very interesting what I just heard, that the muffler being picked up off the track. and whoever it belongs to, that's an automatic disqualification. So
if you're in the top 4 and
yeah,
you roll through tech without a muffler, it's
exactly.
DQ,
So hopefully it's not one of our top 4 drivers, but he's still pushing that with the tire and kicking it with his foot. He doesn't want to obviously touch that. But, you know, I thought Marcus Harcrow was going to get a better run on that restart in the 29, and he actually faded back a couple of spots. As your front runners, man, they're pedal to the metal right there.
Yeah, and I tell you what, we have not seen Travis Storm and Norman make any mistakes tonight, but the last 2 laps, both times, he got into 3 and 4 a little hot, let the car slide up out from underneath him, and that let the AJ Dancer and Jason Batt close on him. Now, Dustin Mooney got by Batt, so now Mooney in that 5 car, and I was just talking about Papa George, how he was hanging out in the back of the field. Now he's in the top 5, and we have 5 laps to go here as we are trying to close out this very lengthy IMCA stock car feature race.
Yeah, the 70 of George Egbert III got a 157 in points. He leads coming into tonight as the green lights come back on. Green flag, green light, off and running one more time. As Travis Norman continues to lead, he's going to try to hold off the challenge of some of these great drivers that have been chasing him all the way around. And down the back straightaway he goes. If he can avoid any mishaps this time by, should be 4 to go. If Norman can just stay steady, keep the power, and hold that car straight, he should come home with a win. But he's going to have some challenges all the way through.
Well, he did a much better time much better job that time through 3 and 4. Kept the car under him. You could see him slow it down, kept it right on the bottom, kept that car underneath him, didn't let it skate up like he had done previously. And here comes AJ Dancer. Got in a little bit hot right there. He skates up. Dustin Mooney right behind him, followed by Papa George Egbert now. Jason Batt has fallen back a little bit. Here comes Thomas Hall, and Harcrow there is going to be your top 8.
AJ Dancer may remember going into turn 4 what happened earlier in the night. He doesn't want to have any contact with your front runner as they come down one more time. Out of turn 4, it's 2 laps to go as Travis Norman leads him down the front straightaway into the turn. He's doing a masterful job tonight as he goes about midway, 3/4 up in turn 1 and 2. Down the back straightaway he goes. AJ Dancer hanging right there with him. Can't figure out a way to get by him. They're going to come around to the white flag. One more time around the Cotton Bowl Speedway surface. Travis Norman, does he have it in him? Oh! Down the back straightaway, coming out of turn 2. Norman gives up the lead. Norman trying to fight back on the inside, coming out of turn 4. He makes contact with your race leader, and they're both going to fall out of the top 5. The 5 car with the win. I'm not sure how that happened. Holy cow. All sorts of excitement coming out of turn 2. Down the back straightaway. AJ Dancer grabbed the lead. Norman went strong into turn 3 and 4. Tried to muscle his way back in there. And he wasn't able to do it. And him and AJ Dancer got together. And they got slid back about 3 or 4 spots, and coming home with the win, the M5 of Dustin Mooney. Holy cow, what an exciting finish it was with the Browning IMCA stock cars. Joe Spillman will be down there in just a moment. He'll be talking to our winners, but those stock cars, they ran a pretty good event all the way around, and then came down to that last half lap, and they put it all on the line.
I don't even know who won the race. I'm going to say Dustin Mooney, though. You know, sometimes it pays to kind of lay back there and see what the hell happens, huh?
Oh yeah, I knew once they got together down here, I knew that the favor was going to be repaid back down there. I just was unsure of kind of where to go, but maybe I picked the right choice.
Yeah, you had 50-50. You're going to be right or wrong. So anybody want to thank tonight?
Yeah, I need to thank my parents. They're at home watching. Chris and Tracy Florio. If it wasn't for Chris today, he got this thing back together for me, and like I say, Mooney's Racing Engines, CRS Suspension, Nightmare Graphics, FRC Racing Chassis, Robbins Performance Engines as well.
Good job. That's Dustin Mooney in the 5M. That's your IMCA Stock Car winner. What an exciting finish. Wow. Oh, Dustin. As we always do here, let's sign this for some lucky kiddo or selfish adult, however that might work out. Nice. He said sorry for his handwriting. That's all right. It looks like mine, dude. That's better than mine. So throw it. Throw it. What? Who wants it? Oh, my God. That thing went to like Giddings. Good job, Dustin Mooney. Right. IMC Stock Car. An exciting stock car finish. Wow. They tore some stuff up in that race, I'll tell you what. But it was exciting. All right, we're going to do a 50-50. How much is it? $200. That's going to be $100 for me and $100 for the winner. Real quick.
Sweet tea. Sweet tea.
870. 870 is going to be your winner. Green ticket, 870. Look at your 50-50.
All right, here we go. Gunslinger Factory Stocks. Feature race, 20 laps. Starting lineup scheduled to appear up on the front row. On the pole, 158, John Aramendia. 45, Seth Davis. Second row inside, Dan Kohlert. And next to him, 33K, Shelby Baker. Third row inside, Stacy Robinette. Outside row 3, Steve Thornton. Inside row 4, 17, Don Cron. And outside, Chris Florio in the 15M. Fifth row back, 94A, Allison Morris. Next to her is Mike Lyon in the 20. 33M, Mason Doherty. 8-star, Tim Homeyer, your points leader. 726, Eric Robbins. And 48L, Mike Land next to him. 48. We're going to have them double up right now. 20-lap feature race. Moving further back, 48, Dashnaw. And 55R, Rusty Head. 58, Steve Sims. Number 10, Scott Jerkins. Number 7, crashed into the wall in the heat race earlier today, Kevin Netjek. And 77, Craig Rice. Lights are out around the track. 20-lap Gunslinger Factory Stock main event. Here they come, side by side, out of turn 4. Here goes the green flag, green light. Amen. Cotton Bowl Speedway. John Aramendia on the pole. He's trying to hold it as hard as he can. Factory Stocks, always a great competitive group no matter what racetrack they're at. Aramendia stays low. We're going to have a change in the lead, it looks like, coming out of turn 4. Door to door, here we go. Still rolling, no harm, no foul up there in turn 4 as they were able to make their way through. Top of turn 4. Issues, top of turn 4. Yellow, yellow. That's your points leader, Tim Homeyer, with the problem coming out of turn 4. 29th in the power rankings across the state of Texas and Louisiana. We talked to him earlier tonight. Tim Homeyer, that is a tough break right there, as he had an 11-point lead coming into tonight over Don Painter in the 10D. Painter not here tonight. And third in points is Steve Sims. Steve Sims in the 58, he's about 21 points behind. So your points leader, Tim Homeyer, going into the outside wall and slowing down. And then Painter not here tonight. All right, let's try it again one more time. John Aramendia lines himself up on the pole position. Seth Davis, 45, next to him on the restart. Green flag, green light. Let's try it one more time. Gunslinger factory stocks here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. And look at the 45, Seth Davis jumping out quickly down into turn 1 and 2.
As they go down the back straightaway. Slow it down. Let's not crash everybody, boys, girls.
All right, so a little bit of a jump start there, according to one of the infield officials. On the 45 is Seth Davis. Davis got out to the lead fairly quickly going into turn 1 and 2. Was able to get by John Aramendia fairly quickly. We'll try it one more time with these Gunslinger factory stocks. On the downside of turn 3 and 4. We got
the 70s. Yeah.
Is it 77?
77, I believe it is.
Craig
got a
Rice.
Fire underneath there. I don't know how bad. It's out. Fire is out. So.
All right, whatever fire was in there is out now. As safety crew goes out, they'll get him out of the way, and we'll see if we can get this Gunslinger factory stock race underway.
Which one of us been drinking, Milton? Me or you, buddy?
Gunflinger?
Gunflinger. That's the old Gunflinger.
Second Amendment.
I'm flinging those guns.
Gunflinger.
Gunslinger factory stocks. Always thanks to John Hobbs over there at Gunslinger Ammo, helping us out all year long. The last couple of years here at Cotton Bowl Speedway, helping out with the purse and the fast time, lap time. So thanks to John Hobbs and Gunslinger Ammo for everything they've done here at Cotton Bowl Speedway.
Yeah, we appreciate all the sponsors and everybody that helps out here at the racetrack. Thank you to the fans that are watching across the country and across the world on Race on Texas, Speed Pass. Thank you to our great fans that show up here on Saturday nights and Saturday afternoons to enjoy the racing. And you know, we certainly appreciate it. Still got time to head over to the concession stand, and Sweet Tea look pretty good right now, I would say. So John Aramendia has been on the pole. He's just about giving it up every time, and then a yellow flag comes out. Seth Davis jumped out to the lead, but they called that back because he jump-started the race. Then they started this one again, and then we had a fire out there in turn 3.5. So I don't know what's going on.
Let's just have a drink, Milton. Iced tea for you, sir.
Sweet tea and beer. That's where's the waitress at?
H said he wanted something. H says he wants a drink up here. He's drinking Diet
H
Coke.
wants Pepto-Bismol after tonight.
After tonight.
Yeah.
He wants Pepto-Bismol and some ibuprofen for his
He's
head.
getting some heartburn and anxious stomach up here tonight talking to some of these drivers.
You almost think that they don't speak English
Yeah,
sometimes.
yeah.
Or they don't hear English.
All right, we're going to double them up. We're going to show them one to go next time by the flag stand. Gunslinger factory stocks here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Thank you for joining us tonight. We certainly appreciate it. Aramendia has started on the pole, and he's
still there for one more try.
There.
They got one
time.
more shot, and then they're going to the back, and then we're going to slide them up.
Seth Davis needs to hold off just a little bit and don't jump start. That's what he got called on last time. So let's just, you can't win it on the first lap is what they say, but let's get to the second lap, and then you can win it.
And I noticed in the heat races, Aramendia was really fast on the starts in the heat races. I don't know if that's an asphalt deal or just, you know, anxious, and he was really moving around there. But this one is really nice and smooth and consistent. Third time is a charm. Green flag racing rear factory stocks.
There we go one more time. Down and around we go. Trying to make some early moves. Some of these cars wasting very little time getting out into the front.
3 wide down the back straightaway between Donald Cron and the 33 of Baker. And on the outside is going to be the 43. 3 wide as we get down into 3 and 4, and we're going to stay clean and green. That's a good job by all the drivers here on that slick track. But out front, you still got Aramendia and Seth on the outside. Seth Davis having a good race up front and staying very consistent. Now Shelby Baker up in the top 3 in that 33K.
So far, so good for Aramendia as he holds it slow and steady through turn 4. Down the back straightaway, or down the front straightaway he goes. Little shimmy there in the back of that car. As he's coming up, Seth Davis still settling into second. Got a car coming around on his outside. Challenging for second. Down the back straightaway they go. Going to have a change in second place going into turn 3 and 4.
Still going to be Armandia out front. The car has a little bobble there. You can see it as it's digging in on that right rear so hard, and it has a bobble down the front straightaway. But we have Allison Morris around in 3 and 4, but she is still going. We are still clean and green. But out in second place is Florio. That's Florio in the 15M, a very solid. Remember, he was super fast in his heat race. Let's see how he does.
Yeah, Florio running an excellent heat race earlier tonight, and he is really motoring up around the track, finding all the right spots to hit. He was able to get by Seth Davis to move up into second. Now he's trying to pick apart Armandia. Armandia, like you said, got a little bobblehead action in that car that he's got the lead, the 158. Here comes Florio on the outside as Armandia is really loving that low side. Florio goes to the outside. There's a change in your lead.
Right there, Chris Florio, the father of Taylor Florio, the Sport Mod 21T, up on the top side now, has a very good smooth line through the middle, and now he is going to be your new leader here with 15 laps to go in your Gunslinger factory stocks, as he is making that line through the middle and the top work really well, and everybody else down on the bottom, digging out of the bottom. I tell you what, Armandia and Seth Davis, I'm very impressed with the line and the smooth and consistency that they have ran, as now they are piled up behind them between Baker and the 33 Adorty, and the 20 has got a good race back there for 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Armandia now starting to back off of it. He's got those short, strong arms. He's really turning that car on the low side, not really letting it drift up. He's got those strong arms. He'll wear him out when he continues on that low line. But we've got, who is that? Seth Davis that was able to get past him. And now they're all chasing that leader one more time. Florio up front. Armandia dropping from first to second. And now he's about to drop to third after running very, very well up front. And it's really watching him go back and back. He could drop back to fourth.
Shelby Baker's had a lot of bad luck all year long, stuff breaking and just some stupid bad luck stuff happening. And right now she's got a very good race going. She's currently running fourth and trying to get by Armandia. Seth Davis pushes up the hill there, loses some spots, and cuts down right in front of Armandia. Armandia has to dive it down to the tires to avoid the contact. A little bit of touch and go there, but they got by there. But it's still going to be the 15M of Chris Florio out front of everybody else.
Seth Davis went high up on turn 4, and 3 cars took advantage of it. They trained right past him as he got up on the high side. 3 of them went low past him. Armandia runs back up into second place, 33. Shelby Baker looks like moved up into third. Watch the outside wall. Put that car right up to the outside wall by herself. Watch out, coming out of turn 4.
I don't really. I was watching Armandia there, broke and went up to the wall and very slow, trying to keep the car going, and not real sure what happened with Seth Davis in the 45.
We should ask this guy right here on the top row what happened, because he raised his arms up immediately. Yeah.
I don't know.
All sorts of action happened, and your front two, top 4 drivers, 2 of them, Seth Davis and John Armandia, got tied up in that. Armandia stays out on the track.
Seth?
158, Armandia stays out. Not sure about Seth Davis.
There is Kevin Nachik on the front stretch. He's the one that put the car in the wall in the heat race and tore it up pretty bad. So he's tapping.
All right, so 45, Seth Davis is tapping out of this race. He's going to call it quits. And then 158, John Armandia, he's got a flat right front tire. So as hard as he was running tonight and as good as he was running, 158, John Armandia, who's kind of sunk back to fourth, he's got a flat right tire. And take a look at that. The front of 158, John Armandia, when he comes by. That is an IHOP pancake right there.
Yeah. He, I think he must have rolled that tire off, because when he was in 3 and 4, you saw him skate up all the way up into the wall, and then he was very slow trying to get off, and then he got hammered by Seth Davis in a 45. So I'm assuming that he probably rolled that right front off. I'm assuming that he rolled that tire off and then was up and trying to just get off the track and out of the way, and then the melee ensued right after that. So,
you know what the shocking part is about this entire race is your points leader, Tim Homeyer, out of the race.
Yep.
He is going to lose a lot of points tonight. Now, the good news is second place Don Painter not here tonight. So Homeyer had an 11-point lead coming in, 21-point lead over Steve Sims, who is here tonight. There's Steve Sims right there at the back of the pack. So Homeyer sitting out may not hurt him too much.
He'll still get his start points, but if there's 40 cars, 20 cars, he'll still get 20 points. So he'll still maintain 20. But if Sims can have a good finish, he'll close that gap up, pretty quick. It only takes 1 or 2 nights like that, and all of a sudden that's a good points race.
Yeah, Don Painter was at 163, Steve Sims at 153. So depending on what Sims does over the rest of this race,
that's 21 points.
He could jump right over and move up into second. Steve Sims could. All right, going to show him 1 to go at the line.
Well, Steve Sims will jump into second because Painter's not here, so it's automatic that Steve Sims is going to pass Painter. It is possible for him to pass Homeyer, but he would have to win the race, and Homeyer be scored dead last. So
15M, Chris Florio out front. He's got a whole bunch of cars ready to give chase to him. 33K Shelby Baker right behind him. Could be a good finishing here. 9 laps to go. Let's see if we can get them all done under green flag conditions. Lights are out.
We had a really good run going.
Yeah, exactly.
We had a good run going until that happened.
Here he
Florio
comes.
diamonds it down and drives it down the hill, cuts off that bottom line there where Doherty can't get by. 33K of Baker on the outside, Doherty on the bottom side, but it's still going to be Florio up through the middle of the racetrack, right where I would imagine they're probably laying a little bit of rubber down now in the racetrack, and it's getting a little faster. You can see where it's black right there where those race cars are. There's probably getting a little bit of rubber in the racetrack, and it is getting faster and faster as the night goes on here at Cotton Bowl Speedway.
Yeah, Florio running a great race. 33K Shelby Baker running a solid second. 33M Mason Doherty running third. Both the 33s are second and third. Both of them are all white and running a great race. Chris Florio, but being challenged, still got plenty of time. Mason Doherty in third, looking to move up one more spot. Down into turn 1 and 2 they go. Florio, nice and easy, going high up into turn 1 and 2. Comes out smoothly from turn 2 down the back straightaway as the 33K of Baker settles right behind him.
And the 20 of Mike Leon has made his way up now into the top 5 and having a really good run by the 20 car as he's closing up there onto the 46 of Thornton, I believe it is, and trying to close up there. But now we got a little bit of pressure on the backside of Doherty. Let's see how that works out, but it's still going to be Chris Florio out front in front of everybody else.
Hey, talking about Mike Lyon, one of the great street stock drivers down at I-37 Speedway for many, many years. And then they discontinued the street stocks down there, but he wanted to stay in racing, and he comes from a great pedigree. Pat Flying Lyon, a great race car driver in his own over the years, early years, back in the glory days, and now Mike Lyon kind of taking over for him and doing a great job in the street stock division. And now he's moved into the factory stocks and having a good time. Works down at Best Buy in San Antonio. I go by and see him a lot when I do my shopping there. And he's just a really nice guy and a good guy to meet and greet. But he's in the top 5 right now as Florio leads him out of turn 4, slow and steady through turn 4 and down the front straightaway. Should be 3 laps to go this time by. 33K Shelby Baker still holding that line in second. Nice and easy. Nobody making any drastic moves right now. Doherty in 5th, now up to 4th. Doherty in the 33M would like to move up to 3rd if he can over these closing 2 laps. Mike Lyon still in the top 5 in that all black number 20. Steady Freddie right there. I know he'll be happy with the 5th place finish. He hasn't been doing a lot of racing this year due to work and a lot of rainouts. So he's real happy where he is right now. But if he can move up one more spot, even a bigger smile on his face. There goes Florio with the lead. Baker in second. It's the last half lap. As they come around one more time out of turn 3 and 4, the 15M, Chris Florio with the win. Shelby Baker finishes up in second in the 33K. Looked like Stacy Robinette may have grabbed third in the 43. Or Dashnaw. All right, a real good race run down there tonight. All of them doing a great job. 48 Dashnaw was able to come across in second. 33M Mason Doherty looking good. 4th place finish. Mike Lyon finishes 5th. Joe Spillman down there thanking the drivers and congratulating them on their run. He'll go down and do the winner's interview down to the winner's circle. And then up next, Sport Compacts coming up next.
All right. Florio. Coming up. Stock. There he is. 15M. Chris Florio, your factory stock winner. He's very excited. Chris, you might be the only guy down here with more gray hair than me, buddy.
Yeah, but you got me beat on the less gray hair.
I got hair, period. Chris Florio, we knew that you were going to have a hot rod. It was a good car, and we knew it was going to be fast tonight. Anything you did special, what'd you do?
Man, we didn't really do anything special. Just finally started driving this car. You know, I've been driving when I drove this car. I just haven't trusted it, you know, going in the corner hard enough. And tonight I said, let's do it all. You know, let's just go till it spins out. If it doesn't, we good.
Go till it spins and then go a little less next time. Anybody want to thank tonight, Chris?
And you know, there's a lot of people. When I first saw, I want to thank my wife. She hangs with us all the time. I mean, we go the track. Dustin Mooney and Taylor helped me get the cars together. Ken Essenberg, thank you very much. This is your car. Thank you for letting us drive it. CRS, Shocks, we're good for that. Nightmare Graphics, FRC race cars, man. It's 2 in a row here, back to back.
Nice job, buddy. That's Chris. Winner, factory stock winner. Some water, and then we are going to get into our next feature race here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. So get his trophy. I believe those trophies are coming from Owen Pittman down there at Texana. Beautiful, beautiful trophies. So, Owen, thank you very much for everything you do and helping us out at Texana. Oh, don't forget the Frisbee. Sorry, guys.
Hey, Joe, you need to take some mustache lessons from Chris. That's a great-looking mustache.
That guy's had a mustache since we raced at Texas Thunder that we all died for. I tell you what. Uh-oh, somebody's going to get injured. We are not responsible for severed heads here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Good job, Chris Florio. Yeah, he's got a pretty bad pretty cool mustache.
Hey, next time we throw a Frisbee out there, Joe, we need to take them down to turn 4. Get those folks involved.
Yeah, maybe next time we'll go down there.
Design Welding Sport Compacts coming up next at the Cotton Bowl Speedway. Thank you for coming out tonight. Next Saturday, we've got the Monster Truck Wars, and then we're back here the 26th with our regular night of racing. All right, let's take a look at it. Design Welding Sport Compact, 15-lap feature race. Sport Compacts should line up just like this. 28L Levi Hernandez. 55R, Riker Hernandez. T14, Taylor Stewart. 29K, Dylan Kowalik. 816, Ryan McDonald. 57, Jake Hall. 00, Cody Crabb. 03, Gabriella King. And 33, Brent Atkinson. Where's that Kowalik support group out there? Yeah, I see. I see you. All them blondes down there. All right. Design Welding, Sport Compacts. All right, we are ready. Flashing yellow lights. Lights are out now as they go down the back straightaway. The Hernandez boys, Riker and Levi. Levi on the pole, twin brother Riker right next to him. Taylor Stewart and Dylan Kowalik, boyfriend, girlfriend, right next to each other on the second row. Let's see how things play out in this 15-lap main event. Here they come. Sport Compacts, Cotton Bowl Speedway, green flag, green light. Down and around they go. Levi Hernandez on the pole. He stays up front. Taylor Stewart trying to make a mad dash in the 14. She's trying to be competitive right from the very beginning. Trying to get by 55R Riker Hernandez. Taylor Stewart, she's doing a great job, but she's got to watch out as the 816 of Ryan McDonald coming right up behind her. Taylor Stewart, she jumps up to second now, giving chase to the 28 of Levi Hernandez. Taylor Stewart, nice move as she quickly worked her way up to second place as they come by one more time in this 15-lap main event.
The 816 of Ryan McDonald has made his way up and now up on the outside of Taylor Stewart. See if he can get by her there as he's going to start trying to reel in the 28L of Levi Hernandez. 816 up on the top side, a 14 on the bottom side. And now she's going to follow suit and follow behind the 816, and that's going to give the 816 second place, and it's going to be Stewart and the 29 of Dylan Kowalik.
Dylan Kowalik came in as your points leader tonight in the Design Welding Sport Compacts. He had a 6-point lead. He's got 149 points on the year. Jake Hall, second in points at 143. And Taylor Stewart, she's in third place at 140 coming into tonight. So as good a finish as they can get will definitely help in the point races. Ryan McDonald now swinging around your pole sitter and your race leader, Levi Hernandez. McDonald trying to find that power and grip down the back straightaway. Hernandez holds it right in the middle of the track, making McDonald do all the work in that 816 Sport Compact.
816 making it work up on the top side now and gets your lead. This time by, we got 11 laps to go. And the 816 of McDonald on the top side and the 28 of Hernandez on the bottom side. And let's see how this shakes out. But 816's been tough to beat here this year and has been fast all year long.
Dylan Kowalik not having a good as run as he's had in the past. He's just sitting mid-pack, not really advancing forward. And he's really having to play catch-up to McDonald and to Levi Hernandez, Taylor Stewart. Dylan lines right up behind Taylor. He's in fourth, but himself and Taylor way far back behind your race leader, Ryan McDonald and Levi Hernandez, as the laps click away in this 15-lap main event.
McDonald now stretching that lead out 4, 5, 6 car lengths in front of the 28 of Hernandez, and it is just a flawless race by the 816 right now out front in the 28. And then there's the Taylor Stewart in the 14, and then Kowalik says, I'm going to take the inside short way around through the dust. It doesn't make up much ground there on Stewart, though, but 816 of McDonald still running a flawless race right through the middle of the racetrack, and those cars handle so much better because they're the front-wheel drive, so they just go where they steer them to.
This could be interesting now as the laps are clicking away. 7 laps to go as boyfriend Dylan Kowalik trying to chase down his girlfriend right there in the 14 car down the back straightaway. We remember about a month ago when they had a very interesting main event race, very entertaining. But now Dylan Kowalik finds himself on the opposite side, trailing Taylor Stewart in the 14. She's doing a great job. She's holding the low line as Dylan goes up in the middle, settles back behind her in turn 2. Meanwhile, McDonald and Levi Hernandez pretty much checked out from the rest of the group. Now it's just a matter of Levi Hernandez seeing if McDonald will make a mistake or check up and he can grab that lead one more time.
Taylor Stewart drifted up a little bit high that time through 3 and 4, and that let Kowalik close that gap. But up front right now, the 28 of Hernandez has a good run on the 816 of McDonald, and that is your race for the lead right there as they are door to door coming down the front straightaway. And this time by is going to be 816 of McDonald. I don't know what happened to McDonald's car, but he has slowed down from where he was earlier on in the race.
Going down into turn 3 and 4, it had to be so hard for Levi Hernandez to hold that car low and not drift up into McDonald and cause a contact and maybe a wreck. So he did a great job of holding that line and holding that steering wheel to avoid the contact. But you're right, McDonald has slowed down a bit. Levi Hernandez staying right there with him. Meanwhile, Taylor Stewart and Dylan Kowalik still cruising around in 3rd and 4th. No change there as our leaders begin to catch up with one of our slower moving cars. Coming up on 2 laps to go this time by. 2 to go. Ryan McDonald, steady Freddie tonight as she's got about a 6-car length lead over Levi Hernandez, who started on the pole. The Hernandez boys are getting better and better every week. Levi and Riker coming up here to race at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Levi going to come across maybe with a 2nd place finish unless something happens over this final lap. 1 lap to go. There's the white flag. 1 to go. They go by the slower moving 03 of Gabriella King. King drifts up in front of Levi Hernandez. Levi trying to work his way around Gabriella King. He does safely, no contact. This is how they should finish. Right there, 8:16 coming across with the win. Ryan McDonald, your winner. Levi Hernandez, 2nd. Taylor Stewart with bragging rights tonight. She gets 3rd over her boyfriend, Dylan Kowalik, in 4th. Yeah, that was a great race as Ryan McDonald, once he got by Levi Hernandez, ran a great race, steady all the way through, brings home the checkered flag win. Levi Hernandez, a really good showing in the 28L tonight. Taylor Stewart going to have bragging rights over Dylan Kowalik behind her. Taylor in the 14, Dylan Kowalik in the 29.
He is out of the car. That's Ryan McDonald in the 816. That's your Sport Compact winner. You all right, buddy? Ryan, you had a good run there. Had a fast car, and you had to chase him down, and you got out there in the front. I noticed with about 4 or 5 to go, you slowed down a little bit. Hernandez shows his nose, and then all of a sudden you sped up a little bit. Were you toying with him, or were you saving your car?
No, just everybody last race told me slow down a little bit when you got a lead, so I wasn't trying to hurt the car for no reason.
Once you saw another car, though, you decided to go faster again.
A little bit.
Good job. Anybody want to thank tonight? Good job out there.
Just all my sponsors on the car. I can't even name them off right now. Sorry.
Well, good job. Read his car for all of his sponsors. We're going to get a Frisbee right here. That is Ryan McDonald. That is your Sport Compact feature winner. Get you to sign that. I'm going to take it.
Turn 4.
4?
Turn 4.
All right, we're going to go down to turn 4 and toss that up in the stand.
We'll get turn 1 next time.
1 next time. Nice job, buddy. You want to go down there? All right. Where are those kiddos at? You throw it where you want. He says way over the fence or barely over the fence. Don't injure anybody. Be careful. Let's get to the top row. Top row. And it's mad dash melee down there for that Frisbee. All right, what's coming up next there, Milton?
All right, here we go. Another main event coming up, your Cotton Bowl Speedway Street Stocks 20-lap main event. One of the hot shoes in South and Central Texas right now. He's on the pole, 22M Anthony Gordon. 08, Cody Deinert. 64L, Shane Lander. 3D, second row outside, Darrell Rhodes. Third row inside, 7S Tim Sikorsky, 9 birthday boy Tommy Gurrell, 75 Todd Roberts McAvoy, 59 row 4 outside Jason Oldham, row 5 inside 25F Robert Fox, 05 Daniel Gaudette next to him. Next row back 3 Jackie Ashlock and 19 Travis Talley, and then 23 CJ Gray and 68 Wade White round out this street stock group as they come roaring at you. Green flag, green light, 20 laps. Here we go. Off and running. No. Oh, watch out. Turn two. Turn two. Bottom of 2. Keep going. See if he fires up under his own power. Will he get it moving? Yes, no, yes, no. Going green, going green. No harm, no foul. He stayed out of the way. He got moving before the yellow could get thrown. Anthony Gordon jumped out from the pole. He leads the race early. Going to catch up on that slow car. Here comes the birthday boy. Tommy Gurrell celebrating his birthday today in the 9 and in second place in this main event. Lining up right next to him, coming around, trying to make a move. Wade White. Coming around Gurrell, got those beady LED lights right there, looking evil. And there he goes, 68, White.
Wade White in that brand new Hellion chassis, one of our locals up at Heart of Texas Speedway, and that's 68. Second night out on that car. The first night out, he just kind of hot lapped it over at Waco on our Sunday Memorial Day race, but now he is out there in the front. Let's see how he can handle that 68 around this big 3/8 mile racetrack.
And the big thing is he started the last row outside, and he got up into second place, lickety-split, within the first 4 laps. He went blowing past all those cars. Tommy Gurrell got pushed back to third, celebrating his birthday today. Anthony Gordon's got to be careful with that slow car. Gordon, your race leader, trying to make his way by that slower car that spun out right on the first lap in turn 2. Gordon's got to be very, very careful. We got to get that car out of the way so Gordon doesn't get tied up with him.
Gordon now working on the bottom side, trying to get by the lap cars. Wade White now closing that gap as he just can't get by that slower 64. 64 is actually up on the pace now, but he's still a lapper, and that's going to let Gordon close. He is slowed down because he won't get by him, and that's going to let Wade White close that gap. Now Gordon looking, peeping up on the top side, but now he diamonds it down, gets underneath, see if he can get underneath the 64 car. Can't do it. Wade White is now knocking on the door. He might surprise Gordon if he gets a chance.
Well, that slower car that was up to pace, he went to the outside, right along the outside wall. That let Gordon and White go past him, but that just took way too long, even though he was up to pace. Gordon being impatient, wanting to get by him, and now Gordon and White starting to catch up with more slower traffic. And this could be the tail of the race all the way around. Watch out, turn 1. Oh, nearly a T-bone. The 19 spun out, and the darker car, I can't quite make out who it is. the 19 spun out, and the other car had absolutely nowhere to go, and that was just inches away from being a T-bone, but it was a front-to-front collision.
Well, and then right there, Wade White got collected a little bit when the 19, he got into the left rear of the 19 once the 19 spun. Wade White in a 68. We'll see if he caused any damage to the front of that race car. But this is going to restack him and repack him. Gordon now, any of that, you see Gordon driving on the bottom side. He's probably driving through looking for some cooler dirt, try to cool those tires off, because I'm sure in this racetrack they are going to be hot tires. So I don't know if that ever works. I see people do that. But if you see Gordon driving way on the bottom, down in the bottom.
Well, I know Anthony Gordon personally. I've known him for years, and I know he was probably not real happy with that car that he was trying to lap and put down. But like you said, that car was up to pace, and Anthony just couldn't figure out a way to get past him. And then finally it moved up along the outside wall, and Gordon and White went spinning past. And Tommy Gurrell did the same thing in the 9 car, celebrating a birthday today. He's in third, but they'll get those 2 cars out of the way as quick as possible. All right, so the 19 car of Travis Talley got moving under his own power, and he's going to rejoin the group. Now we're just waiting on the 59 of Jason Oltman. He's started the engine on the 59 street stock, and let's see what Jason's going to do. He doesn't look happy as he kind of peeled out there in the infield. It looks like he's going to wait to cross the track and go up into back to the pit area, but he did not look happy when he did that little bit of a donut there.
Little show-off donut. At least he didn't drive out in front of the field like we did before. So.
Yeah, show-off donut, pissed-off donut. I'm not sure what you want to call it, but he doesn't look happy right now as I'm looking at the TV monitor.
Yeah, I don't know what he's trying to tell him. I don't know if he's trying to tell him to he needs a push or he wants a tow or something. I don't know what he's saying there. Maybe we should zoom in a little more. That's all we got.
That's all we got.
All right,
so we're looking in the cockpit of that car, and he's trying to fire it up and get back.
He's got all his safety gear
he's
off,
done.
So he's going to the pits, I'm pretty sure.
He's headed off to the pit area. Oh, now we're just figuring out we have debris on the backstretch. Okay. So they're going to get that cleaned up.
Now's
Anthony,
a good time. We're still under caution. So.
Well, we've also been under caution for 5 laps.
Well,
they just now spotted it.
Milton.
Come on now. We got lots of people out there that could have seen it.
Oh, I hope it's another muffler and we can play kick the can again. That's always fun.
Anthony Gordon. He's
always a contender.
He's
always
a tough
fast.
hombre, man.
Car is always super
He's
fast.
always doing a good job, but he's going to have his hands full now. As he's got the second and third place car going to be right behind him. Gurrell, the birthday boy, is going to be right there. And then, of course, moving from the back all the way to the front, Wade White in the 68. He's his biggest challenger right now. Looks like early in the race, Gurrell just your front 2 cars. Gurrell seems to be almost, okay, third's good for me. I can't keep up with you guys.
Yeah,
but
he caught up in some kind of a, melee. He's going to be there at the end of the race. That's what Tommy does. That's what he's always done.
Yeah, 13 laps to go. He's got plenty of time to think this out.
He's got plenty of time in that Camaro. He comes and races the Enduros with us, and that's the way he races the Enduros. It's not who can make the first 10 laps the fastest. You got to be there at lap 250 or lap 300, and that's what Tommy does. And then at the end of the night, he'll be there in the top 3, top 4 every night. He's not going to pick off 10, 12 wins in a year, but he's going to pick off 10 or 12 top 4s in a year, and he'll be there in the points chase at the end of the year. So.
All right, so we're going to show them a rolled-up green flag, this time by the flag stand, letting them know there's 1 lap to go. We'll send them around one more time as Anthony Gordon leads this big group of Cotton Bowl Speedway street stocks here at the racetrack tonight, June the 12th. And, like you said, almost been a month since the last time we raced here at the track because of Mother Nature, and It's good to have the fans back in the grandstands. It's good to have the folks on Speed Pass on Race on Texas. And, you know, it's kind of weird when it's a Saturday night and you're not at a racetrack somewhere. So good to have everybody out. Anthony Gordon saw the rolled up green flag. Lights should go out down the back straightaway. There they go. Gordon will lead him around. Look at him pick up speed right there.
He didn't waste any time right there.
He said, let's go.
He caught him sleeping.
And then he slowed down.
Yeah, well, you got to in 3 and 4. We see what happens when you don't slow down in 3 and 4. You wreck everybody. So Gordon, 22M out front. Wade White following the 68. Tommy Gurrell, birthday boy in the 9 car. And that's going to be your top 3 going down the back straightaway, followed by the 3. And let's see how Gordon still, once again, slows it down. Wade White is right there, but now that the lap traffic isn't there, I would see if Gordon doesn't pull that lead back out like he had earlier on.
Jackie Ashlock in the 3 doing a good job up there in 4th, challenging Tommy Gurrell for 3rd place. Here they go down the back straightaway. That 3 car. Oh, Darrell Rhodes, my apologies. Darrell Rhodes doing a great job in the 3D. Down the back straightaway, trying to make an extra move. I see that little D right there as he goes to the inside of Gurrell. One more time, he's trying door to door, window to window. It's a battle for 3rd. His 1st and 2nd are settled right now, early in the race, coming up on halfway to go. We've got a battle for 3rd between these 2 cars. Watch them go.
Yeah, Darrell Rhodes and Gurrell right there, door to door, the last couple of laps all the way around. Gurrell up through the middle of the racetrack, Rhodes down on the bottom side, but now Gurrell's going to get the run down the back straightaway, and Rhodes is going to fall back into 4th place. But up front, you still got the leader of Gordon in the 22M. And now that he doesn't have that lap traffic, Wade White can't really catch him, can't even close a gap. In fact, he's losing ground every lap as we go by. We got 9 laps to go now, 9 laps to go. 8 will be this time by.
Yeah, once Anthony Gordon gets out front, he's got a powerful car, and the only thing that can slow him down is something braking or that slower traffic that we saw earlier that Wade White took advantage of and was able to close that gap until the yellow came out. But once he gets that clean air and he's got nobody in front of him, but now that's about to change in turn 3 and 4 as we've got him spun out. Gordon cut low, everybody else went high, as they were starting to catch up with slow traffic one more time, and then we had the solo spin.
That's Talley in the 19 car. Talley in the 19. Turned around there in front of everybody. Got it refired and re-going there. Talley now down the back straightaway, going to catch up to the field. We're having a little discussion if that was 2 solo spins, but it's been determined the first one was involved somebody else, so 2nd solo. So
I think the 19 spun out and he went into the 19, so it wasn't his fault. But Anthony Gordon was catching up to slower traffic right there, and Wade White could have taken advantage of it, but the yellow comes out, and that's going to put clean air and open ground.
Yeah, Gordon is always hard to beat in that 22. What a fine-looking hot rod that is, too. I love the street stocks. You know, they kind of give them a little way to work with the rules and little leniency and kind of build what you can, and always fun. So Gordon, Gurrell, White, Rhodes, that's going to be your top 4 right there in your street stock class here at Cotton Bowl Speedway.
Yeah, Wade White chose the outside line. Those LED lights up front, just that catches me off guard. You don't see very many cars run those LEDs up front, more for aesthetics. But here we go on the restart. Gordon picks up the speed one more time. He holds it low. Gurrell stays low with him. Wade White goes high right along the outside wall, taking it into turn 1 and 2. Wade White, he jumps back into 2nd in front of Gurrell. Probably his spot for the evening. Wade White settles back into 2nd, giving chase to Anthony Gordon.
He is trying. Wade White's trying the top side. He's trying the bottom side. Right there was his best run all night long on the bottom, right around the tires, and he got even up to the door of of Gordon, but still just nothing through. Everything he makes through 3 and 4, he loses in 1 and 2, and it's still going to be Gordon by about 4 car lengths going into turn 3.
I think Anthony saw him in 3 and 4 and said, oh, crap, I got to get going. And he's starting to spread that lead out one more time as Wade White had his best chance last lap in turn 4. Oh, Gordon goes up high in turn 2. That lets Wade White close a little bit of ground, but not much. As the laps click away, should be 5 to go this time by the flag stand.
5 laps to go. It's still going to be the 22M of Gordon out front, followed by the 68 of Wade White. Tommy Gurrell and now Rhodes trying to close in on Gurrell. And now we are going to start getting into the lap traffic again, but only 4 laps to go, so probably no factor, no contention at this point. It is everything Gordon can do to just hold on and win this race. He has been pretty good all race long.
Darrell Rhodes, 3D, trying to sniff around the inside of Tommy Gurrell, trying to move up from 4th to 3rd of these waning laps here. It'll be 3 laps to go this time by the flag stand as Anthony Gordon one more time leads him around the lap traffic, getting out of the way nicely this time as Gordon comes down the front straightaway. Wade White is distant second, Gurrell third. 3D Darrell Rhodes in 4th. Just doesn't have it figured out on how to get by Gurrell for 3rd as they'll come around this time by. Flagman Nathan Lavender shows him 1 lap to go. Here we go, 1 to go. And a nice run. Not very well contested tonight. Anthony Gordon was out front for the most part, ran it easily. Wade White going to finish 2nd. The birthday boy, Tommy Gurrell, going to win in 3rd. Good run. Cotton Bowl Speedway Street Stocks. Anthony Gordon with the win. Anthony Gordon with the win, adding to his win total. Wade White starting on the last row outside, works his way up to 2nd early in the race, and that's where he finishes. And happy birthday going out to Gurrell with the birthday spent here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. As Joe Spillman going to head on down to the front straightaway and do our winner circle interviews. But there he is, Anthony Gordon, Wade White, Tommy Gurrell, and the 3D of Darrell Rhodes.
All right, he's out of the race car. Anthony Gordon, that's your street stock winner in a 22M. Well, you started up front. You never looked back. We thought about mid-race those lappers might have a little issue right there, but you got by him, and then it was kind of clean air from there on out.
Man, this is awesome. When you have a stacked field like we had tonight, it felt great to come out here. And luckily, last time out we had some bad luck, so it put us up front, and that always helps. So, man, what can I say? This is awesome. It's been a really dry spell for our street stock program. We went from winning a lot of races to it's been almost a year and a half, and now this is number 2 in 3 weeks. So it feels great to get back in a rhythm.
Awesome job tonight. Anybody you want to thank?
John and Ann with First Call, Plumbing, Solar and AC, Alamo City Motorplex, of course, Race on Texas, RTM Construction, my dad, All In Designs, AT1 Construction, Victoria Auto Auction, CCT Compression. Shit, I know I'm missing some, but man, it's been a long day. I'll leave it at that. I'll thank everyone later.
If he missed you, send all complaints to Anthony Gordon, and he'll get it. Oh, no, to Joe Spillman. I make you nervous. Good job. That is your street stock winner, the 22M, Anthony Gordon. Let's get you a Frisbee. Signature. Sign it. And
John Alverson with Baja also.
There we go. We knew we were going to forget somebody. We're going to take it down into turn 1, and we're going to toss it down there.
Okay, Ashley, do you want to hold this? We can toss it?
You almost said turn 3.
I did. I I get confused.
That would be fun.
Hey. All right. Here we go. Hey, help her toss it up there. Here we go, kids. Here we go. Yeah. Uh-oh. Now it's a mad dash. Need to push. Have to push it off.
Yeah, but something happened down here. Push truck was pushing. I heard him say, well, that didn't work. And now they got a record in the front.
Uh-oh, we may have some issues down there at the exit down by turn number 1. Push trucks and tow trucks may be having some issues down there, so we'll keep an eye on it and see if we can. We heard the words "uh-oh" come from one of the trucks. Looks like they're going okay.
We usually play the circus theme. Here we go.
There he goes.
Dwarf cars.
All right, Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas 20-lap main event. 24 Dwarf cars here tonight. Starting on the pole, 25, Dylan Budnick, 57B, Norval Cone. Second row, 15, Ty Paxton, 17, Casey Smith. 07, Jack Burkhart, 81S, Dylan Spreen. 717, GW Egbert, 12T, Dylan Coyne. 22C, Coy Moore, 1K, Kagan Moore. 03, Drew Stark, 09, James Williams. 44M, Thomas Mock, 117, Billy White. 19R, Ashlyn Newton, 48, Mikey Land. 84F, Brandon 40, 08, Danielle Long. 31, Lyle Bonnet, 91, Daniel Newton, 24, Colby Urbanovsky, 121, Brian Falkenberg, 2 on the back row, Taylor Land, and 54, Brandon Cloud. 24 scheduled in this 20-lap main event, Dwarf Car Racing Series of Texas. Lights are out, ready to kick it into gear right away. This is the first of 3 remaining races. Green flag, green light, here we go. Two by two, still going down into turn 1 and 2. Trying to break out quickly, looks like 57B Norval Cone. They come by the flag stand, first time of 20 laps around the track. Started on the front straightaway. He's got the lead, but not for long. Down the back straightaway, there's going to be a 91 Dylan Spreen. Should be the 7T of Casey Smith. Raced it really hard during the heat race earlier tonight. And now he gets up front, and he is in clear air. Going into turn 3 and 4. Yellow, yellow. We got a car down to the bottom of 4. All right, we're going to do a Delaware restart here to get things going one more time. And looks like Casey Smith wasted little time as he was able to get by your the 57B Norval Cone, who started on the front row outside in P2. Cone led the first lap, and then Casey Smith was able to make his way past him coming out of turn 2 and down the back straightaway. 25, Dylan Budnick, also going to be up in the mix on this Delaware restart. 25, Budnick.
Quick reminder, let's get everybody off the fences. We can't be up on a fence during racing conditions. We don't want somebody injured, something coming off of one of these race cars. Lights are going to be out this time, and we are going to go back to green flag racing. Cone up front, followed by the 17 Smith, and Budnick is going to be our top 3 going down the front straightaway.
Man, Casey Smith looks like he is the man to beat tonight, and I'm not sure anybody can do it as 57B Norval Cone settles back into second. Dylan Spreen, who I thought would probably give him the best challenge, has got to work his way through traffic. Meanwhile, Casey Smith starting to extend that lead. Dylan Spreen, 1, 2, 3, 4. He's back in about 5th or 6th right now, coming out of turn 2, getting caught behind slower cars.
Remember earlier on in the heat races, Spreen did something I've never seen him do before, and that's spin himself out, went to the back, but still came back to contend for the win in the heat race. So Spreen in that 81 car, always fast wherever he goes. Let's see what happens here as we are now 17 laps to go still in this Dwarf car feature race.
Good racing by the Dwarf cars wherever they go. They run some good races. They were down at Texana Raceway Park a couple of weeks ago for the Memorial Day show to tribute to our soldiers, and now I get to see them again 2 weeks later, and they're doing a great job. Meanwhile, Casey Smith absolutely blowing away the field right now. Cone back in a distant second as there's just a big melee of cars right around 5th through 10th. And this has got, 15 laps to go. So a lot of time for things to settle out, people to make some moves. But I'm not sure they're going to be able to make a move on Casey Smith tonight. Cone, a distant second.
Over a 2-second interval there. Doesn't sound like a lot, but on a racetrack, 2 seconds is a long time between first and second place. Third place, GW Egbert, just not even quite 3/4 of a second behind second place. So that is going to be your race right there between second and third between Cone and Egbert. Now Cone around, spin, Cone around in 4. Egbert was able to get around him and not have, in fact, the entire field got around Cone. So, Cone with a single car caution there in a 57, so he'll be going to the back, and then I believe everybody else will just restock right behind them as we have 6 of 20 laps down.
And that's got to be so heartbreaking for Norval Cone. He started outside row 1. Even though Casey Smith got past him quickly on that first lap, he's been running a solid, strong second place in front of Egbert, and then to have that spin happen in turn 4, that's going to put him all the way to the back of the pack. Yeah, he'll pick off some of these slower drivers that are in front of him, but he had a solid second or third place finish in front of him tonight, and that solo spin just does him in.
Yeah, but he's also got to be very happy. That could have been really bad. He spun literally in front of the field. There was only one car in front of him, and to come out of that with zero problems and 0 contact, that's pretty fortunate there for Cone in the 57B. Out front, Casey Smith. Now GW Egbert gets to pick top or bottom, and then the 12, Dylan Cone, and then Coy Moore. Dylan Spreen now up in the top 6 in that 81S.
Not surprising to see Dylan Coyne up here in the mix early in the race. Always does a great job in the Dwarf cars wherever he races at, and it's good to see him back up front as he was able to work his way through traffic. Coyne started 4th row outside in position number 8 next to the 717 of Egbert. Lights are out. Here we go. Green, green, green on the restart. Let's see if Egbert's got anything to get by Casey Smith. He swings into turn 1 and 2, keeps that gap close, and then backs off down the back straightaway.
he had a good run down the front straightaway and right on the bottom, but he just could not keep the momentum up as he had to stop and kind of turn the car, kind of the old school Texas Thunder days, turn the car right around the tires and up on the top side. Casey Smith kept that momentum, and now you see Egbert trying different lines, up through the top, through the middle, and but deeper back in the field. You see the 81 of Spring now as he's going to get up into top 4 as he has moved up through the pack. Now Spring in the 81 going to be right behind the 12T of Dylan Coyne, and that is going to be your battle right there for second, for third, fourth, and fifth. It's a great battle right there. Go down the back straightaway.
Yellow comes out of the track. Turn 3, right at the entrance to turn 4, right in the middle of the groove, and everybody got the message and slowed down and went around him.
Look at that car on the camera. That car is almost the same color as the racetrack.
Yeah.
Very hard to see that car the way it's setting there.
If we didn't have this television screen in front of us and we looked out there, it's hard to see with that car color.
Yeah, it's
trying to maneuver it around and
I believe he's broke.
Get it going under his own power. I think you may be right. He's trying.
He needs help.
He just motioned him, help me.
Push me. Brian Mayo over there.
I think you just told him $5.
$5, I'll push you. If you look at that rear end of that car, the left rear looks like it's broke, like it's.
It's like instead of using the push vehicle, he's trying to muscle him around. Now you're going to get one guy on each side. Why
don't y'all just pick it up?
Just shaking him like medicine. What?
Just
Come
pick
on.
it up like a table and carry it off
kidding.
the track. It only weighs like 1,000 pounds.
They're trying to get him going. Maybe they don't line up right with that four-wheeler there to be able to push him. There we go. There we go.
Y'all give the push, not the push truck, the push guys. Give them a hand out there. Working for your dollar tips tonight are the push guys in 3 and 4.
Yeah.
Remember, if you're up on that fence, we need you off of that fence all the way down the front straightaway. You are too close. You could get damaged, injured. We've had a torque converter come through the fence. We've had a sprint car land on top of Nathan just about. So please stay off that fence. All right, lights are going to go out.
Going to bring him around one more time, show him the rolled up green flag, and that would have been a good place to show him a start, but let's do it. Get him going. Nathan Lavender shows them the rolled up green flag.
Let's throw him for a loop and let's just throw the green. Let's go.
Yeah, trick him.
Let's see who's listening on the receiver. That'll tell him.
Casey Smith has been the cream of the crop tonight in this Dwarf Car Series as he's exploded out to the lead. He got challenged by Egbert just momentarily on that last restart in turn 1 and 2, but Egbert not able to stay with him, and Casey Smith just setting the pace that nobody can keep up with. Dylan Coyne in the 12T. Dylan Spreen still in the hunt, but they're probably fighting for second, third, and fourth. As they come around, the lights are out one more time. Casey Smith leads them to the green restart.
Casey Smith, not quite the same jump that he had earlier.
Egbert.
Now, Egbert tries to slide it right there, but after put the binders on, he can't make it stick. But he has the closest run that he's had all night long. He's going to be way on the right through the middle right there. Try to keep that momentum up and stay off of those tires. Now, G.W. Egbert's going to be your new leader with 12 laps to go. Good job there by G-Dub. Now let's see if he can maintain it as Smith is up on the top side. And now look, Dylan Spring in third position has closed that gap all the way up from deep in the pack. And now right on their tail.
Oh, Casey Smith with
a bumpy bump.
Yeah, little love tap on the back saying, I'm coming through.
The chrome horn, beep, beep, here I come. Now GW is going to trade back and try to do it, but he just can't get a good run.
Casey Smith cost himself that lead going too high on the turns, and Egbert was able to take advantage of it, and he did it again right there in turn 4.
What a race. I tell you what, we've had more lead swaps back and forth in these last 2 laps than we have all night long.
I haven't seen Casey Smith go up that high all night, and that cost him the lead a second time in turn 4.
Yeah, he made it once, and then he got the lead back, but then he made that same mistake again. G.W. Egbert, I don't know if he's won in the Dwarf car yet. I'm pretty sure he's won in everything else. Keep going. Still green, still green.
But let's see if Casey Smith comes up behind Egbert, gives him the little love tap pass one more time. Egbert looking strong right now, so Casey Smith has got his work cut out for him to try to streamline right behind him. Look for the opening. Here comes the little love tap right. Well, thought he was going to get right up on him. He's getting right there. Closing the gap. He goes inside in turn 3.
Slide job.
Casey Smith, but he slides back up. Egbert goes low, and we've got another lead change for a split second. What a fantastic race. Egbert holds it low. Casey Smith goes high up in turn 2. Egbert settles back to second.
2 respectful racers racing hard with each other. They're sliding each other, but then they're letting them cross over and get underneath. They're not wrecking each other. Really good, hard racing there between Casey Smith and G.W. Egbert. That's the way dirt truck racing is supposed to be. Now we're in the lap traffic. Smith slicing and dicing. Egbert down on the bottom side, trying to get by him. Here we go, down the back straightaway. We're going to have 5 laps to go.
This could be where Casey Smith uses the lap traffic to put Egbert in a bad spot. And Casey Smith can get the pass, and Egbert can't, or he'll have to let off the throttle. Casey Smith into turn 2. Turn 4. We got one up in turn 4. What a great race between this guy.
We hadn't seen that kind of hard racing. The slide jobs back and forth and a crossover maneuver. Good job by Smith and Egbert both up front, not wrecking each other, but they are racing hard and they're being respectful of each other's equipment and the racing.
Even that love tap that he gave Egbert was just an acknowledgement that I think I've got a little bit more than you right now, so I'm coming through. And he got by Egbert. Yeah, that is too. I think that's the second solo on the 08, I believe. And that may put him out of the race. 08, Danielle Long having a tough night in the 08, so she may get the old heave-ho, you're done for the night with two yellow flags. All right, going to show him a rolled-up green flag. 1 lap to go at the line. 5 laps to go in the race. This has been a fantastic race. Fantastic race between Casey Smith and G.W. Egbert. Just fantastic. So we'll see how the restart goes as Casey Smith will start up front one more time. Egbert. Yeah, we'll see if Egbert is able to get the position, and it looked like Casey Smith went a little high a couple of times, and that let Egbert go past him, and then Casey Smith has swooped down underneath. Let's see how things go on the restart. Here they come, revving up those Dwarf car engines. Egbert got a good jump.
Good jump right there by G.W. Egbert. Down on the bottom side, see if he can slide up in front of Casey. Now, Casey Smith made 2 mistakes earlier. We got
yellow.
Straightaway. I'm going to be honest, Milton. I have no idea. I was watching the race up front.
Yep.
I have no idea what happened in the back.
Crash, boom, bang on the front straightaway.
All
Drivers
the drivers
are okay.
Yep.
Good deal. So, we were looking one direction, and these guys just happened to be at the back of the pack. And who is that? That is the 09. Looks like James Williams.
09, 07.
Is that?
I think it's the 07.
07, okay.
The 07.
07, Jack Burkhart, maybe?
Let's see here. Yeah, the 07, 09, 07, and there's one more right here, the 44. He's got a flat right rear. Going to pull himself off.
44M looks like Thomas Mock with the flat tire. He'll go into the infield.
Man, that car rides real low with no tires on it. Holy moly.
Remember what I said
Looks like
earlier
it belongs over
tonight
in East
where
Austin.
dwarf cars don't cause a lot of problems?
Yeah. Good job, Milton.
I'm changing that story.
You jinxed them.
I'm changing that story.
Next thing you're going to say is sprint cars go flag to flag and they never cause a red flag and they never flip.
You mean they don't?
Yeah, no, not at all. And we never have to stop and push them all off again.
All right, getting those cars pushed out of the way. That's a neat thing about the dwarf cars. You can push those out of the way fairly quickly once you unattach them from each other. But as we get back into it, Casey Smith, anxious, I'm sure, with 5 laps to go to get this battle over with Egbert, who's been riding him hard, clean but hard, as they've been passing back and forth. And right now, Casey Smith and GW Egbert, and look at Dylan
I was going to
Spreen.
say, don't look past the 81.
Man.
You know, we saw that earlier in the stock cars when AJ Dancer and Travis Norman gets together, and then all of a sudden the 5M of Mooney is there to capitalize on it. Spreen might be saying the same thing. He might say, hey, they might end up wrecking each other, and here I am in the 81 and ready to take this victory. Here we go, green flag racing, 5 laps to go in this 20-lap feature. GW the good run down the bottom side there. He lets it roll right through the middle of the track, but man, Smith just has such momentum, such drive off, and GW can't keep up with it.
Man, he is running a good race tonight. He is powerful in that 7 dwarf car tonight. Casey Smith is, as the laps are clicking away. He's held the majority of the lead, gave it up to Egbert just for a moment. Dylan Spreen sitting in 3rd, trying to make a move. He's just sitting right there. Laps are running out. 3 laps to go, this time by the flag stand.
3 laps to go right now. Casey Smith made 2 bobbles earlier on, has not made one since. Let's see if he can hold it on. 2 more laps to go as we are almost done with this dwarf car feature race.
GW Egbert may just be settling in for 2nd, but he's got to watch out for Dylan Spreen in 3rd. Doesn't want to lose that extra spot as we got 2 laps. Two laps to go that time. Some race tonight. Absolutely powerful in this dwarf. He's been able to hold off the 717 of GW Egbert. Goes into 3, coasts in and out of 4. And here comes the checkered flag win, Casey Smith, your champion of the night. GW Egbert 2nd, Dylan Spreen 3rd. Joe Spillman heading on down there for the winner's interview with Casey Smith. Coming up next, the IMCA Southern Sport Modifieds. They'll be coming out of the track for a big 20-lap main event, but there's your top 4 or 5 that are down there. But the one that counts, that is the 7T of Casey Smith.
All right. Casey Smith climbing out of that race car. There he is. That's your dwarf car winner, Casey Smith. I tell you what, buddy. That was a race of the night right there. Had some swap back and forth. We had some slide jobs, some crossovers, a little bit of everything, a little bump and run. You name it, we had it in that dwarf car race.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun racing with GW. You know, he's got a lot more experience than I do on dirt, so kind of learned a little bit from him there. And there just wasn't a whole lot of grip getting off the corner and on the bottom, but he could slide job me a little bit, and I was lucky enough to be able to get right back by him. But I overshot getting into 3, and that's when he got by me. But I almost did it again there after that last restart. I got lucky.
Yeah, you only made 2 mistakes all night, and he passed you twice, but you got back by him. Anybody want to thank? Good job tonight.
I thank Gary and Alan Buchanan and everybody at Cotton Bowl for having us, and it's a lot of fun. Thank all y'all for.
Good job, good job. Let's get us a Frisbee. We got to give a little time. He's got to get up in his IMCA Sport mod next, so we're going to see where this is going. Oh, almost got it, dude. Good job, Casey.
All right, coming up next, the IMCA Southern Sport Modifieds, and taking a look. This is probably one of the tightest races we have in point standings. First place, the 717 of GW Egbert came into the night at 152 points with the lead, but right behind him by 3 points, the 777 of James Hennish at 149. Third in points, the 231 of Joe Maple back at 139. So 13 points out of first and 10 points out of second. So we'll see how GW Egbert and James Hennish handle tonight's racing as your top 2 in the points race. And I think GW Egbert be hopping out of his dwarf car, got taken over to his sport mod, and should be hopping in the 717 sport mod to compete in this race. All right, here we go. The IMCA Southern Sport Mod feature race 20 times around. Front row, 8, Doug Ripple, V8, Dennis Hanley. 7 on the second row, Kevin Parker. Next to him, 778, Jason Hubert Sr. 12D, Dwayne Owens. R3W, Rick Wolf. H14, Heath Stewart. 231, Joe Maple.
Row number 5 will be the 21T of Taylor Florio. On the outside, the 717, that's GW Egbert. Row number 6, inside the 777, that's James Honish. And the outside, the 73D, Jacob Horch. Inside, row number 7, the 3, Robert Carson. And the outside, Rowdy Chenard in the 28. Inside, row number 8, Sterling Tosh. And the outside, Andrew Supak. Inside, row number 9, the 00, Garrett Gottfredson. And the outside, the 15C of Chris Adams. Should be a good race. Now, I tell you what, this racetrack is very conducive to these tires that they run on the IMCA Southern Sport Mods. They have a softer tire. It grips better than some of the factory stocks. And for sure, the modifieds, they got a little better spoiler, a little bigger spoiler. So should be some really good racing. We got a lot of really big names, a lot of good, fast cars out there. looking forward to this feature race. If we can click off 2 or 3 laps without any cautions, I think we're going to have a pretty good race.
Well, G.W. Egbert still hasn't made his way out on the 717. He's the points leader. And the crew here in the tower, the supervising manager here has said, you know what, we gave you enough time to make the swap out. Sorry about that. So they're going to show him 1 to go this time by the flag stand. 1 to go this time by the flag stand. This is going to hurt G.W. Egbert a little bit here because he's only got a 3-point lead. If he can get up to his starting spot, not sure where his spot's supposed to be. He should be row 5 outside. If he can get to that spot, he'll be good. Good deal. Lights are out. Here we go. Southern Sport Mods at Cotton Bowl Speedway taking off as Doug Ripple in the 8 leads the way. Oh, we got contact already up into turn 1. Yellow, big time contact. And now the back straightaway, we got him piling them up. Driver's okay up in turn 1. Not sure what the 8 of, was that Doug Ripple, who just slowed down right in front of everybody and wadded up several cars at the exit to turn 2. So it looks like the V8 of Dennis Hanley may already be off the track as he got tied up out there in turn 1 or 2. I'm not sure which one he was involved in. Somebody's getting ready to come off of the turn 2 area. Coming back on the track out of the pits. Is that the V8?
I think that's a regular 8.
A regular 8, okay. That's Doug Ripple in the regular 8 right there. All right, so the 8 of Doug Ripple should go to the back of the pack because he went into the pits. You don't get your spot back if you go into the pits. That's obvious. Everybody knows that. 778, Jason Hubert apparently started or was involved in
part
that.
Of it. Yeah,
part of it, so he's going to go to the back as well, apparently. 778, Jason Hubert.
I think we're going to get 1 to go now. We got the 8 and the 778 at the back. 778 was last night's winner at Heart of Texas Speedway. Let's see how he does, see if he's patient, working his way up through there, or if he plows his way up through there. Let's see what happens there with the 778. We said we're going racing this time by.
Green at the pink tire down there in turn 4 on the bottom side, the Pick Chick tire for Rachel Plant, our Pick Chick, taking a lot of great pictures at all the racetracks that she goes to. Lights are out, complete restart. Here we go, off and running, Southern Sport Mods, IMCA. There they go.
Kevin Parker on the inside and Rick Wolf and R3W up on the top side there. Good race right through 1 and 2 as we keep everybody straight ahead and headed in the right direction. Rick Wolf now got a good run down in 2, 3, and 4. Has about a 4-car lead over Joe Maple in that 231 machine, but now Maple is in a solid second place there, followed by the 7K of Parker, and we're going to have the 14 of Cousin Heath Stewart, and then GW Egbert right there in the top 5.
Yeah, Heath Stewart running well like he normally does. Doing a great job. Settles into third. Takes that middle line. Got to watch out for cars coming up on the low side. Down the front straightaway, the R3W of Rick Wolf running strong out there, trying to open up a larger lead down the back straightaway over the rest of the competition. He's got the 231 of Joe Maple lining up right behind him. I think Maple raced at Heart of Texas last night, but I think he got disqualified. Or was that Joe O'Brien?
That was Joe O'Brien.
Joe O'Brien. Okay.
We're not going to talk about Joe O'Brien in the stock cars in a 14, my buddy, and what happened there with that guy. So he's at home. He just texted me. He's sitting in his hot tub at home watching us on Race on Texas, my Speed Pass. So
hello, Joe. Splash around in the hot tub for both of
Joe
us.
So Rick Wolf in the R3W out front, but Maple now is closing that gap up, trying to make a lead pass as GW Egbert gets by Heath Stewart on the top side there. He has some momentum up in that track where there's some rubber laid down, but it's still going to be Rick Wolf up on the wall, followed by Joe Maple, GW Egbert, Heath Stewart, and now Honish on the bottom side trying to make something happen underneath Heath Stewart, and he is in your top 5.
Man, that Honish is running a great race right now as he picked off those drivers that are behind him one at a time. Now Heath Stewart getting caught on the outside. He goes way up between turn 3 and 4. That's going to cost him another spot. Heath Stewart making a couple of mistakes there that we don't normally see, and a couple of cars getting by him. But down the front straightaway, yellow, yellow, yellow.
2 cars on the front stretch. Looks like Parker, maybe? Is that the 7 of Parker? And the 28 of Rowdy Chenard.
28 Chenard and 7 Parker. Parker, he may have that right front tire. It's all bent out of shape, so he's done. Chenard, we'll see how serious that is. But Parker, that right front rod was pointed out the wrong way, and that tire was facing sideways.
That doesn't work out well. I don't know a lot about racing, but if your tires are facing the wrong directions.
I was just thinking, just a thought of Joe O'Brien in a hot tub. Is that the visual we want?
He just texted. He said he's got it. He's splashing in a hot tub right now. Thanks for mentioning.
Oh,
he just texted me that.
That's a vision I won't be able to get out of my mind. It's a good thing it's a 2-hour drive home for me. I can try to get it out.
I just hope he has clothes on, but I'm not there, so I don't care.
Stop it.
I'm not there, so whatever happens, happens.
All right, looks like the 28 Chenard is going to have to get picked up by the hook here and shown the door. That's a tough break for the 28 Rowdy Chenard. You said he was a points champion last year.
Yeah, he did really well. He that kid progressed through the field. He started out kind of shy, and by the end of the year last year, I had him jumping up on the car and all kinds of excitement there by Rowdy Chenard. So hate to see him broke there on the front stretch. O'Brien says he's going to text me a vision of him in the hot tub.
No.
Lord.
No pictures, Joe.
We're going to get my race pass, and we're going to put that Race on Texas, and we're going to put that on the screen. All right, waiting on the push truck.
People be asking for a refund.
Yeah, we'll have to. O'Brien, we're going to have to give everybody their money back, son. That's not a good idea. He went monster truck hunting, and, well, he found the wrong one last night. So, unfortunate. All right. Chenard,
yeah, I heard a little bit about that.
Chenard getting pushed off. The R3W out front, 717-23.
So GW Egbert coming in as your points leader, had a 3-point lead over James Hanish. And now we see that Egbert up into the second position. And then Hanish, where's he at? 777.
All right.
I'll have to spot him when they come around one more time.
777's on the third row outside.
Okay, so your
Place 5.
your first 2 in points are still neck and neck, and
Oh, yeah.
depending on what happens here, this could be a swap of lead in the points.
Yep.
There he is, right there, 777, right next to Heath Stewart. All right. Check for debris. Haven't heard anybody yell that one out yet.
Oh, wait, we're probably going to do it right now.
Yeah, just because.
Holy moly, what a start right there by Rick Wolf, and more importantly, what a sleep by Joe Maple. Maple not usually caught sleeping there, but that's exactly what happened. GW Egbert wasted no time. He was right there. Now underneath the R3W of Rick Wolf. Egbert on the bottom, Wolf on the top side. Now we got Heath Stewart on the bottom, and we got Maple on the top side. And we got Honish in the 777 just waiting for somebody to bobble and where to go. He has nowhere to go. They are too deep, too wide, too deep, with Honish sitting on the outside looking in. And now GW Egbert's going to be your leader with 15 laps to go. 5 down, 15 to go.
Egbert with some great moves, man. Rick Wolf did everything he could to hold on to that spot, everything except cutting him off. But, man, that was some great racing there by your points leader, Egbert, to grab that lead. Now Hanish got to figure out a way to move up a spot or two and stay within striking distance in the points. We got one up in turn 2, not running up to speed. That is the 115 of Andrew Supak. Everybody stay low. Race director is yelling at everybody in their race receivers to stay low right now. And Supak needs to either get to the infield or get off the track, this time by the front straightaway.
We talked about a little bit earlier. We talked a little bit earlier about how racing back-to-back races you have an advantage, and GW Egbert is showing that. He just finished 20 laps in a Dwarf car, and now he is out here. He knows what line to take and what line to run in that sport mod. Now he has a couple-second lead over Rick Wolf in the R3W.
Look at Heath Stewart making a move. We had 3 wide down the front straightaway for a split second. Heath Stewart works his way back up to second. Here comes Joe Maple in third. It is a battle between those those cars that are battling for second, third, and fourth, as Maple giving chase to Heath Stewart. Stewart goes high up there one more time on turn 2, settles back into second down the front back straightaway. Maple settles into third. Halfway through this 20-lap main event, it's a good one. 10 to go. It's anybody's race.
Tell you what, Heath Stewart has been impressive. He has struggled some on the dry slick. He's really good on the hammer down. He struggled a little bit on dry slick, but not tonight. He is doing well, and he has moved up actually past Wolf and past Maple and got up into a solid second place. Now it's going to be GW Egbert followed by Heath Stewart, Maple, Rick Wolf, Honish now putting some pressure on the bottom side of Wolf. Let's see if he can get by him. And we Doug Ripple up on the top side, and he's got a flat.
Hanish is in 6, but it's a good 6 right now because they're so bunched up that anything can happen. You can go from 6th to 4th. All right, so he's in 5th. His 8 is a lap car that came back out earlier. So, he's doing a great job of picking them off. We got to get that 8 out of the way, though. Be careful. 3 cars piling right up behind that back marker of the 8 of Ripple. That could be disastrous for your front runners.
The 778 of Hubert, who had to go to the dead end, is now up in the top 7 as he is working on the 21T of Florio, trying to get by her and get up in that top 6 spot. 778 Hubert from dead last now in the top 6.
Yeah, Egbert running a great race. It doesn't look like there's going to be any change up there in the lead over the final 5 laps. Now Heath Stewart settling into second with Joe Maple behind him in third. That could be the race there for second and third. And then there's also the race for 4th and 5th. So we got a lot of action still to take place over the final few laps of the IMCA Southern Sport Modifieds. GW Egbert, your points leader, coming in with a 3-point lead over James Hanish. And he's going to come out with the winner points tonight is GW Egbert. And it's just a matter of where Hanish finishes on how big of a lead that will be at the end of the night. Joe Maple came in third in points starting the night. He was 10 points behind Hanisch, so it won't make much of a move there. So our top three coming into tonight should stay exactly the way they are. Two laps to go, shown that time by GW Egbert, 7:17, running a masterful race tonight. Heath Stewart, not much he could do right now, so he's settling in for second. Joe Maple in third with 1 lap to go. IMCA Southern Sport Modifies. 1 race left here at Cotton Bowl Speedway tonight, and we'll wrap up another successful night here at the racetrack. Right now, half lap. Your points leader, 717, GW Egbert. He takes the lead early in the race. He brings home the Southern Sport Mod main event win. Heath Stewart second, Joe Maple third, James Hanisch fourth. Another great race by your points leader, GW Egbert, as he was in the fight for his life early in the race, was able to get by Heath Stewart and the others and bring home the main event win. Good race there by Heath Stewart in the H14, Joe Maple 23, James Hanisch in the 777.
G, W, race car. Give him some water. We've been talking about cars that get to race 2 classes. You just raced 20 laps in a Dwarf car, and probably one of the most exciting races. Some back and forth and everything else. Does that play an advantage on what you just did right now?
I think it really does by being able to see on the track where I want to run. I'm fat and overweight, so it didn't play to my advantage because I am wore out.
Nice job. Hey, fat, overweight guy, anybody you want to thank tonight?
Yes, I want to thank my son, Cade. All the kids back there in the back have been helping us out. My son, Liam, went last night. He didn't come tonight. My dad, Kelvin Harper, has been helping me out nonstop. All the CRS guys, Speed Secrets, a throttle control bar on a track like this, that's where it's at.
We know you don't like the fast hammer down tracks. How did you feel about track tonight?
This track was wonderful. If they could do it like this every weekend, it would be perfect.
Good job. Good to see you here, G-Dub. Take care.
H says he's going to do it different next week just to catch him off guard. We're back here June 26th is our next regularly scheduled night of racing at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Don't forget, next Saturday, if you don't have any plans, or even if you do, cancel them. You want to be here at Cotton Bowl Speedway next Saturday. Gates open at 11. Action starts at 1. Monster Truck Wars. There's going to be truck rides before the races, a meet and greet. And then we're going to have car crushing trucks out here, a Bone Crusher, Carolina Crusher. Man, we're going to have all sorts of fun stuff out here. We'll have quad races, the Team Texas versus Team Oklahoma. Pretty inexpensive. Bring the entire family out here. You can check it out. We will have a good time here at Cotton Bowl Speedway Saturday, next Saturday, the 16th. Gates open at 11, and the fun, the car crushing activity starts at 1 o'clock. One more race coming your way. One more, the Magnum IMCA Modifieds. Let's see if we can get 20 knocked out. Magnum IMCA Modifieds, front row, 44X Brandon Welker, 86 Dylan Tyndall, 78 Trevor Egbert, 377 Don Banker, 163 Hardy Henderson, 01 Derek Scott Jr., 94 Chris Morris, 95 Lightning McGreen, 12D Matt DeWitt, 20T Troy Seidel, X Doug Cameron, 26D Cody Duke, and the 00 of Alan Dean. All right, all right, all right. Hold on to your jackets and your hats and your purses. We're fixing to light up the fast surface of Cotton Bowl Speedway as these Magnum IMCA Modifieds going to set off those engines, ready to take it around 20 times around the track. Here we go. Ready to light them up coming out of turn 4. Brandon Welker on the pole. Dylan Tyndall, heat race winner, right next to him. Here we go. Green flag, green light, off and running Modifieds. They're off to a good start. No harm, no foul through the first couple of turns. Trying to set up. Whoa, nearly hit that pink tire. 78 Trevor Egbert has jumped out to the early lead. Has slid Dylan Tyndall back to second. Egbert running a good race early as he jumped from the inside of row 2 to the lead and got by Dylan Tyndall, slid him back to second. Looks like the 01 of Derek Scott in third. Correction, Hardy Henderson, 141. He's third in points. Derek Scott Jr. second in points. Chris Morris came in with a 5-point lead into tonight.
Trevor Egbert still out front, but now got a little pressure from Tyndall on the bottom. So hard time Hardy Henderson in a 163 following suit. And right behind him will be Derek Scott Jr. in a 01. Chris Morris making his way up, trying to get underneath the 377 of Don Banker. Looks like he's going to make it through, and that's going to put Morris up in the top 5 right now as we've 16 laps still to go, 4 down, 16 to go. But Egbert, leader from the front, out front, still leading from the very beginning. Tyndall can close that gap getting in, but he just can't make it work through the middle and getting out of the turn, getting off the turn. He can't make it happen. It's still going to be Egbert right through the middle of the turn. Tyndall through, and then hard time Hardy Henderson and a 01 of Derek Scott Jr. will round out your top 4. Chris Morris, close the gap, finally gets by the 377 of Don Banker. So here comes Morris. See if he can make up some of that time. Morris looking for a caution flag so he could regroup everybody. But right now they are so strung out, racing from in the middle of the track mainly, and some of them right on the bottom, some of them right up on the top side. And it is good racing all the way through, but they are strung out right now in your IMCA Modifieds.
We saw Dylan Tyndall do a great job in the heat race earlier tonight, and he got off to a pretty good start until Egbert was able to get past him, and he's staying right there with him with about a 2, 3, 4 car length behind him, not really letting him get away right now. Those two are the cream of the crop in this main event right now as they're doing some great maneuvering around this track and letting everybody else race behind them. And the 01 now starting to move up. Derek Scott Jr., he's second in points coming into tonight as these guys, these drivers are just cruising around right now, doing a great job the first 8 laps in.
Only 5 points the difference between Chris Morris and Derek Scott Jr. 5 points in a finishing order makes this a tied point lead for your 2021 points here. But Chris Morris now 2 spots behind Derek Scott Jr., but it's still going to be up front. Trevor Egbert, followed by the 86, Dylan Tyndall, Derek Scott Jr., Hardy Henderson, and Chris Morris.
He just showed him the halfway point in the flag stand. 10 down, 10 to go. We're running an excellent race now as Trevor Egbert continues to lead. Egbert in the 78, Dylan Tyndall staying right there with him. Tyndall biding his time, looking for an opening. Will he find one as these laps click away? We're past the halfway point. I don't know if Dylan Tyndall is waiting, and then going to make a move, or he just doesn't have enough to catch up to Trevor Egbert tonight. But they are pulling away from the rest of the group and making it a 2-car race for the lead.
Tyndall has a faster race car. The last 2 laps have actually been faster than Egbert, and now he got underneath Egbert a little bit, waiting for Egbert to mess up, scoot up, anything without any kind of contact, and that just isn't happening. Trevor Egbert doesn't usually do that. He skates up just a little bit there in 3 and 4, still running a faster lap time as Tyndall, but he just cannot make it work and get by. The last 4 laps have been just slightly faster, not by much, than Egbert. Is now down the back straightaway. It's still going to be Egbert out front, Tyndall, followed by Derek Scott now, and in the distant 4th place will be Hard Time Hardy.
The last 2 times in turn 2, Tyndall has got the nose of his car right up along the left wheel, the left rear wheel. As he does it again coming out of 2, he'll get right up by that left wheel, but he can't do anything with it, and he backs off. But he's not that 2, 3, 4 car length yellow. Chris Morris, points leader at the top of turn 1. Right there between turn 1 and 2, your points leader. That's gonna hurt a little bit with that 5-point lead coming into tonight. Derek Scott, 5 points behind him at 152, still running pretty good. Looks like we'll see if Morris is able to stay out there, go to the back, and pick up as many spots as he can get, or will he be done for the night?
Taking a look over that 94 machine, that lethal chassis. Chris Morris, seeing if we're going to need a wrecker. Randy Wrecker Service headed that direction. Chris Morris gets it rolling somehow, some way. No idea what happened there, honestly.
You know, and even on any given night, you're the best of the best, the points leader. They can have something go wrong. I mean, it's still a machine. There's still plenty of internal things in there that can happen, or tires.
Stuff,
yeah, anything can happen. So just because you're leading at a track, that right front tire is wobbling all over the place.
It looks like we got a bent, broke tie rod or center link or something. It's definitely got issues on that right front of the 94 machine.
Yeah, that's a tough break for your points leader. Now Derek Scott Jr., depending on where he finishes, this could be beneficial for him. I think they'll probably, well, Hardy Henderson came in. He's 16 points behind Chris Morris, back in 3rd.
All right.
So we could see some position changes tonight in a lot of our classes.
Good start right there by Trevor Egbert. The last couple of laps, Tyndall has been faster. He just hadn't been able to get it by him. He's done it without, nudging him, without putting a bumper to him, without dooring him. But he's tried. But now you see Egbert move to the bottom. Egbert earlier has been up in the middle and lost some of that ground. But now Egbert right down on the bottom, right down on the tires. Let's see if he keeps it down there. Skates up, turns the car, gets it back up on the bars, and here we go down the front straightaway. It's going to be the 78. Egbert, followed by Tyndall, followed by Scott. And then Hard Time Hardy Henderson and Don Banker in the 377.
Dylan Tyndall better be real careful. The 01 of Derek Scott got that nose about halfway up the car in turn 3 and 4. Watch the 01 going into 3 and 4 this time as he tries to maneuver it in there, but this time Dylan Tyndall takes that low line, shuts the door on him, and doesn't give him that aggressive line that he could. Now he's going to try it in 1 and 2 this time. No can do. Derek Scott cannot figure out a way to get by Dylan Tyndall, and laps are clicking away, and we're going to see who's going to win this race. Trevor Egbert still got a pretty good lead right now, and Dylan Tyndall can't do much to catch him. So it could be a race for second and third as we go over the final laps.
Watch Derek Scott. If he will open up his entry a little bit, widen it up, and then diamond it down and drive under, he might have a good run and be able to get underneath Dylan Tyndall. But they are also protecting the bottom right now that he's not willing to try that, to open up that entry and see if he can get by there. 2 laps to go in your IMCA feature. Don't forget, we'll be here next week with the monster truck races. So y'all should be here next week. Gates at 11, racing at 1.
Man, it's going to be a lot of fun as we get ready to wrap this up. 1 lap to go this time by. Trevor Egbert doing a fantastic job in that 78, holding off all the competition tonight. Once he got out front, he was untouchable. And Dylan Tyndall gave him everything he could to try to keep up and get past him. And he couldn't. There's a checkered flag. Egbert with the win. Dylan Tyndall in second. Derek Scott in third. Fantastic racing here at Cotton Bowl Speedway tonight. Had a good time, and hopefully we see you back here on the 26th, I believe. June the 26th, our next scheduled race with all of our classes here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. And like we said, the monster trucks are next Saturday, and then our racing returns on the 26th. Man, we always appreciate y'all coming out. As you get ready to leave the racing complex tonight, please have a very safe drive home. We want you to make it home safely, and that way you can return and visit with us in a couple of weeks. And for all of us here at Cotton Bowl Speedway, man, we appreciate all the fans live, all the fans on Race on Texas. We appreciate Joe O'Brien watching from his hot tub and splashing around. No pictures, please. Trevor Egbert down on the front straightaway. Joe Spillman is going to have that winner's circle interview.
All right. Trevor, out of that race car. Your IMCA modified winner, the 78, Trevor Egbert. Good. Between Tyndall and Egbert. Good clean race. Trevor, he had a couple of chances there. He could have doored you, he could have bumpered you, but he kept it clean. And then after that caution, you kind of got it back down on the bottom and didn't give him a chance after that. How did it feel?
Did I just turn that off? I'm hitting buttons. Can I drop the mic yet? No? Okay. Man, yeah, the car was decent. I went and told seems like drive. He probably could have beat us. He chose not to. Chose to run a good race, and much respect for him. He'll definitely get that in return from me, for sure.
Absolutely. That's all you can ask for. Good, hard, clean racing. Anybody want to thank tonight?
And I got to thank 121 Towing. Let's see here. JB Skid, Day Motorsports, Phil's Motorsports, Ellis Air Systems. My wife, she kind of said today this wasn't her hobby, but she supports us, so we're pretty happy happy to have her by her side. Josh, that owns JB Skid, he's been helping out a ton on the car, wrenching on it, and today was one of those days after last night. We didn't feel like working on nothing. We didn't feel like racing, but we muscled through and came. So,
good job. Let's get us a trophy. Let's get a signature. Get it to those kiddos. That is your IMCA modified winner.
Also, a big shout out to the fans. Without everybody, we wouldn't be able to come out here and do what we love to do, and I can't say enough about that. But thank y'all.
Fans, Marianne, H, everybody, thanks for everything y'all do. All the fans, thank y'all for being here tonight. Thanks for sticking it out. See y'all next week, monster truck races.
That's right. Saturday at 1 o'clock. Gates open at 11. Monster Truck Wars here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. And then we are back on Saturday, June the 26th, 7 o'clock. Start time with all of our regular classes. Again, thank you for coming out tonight, watching on the stream, watching it live here in the grandstands. Please have a very safe drive home. We want to see you here next time. Good night. God bless.